Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Reese2753.
Howdy.
And Foodnum.
Hello.
And Random11.
Hello.
And last, but certainly not least, Green Line.
On time and straight.
Now, you will notice.
And with clean balls.
That you are in a fallout bunker right now.
I am... I am podcasting from inside of a pod because it just seemed too good of an opportunity not to utilize. So I talked about this last podcast from the hotel room, but many of you probably either didn't get that far in the podcast or
believe it or not, we actually info dumped it before you got on there.
I know, I rewatched the podcast, but just so that anybody who didn't catch that is aware. After the podcast before last, it was the final straw. Was it the Nobody stream that happened after that? Yeah. So we fucking done with the problems I had. So I bought a $7,000 laptop, and I fucking love it. The day it arrived. The day it arrived. So let me put it this way. Previously, people who've been with the podcast for a very long time know that a couple of laptops ago, I had one with the butterfly keyboard. And I suffered with not being able to type my own goddamn name into my computer, right? Awful. So I bought a $7,000 laptop last time. And the laptop I got this time is the one I wish I had gotten last time. There was an issue with the i9s or something, and it basically throttled itself to the point where even though I souped it up all the way, it would like overclock or whatever the term is. It would basically shut itself down over the fact that it was underclock. I guess it would underclock itself over the fact that it was overheating. Like it had such good hardware that it would like Threadripper style just burn through everything. But it would immediately, it was like 0 to 60. But imagine, the light goes green and you hit 60 in half a second and immediately get pulled over by the cops, right? Like that's what my old laptop was doing. The new laptop is not doing that. Here's the problem though. The day it arrived, Friday, like 2-3 weeks ago, I started setting it up. Everything was the best it's ever been in the history of laptops. And that night, the toilet seat in the bathroom that's normally behind me when I'm doing the podcast, I don't know if we had an earthquake or something, but a fucking full centimeter crack all the way down it. Water poured out all goddamn night. And when I got up in the morning, my downstairs was flooded. Okay. So it has been a heck and a half of a time trying to keep this show going. And quite frankly, it's nice that the laptop is working. and that it looks clear. I bought a cable to be able to. It's like a Faraday cage in here. Okay, as soon as the doors close, there is no goddamn signal whatsoever. I bought a 250-foot Ethernet cable that was delivered today. Like I ordered it, and a couple hours later it showed up. And the internet in here is faster than I've ever had it in my house. I think because I went with the 250-foot, I'm able to connect it directly to the router instead of connecting into the wall in the room. I think that the cable from the router that goes down the wall into the room I normally podcast in is like maybe Cat 4 or something like that. Like it's basically throttling it at a lower level so that once I plug in the Cat 8, I'm still only getting Cat 4 speeds or whatever. Turns out when I was setting up the laptop that the reason we were having such bad streams is actually because even though I was plugged in, hardlined into the Ethernet, there was something wrong in the connection, either between the wall to the computer, from the wall up to the relay, from the relay up to the actual Ethernet. Somewhere there was an issue because I wasn't even getting Ethernet. And the reason that the streams were so bad is because I was streaming through Wi-Fi in a dead zone where I would get 0.05 megabits per second. So right now I'm streaming at 900 megabits per second. I mean, it is a dramatic shift, right? So anyway, that said, hopefully this stream does not become unnecessarily long due to technical issues because it's super clear. I watched both videos we played so far and I'm feeling good about this. How's everybody doing?
Great.
Good.
Pretty good.
Start screen sharing.
When you said this is the laptop that you wanted before or whatever, in my mind it's like, so this was basically a $14,000 laptop.
No, it's just that,
but what I think he means what he bought now was the performance he was expecting.
that's what I was hoping to get last time. Yes, but it was basically.
I know what it means. I'm just saying that
it
it only took you $14K to actually achieve it.
I mean, it technically did because it was $7,000 for the previous laptop and $7,000 for this laptop. That's 14, right?
Apple gets you.
Yep.
That's in USD too, right?
Yep. That's just like $1 billion Canadian. I'm going to try to move this to this other window.
Far ahead. Have you seen Randy's private chat?
I mean, it's not super important, but
but I just wanted
oh, really?
It doesn't get lost.
Yeah, the description has the wrong.
It has 248. You're right. Thank you. The Rumble stream says, "My senpai is annoying" in the hashtag.
Damn, son.
Yeah. I noticed I fucked up a couple times. Oh,
thanks
apparently
for coming by again, Steffi. Is that how it's pronounced?
Oh, it's fixed on Facebook. Now we're streaming to Facebook too. All right, so we've got a very packed show tonight because I have been so caught up with all this shit. I moved shit all day. Yeah, I've been moving shit nonstop. It was so funny. At work, we fired the office bitch. Yeah, and so hilariously,
I said we.
Yeah, well, so let's leave it at that. But basically, what ended up happening is the flood happens. I have to move everything out of the office, so that all gets moved into the living room and or the let's say dining room area. No, let's say the kitchen den. Let's call it that, right? So I move everything over there, and I'm moving stuff all weekend. We didn't do a show that weekend because it was just fuck, man, I can't. I got to move everything. It's flooded in here. I can't do the show, obviously. So I do that all weekend. And then I go to work. The office bitch gets fired on Mother's Day. And I'm pretty sure it's because my boss's wife talked to my friend and I who worked there, and he said one word too many that got her to realize stuff. And then I think she pushed my boss over the edge. Right. And then he pulled the trigger and fired this other woman because there was no way she was ever going to quit. Right. So anyway, so he fired her. Right. And she had the way that our building is set up. There's the chiropractic side of the office that has a patio that overlooks the street. And that patio is also connected to the seminar side of the office, right? So we have two separate offices that are connected through the patio. It's actually a really good setup. So the office bitch likes to put plants on that patio. And I'm not even kidding. There were over 100 potted plants. Some of them were small enough you could pick them up with one hand. Here, I guess I should hold up one hand when I say that. And the others were fucking enormous. And many of them were cactus. So I come into work on Monday after moving shit out of the office and out of the living room where the flooding was. And my boss says, all right, make sure you wear some blue collar clothes because you're going to move all of these plants down 3 flights. So I had to move shit to a secondary location so that the office bitch could come get them without having to see us, right?
Why couldn't you just have the office bitch get him? Like, come on.
Well, that was the thing, is he didn't want to have her going into our office space, especially not where the Cairo side is, because that's a healing environment, and you don't need a psychotic woman, you know, cussing up a storm, threatening stuff. So we just took everything. I had to rent a U-Haul. I had to like Uber to a U-Haul, get the U-Haul, come back, move everything, and then Uber all the like take the U-Haul back and then Uber back. It's fucking disaster. Damn. Anyway, so the point is I'm jacked now, right? Because I've been moving so much stuff. Anyway, let's get on with the show. So you guys can see this, right? All right. So if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I love it when people support me on Patreon. It gets my dick so diamond hard because that is how I know what to expect on my next month's income for the podcast, right? Because that's the only thing I can count on. Now, since I got this new fucking awesome laptop, I got to tell you, I have been making so much progress on some old first impressions videos. Let me just tell you real quick. Let me just tell you how many. I was shocked when I looked. Oh shit! Hold on. That kick stream you sent me just started playing. Yeah, you can only pause kick streams for so long before they come back up. Let me just tell you guys real quick how many fucking I was dumbfounded when I counted it. Okay, Alita, Boy and the Heron, Chunibyo, Demon Slayer, Detective Pikachu, Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel Part 2, Fire Force, Gridman, Gundam NT, Helk, Hensuki, Heroes Rising, My Hero Academia, Hunter x Hunter The Last Mission, Kengan Ashura again, because we went back and saw more of it before it finally got released. Rurouni Kenshin, Last Boss Queen, Lupin 2, Lupin 3, Makia, MFKZ, Monster Hunter, Mortal Kombat, Promare, Raccoon City, that's Welcome to Raccoon City, the Resident Evil 1, Slam Dunk, Sonic, Spider-Man, Suzume, Tokyo Ghoul, the second live-action movie, Weathering with You, The Wonderland, World Heroes Mission, Yuri on Ice, and Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead. That is... Oh, fuck, I pushed the wrong button. God damn it.
Now they're all deleted. Impressions, but Ava video.
Oh, yeah, that too. No. There's definitely... And you got to understand, for the first time ever, I am able to scrub through 4K footage, and it does not stutter at all. Like, this is a massive, massive shift. So I think it's Command-Shift-I. Nope, that's not it. God damn it. I'm just trying to count how many there were because I didn't count like a dumbass. 34. 34 effing video editing projects that need to be finished. Anyway, so I've been working on them. I'm doing them in chronological order currently. No guarantees that I will finish them in chronological order, but I'm liking it. It's going really well. So if you are funding the Anime Collector on Patreon, you will find, if you can see my spreadsheet for the first impressions, you will find that you will get charged soon. And I'll be honest.
This sounds like a threat, bro.
I'm just warning you. If you can't take $13.5 coming out of your bank account, then here's your warning. No, but seriously, if I don't get at least one fucking video done before I go to Anime Expo this year and record like 8 more, I am gonna be so goddamn mad. Anyway, so there's another way you can support me. There's also the OCApodcast.com/support area for you to check out more ways to support us. I know you guys took a little bit of a look at this last podcast, but I just want to show you again and kind of break it down just a little bit because I'm not sure that it got fully explained. This is from my spreadsheet that tracks all of our expenses and earnings and whatnot. And this shows you obviously this month how much we made. Thank you, Super Chats from the last podcast, and plus the Patreon. And this is the expenses. Now, just a heads up, the way it's looking at the data, in order for us to be profitable, expenses must be less than 50%. Okay, that's how the pie graphs here, or donut graphs if you want to call them that. That's how those operate. So if the data shows the expenses are 50%, it means we've broken even. And if it gets smaller, then it means we're starting to turn a profit, right? So we are actually covering, actually I updated the thing to show also our domain name costs and all that stuff. So we previously were covering StreamYard costs with Patreon, but that's actually only for this year because there was an error with StreamYard that they gave me a discount on for this year. So I got a prorated rate that's smaller than normal. Next year, this amount of Patreon earnings monthly will not cover it. Just a heads up. So I'm really eager to knock out some of the remaining costs that we have here. Obviously, it's been $5,000, almost $7,000 or $6,000 here over the course of doing this since 2017. So once this gets to 50%, then we've actually made it, right? Now with this one, I set this one up differently. So this one is the amount we need to still get through to knock out this one. So this one, when this is 100%, when there's no more bread, that's when we're profitable. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Buy yourself a Tenga. That's another way you can support the podcast and yourself. Anyway, so we need to talk about our old pal Nick. But first, before we do that, I think it's really important that I find the StreamYard panel. There we go. Yeah, so I just need to quickly go and take a leak, if you don't mind. So, all right, let's talk about Nick Rekieta. All right, so whoa, yeah, this podcast is brought to you by Donettes.
Let's
talk about Nick. All right, if you guys were wondering earlier when I didn't have the correct mic connected,
Oh my god.
Well, you think you just snorted a bunch of baking soda. If you guys were wondering earlier why it sounded so badly when I wasn't connected to the right mic, it's because I have saran wrap covering the microphone just to make sure I didn't get any of that shit in my keyboard. Ooh, that burns. All right. Yes. All right. So let's. Yeah. So if you haven't heard, we've got some not so good news. Lawyer Nick Rekieta, popular YouTuber, arrested for drug and firearms possession. Now I'm starting here so I can show you the mugshots.
He looks more annoyed than than anything in his mugshot.
I think people made this comment when it first came out, but he ironically somehow looks better than on stream in this.
Yes, ironically, right? Like he actually looks less bad with a black eye and having been arrested that night than he did on the stream, or maybe it was the following day. Actually, I don't
It was
even
a few
know.
days later.
It was. When did the stream happen?
May 23rd, it looks like.
Monday or Tuesday.
Oh wait,
Hold on.
okay,
I mean, I've got that link with the. Hold on. It was. It was the 20th. I'm pretty sure he got arrested. Oh no, he got arrested on the 23rd.
Yeah,
right? I think. Yeah. So
yeah, he did the stream. He took a day off. The next day he did locals only because he had the black eye. And then the next day he got arrested.
Yeah. So let's skip past this. I want to show you this one. So Josh Moon shared this. These are the photos of Nick's wife, Nick, and this other woman, April Imholte, or whatever her name is. Imholt. They called her. They pronounced it weird in the stream where he was talking to the judge, right? I don't know. I wouldn't have guessed the way they pronounced it, but
April.
So there has long been. So let me preface this by just saying, I hope the best for Nick and his family.
Yeah.
This is not something to be taken lightly, right? Like, just overall, this is a big fucking deal, right? It is the kind of hell that a person can only construct for themselves. Now, there have long been rumors that Nick and his wife were swingers, and that has been blown out the water, confirmed.
Well, this whole situation is the biggest self-nuke for Nick because A, it confirms drug usage cocaine theory and the swinger theory.
So was the drug usage such an? Why does Nick look the best out of all?
Right? He looked shitty like a few days ago, and then the day of his
maybe he just always looks shitty, and I'm just used to it. So anyway, yeah. So apparently, this woman
he's lost like 40 pounds in a year. So with that, a lot of people were saying like, "Are you doing drugs?"
Yeah.
And he's also on stream. He's also gotten a lot more fidgety.
Belligerent? Yeah.
No, not really belligerent. Well, although we have like
actually, let's just show it now. We have.
I would tie that more to the alcohol than the coke.
Let's show the. I have that stream clip.
The fidgetiness and the looking up at the ceiling cats. I might blame that one on this coke.
Let me upload a video file real quick, and we'll take a look at this. Yeah, so let me show you the stream. It was. Oh shit. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I attempted to export it and then realized I was exporting the entire 4-hour stream and not the in and out source sequence I had selected.
Hey.
All right.
Anime sucks. Kill.
So this is 3 hours and 50 minutes into this stream. And I just want to show you guys how quickly it goes downhill.
Anime sucks, but Copensteed. Law.
Like, he's high as a kite at this
Show on this stream and critique, please.
He's trying to read a super chat from this person called Anime Sucks Copenseed.
Yeah.
We sent him a picture.
Let's check it out. This is going to be a disaster.
No, Nick.
Why do I care, though?
Disaster.
I don't.
You look like you haven't slept in like 5 to 6 days, man.
Oh my goodness!
Now he sees the picture.
Here's have disgusting point interest.
The picture is of inflated fetish dragon.
Oh.
Which doesn't age very well when you know what happens next.
Like this.
Okay. Yeah. It'll be great to see.
Then he reads it again.
It'll be great to see them bring it up in court.
I can't get the fats on screen.
Can't get the fats.
Are you streaming tomorrow? Yes, that's the plan. At least at night, if not during the day and also at night. What I'll do, though, is I'll find Marco Randazza and I'll nail him to a cross. Does it matter what cross? No.
That's his lawyer in the...
Even if it's the light cross, I'll nail him.
Defamation.
Yeah, by the way.
You can pause this at any time if you need to.
Your beard is retarded.
It's easy to
Loves
talk in
me
between them, though,
from
obviously.
my mom. He'll say that and send us away.
I guess I will just.
Sure.
So he had called Montegraph a pedophile and got sued. Obviously, he appealed the jurisdiction ruling. He claims that it should be held in Chicago, I think, or I don't know, whatever, some other state where Montegraph was reportedly living, because they have better anti-slap rules where he could get lawyer fees. And so on Monday, this stream, he was reading the court case had finally come down on appeal and said, no, it's going to be held in Michigan. Minnesota, where he lives, where he can't go after fees. So he's on the hook. Even if he wins, he's still on the hook for the lawyer fees.
Which is crazy because Rekieta has already, like, during the Johnny Depp trial, like towards the end of that, he had talked about making, I think he was making $80,000 a month streaming that. And he said his goal was to get to 100K a month. Right. And that would be 1.2 million per year. Right. I assume he has money somewhere saved up. I mean, he's a lawyer. He's probably pretty good at keeping it from the government. You know what I mean? So,
well, like,
nobody wants to be forced to give away, you know, $250,000 that you earned over the course of, you know, streaming 6 hours or 4 hours every fucking night. Like, nobody wants to just give that away. But if it came to it, like, if he had played his cards right, he could have monetized this better. And, you know, like, obviously, if he didn't get arrested for all this other stuff, he'd be in a better position to recoup those losses through monetizing the lawsuit, right?
I should just point this out. Like, so during the Johnny Depp trial, he was doing a lot of the time, like 12-hour streams, like throughout the day for the fucking trial, and then he'd go at night and do another 3 or 4 hour stream. So like, he was raking in money. To extrapolate that out monthly,
right,
is unrealistic. But
yes, I'm just saying that is how much he claimed to be making during that time. That is almost certainly his most profitable time, because it was after Rittenhouse. So he had already built up an extreme audience just off of that, right?
Well, it was more than that. He took like steps, right? He first did,
and then he had Rumble exclusivity and all that.
Yeah, so like, he initially got his start covering the Dick Masterson case,
right?
Then I forget his name now. The Comicsgate guy.
Ethan Van Sciver?
No, not him. The one that was
the one that had Mark Wade.
Yeah, the Mark Wade lawsuit. The
guy who made his name. Oh my God! And why? As soon as you brought it up, it escaped my brain. It was the guy who made the Diversity in Comics YouTube channel. Zach.
Something. Anyway, that lawsuit, right? Then he dragged that into the Vic lawsuit. Then he dragged that into then that lawsuit he dragged the Vic thing out for a while, right? As long as he could, but then that started slowing down. But then Black Lives Matter shit happened, and he covered the cop trial.
Oh, right? Yeah, Derek Chauvin.
Yeah. And then the other cop that pulled over the kid and shot him and thought she was tasing him, right? I forget her name. And then Rittenhouse, and then Johnny Depp. So like, he's like, with each thing he got more and more audience, for his trial coverage. Meanwhile, he's also doing the well, I mean, he didn't start doing the live trial stuff until Chauvin, but yeah. Anyway, so that's how, and then he got the Rumble deal after the Johnny Depp trial, where he was exclusive to Rumble after 1 hour of streaming on YouTube.
God, JT is talking to nobody out here.
That's JT's MO,
That's normal, right? It's been so long. Welcome back. So he says Squally confirmed that Nick has no access to the GoFundMe money. Nick confirmed that. Like, that's never been on the table. Nobody.
Are you back in like 2019? These facts were long since dispelled. Anyway.
Yeah.
So that's the setup. So then he finally lost the appeal, got pissed off. He was reaming out his lawyer.
Hold on. I should clarify. I'm talking about the other JT. Wait, no, not that one. This JT. I'm not talking about JT Vega. Hello, JT Vega. You're always welcome.
Let's see. Holy shit.
So now he's going to read that again.
And Sneed says, Rekieta Law, I want to show this on stream.
He is yet to read the name correctly once.
Cantini is praised.
So now he's going to pull the image up again.
Yeah.
See the ugly inflation thing?
So he just said, why do you do this? Why now? People speculate there's someone under the desk.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I don't think so. So when I first saw this, pause it.
There is actually some more evidence for that.
Really?
Yeah.
The boosted audio?
Clip. Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't get it. I couldn't hear anything, but someone is in the room with him at the end of the stream, talking to him.
Wow.
At the very end of the stream, and I couldn't make out what they were saying.
So when
Nick's
you
basically like, "Oh, I've shut it off. I shut it off."
Oh, I see. Yeah. So obviously, I've been very busy these last the amount of shit that has come out that I cannot stay on top of is so fucking frustrating. Please donate to Patreon. Yeah, I desperately want to stay on top of this stuff. But...
All right, Random and I will walk you through this.
No, just real quick. So Random sent this in the Discord, and I checked it out, and I skipped forward a little bit, and I saw the part we're about to watch. Okay, now I just want to say, I thought he was doing this as a joke.
So I should preface this earlier in the stream, like 2 minutes ago, before this happens. I think maybe a little bit longer, like before, but he does bring up, or the topic of DSP does get brought up. Mm-hmm. So to be fair to Nick, that is on his mind, at least in some form, in his high brain right now.
Yeah. So just real quick, like every single thing that we have suggested here as what might be going on is better than the alternative, which is that he's looking at the inflation fetish artwork.
Yeah. I don't think that. Yeah, some people think that he's actually doing something here.
I don't think he is. He looks like he's making a joke, but let's go ahead and play. Everybody can make up their own mind.
So he's looking at,
he's biting his finger, and clearly
his right arm is doing something.
He did pull up the picture, and then he did that.
Why is my camera still on?
It's such a crazy thing, right? Like, it looks to me like when you do...
You can't rub one out that fast. Like, it's impossible.
Randy can.
Look, man, the utilitarian masturbator says it can't be done. All right, that's good enough for me.
There's also some more trauma that got dropped today from Aaron, who we have not brought up yet, but I will just say has thrown some accusations at Nick saying that he's kind of limp.
Yeah,
And-
is Aaron is April's husband, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Soon to
Yeah.
be,
So I'm sorry, we're doing a terrible job explaining this, but basically, it's been long suspected that because apparently Nick and Kayla, Lady Rackets, right, have been going to swingers parties, right? It's been long talked about on Kiwi Farms and whatnot. Like your life is not private, right? They've been.
Yeah, well, the big thing was he went to, I think it was right at the end of the Johnny Depp trial, he went on vacation to a Caribbean resort.
Mhm.
That resort was known on that weekend that he was there, was known for having a swingers party thing happening. And Nick even says that he was proposed to by some swingers
Mhm.
on that weekend. And he said, "Oh, well, I turned them down, but it was funny that they asked." So
Yeah.
there is
So it
valid
appears. I mean, it's. I don't want to make any definitive statements because I don't fucking know any of this stuff that's going on. I don't know what's happening in their life, right? But I do know what other people are saying. So this guy Aaron is married to April, and apparently he and April and Nick and Lady Rackets basically swapped partners. So
yes,
Aaron's sleeping with Lady Rackets and Nick is sleeping with April. Okay, that's what the word on the street is.
But that's
what
according
Aaron
to
is purporting.
Aaron.
Yes, and Aaron was pretty kind in the stream. He was simping hard for Lady Rackets. He was. I didn't watch the whole stream.
Did you watch the kick stream?
Yeah, I only tuned in for here and there, but he was fairly kind.
He is not a fan of Nick.
Yeah, he's not a fan of Nick. He could have been a much bigger dick. So that I'm just saying that like the things he did say hold a little bit more weight to me because he could have been a complete asshole and he wasn't. Okay. So he alleges that Nick brought drugs to his house. And apparently he didn't know that his second wife, I think April's his second wife.
There's definitely a previous wife.
Yeah. He didn't know that she was doing cocaine with Nick and Nick's wife.
No, he did know.
Well, he learned that at this incident where they brought the stuff into his house, and he knew that they were doing it. He didn't know that his then wife was doing it too.
I might have misunderstood, but I'm pretty sure he knew. It's just he didn't want it at their house, and he didn't know that she had brought it.
Did you watch the entire kick stream?
Not the entire one.
Okay,
no.
because the part that I got to, the part that I saw, he was talking about an incident that occurred at his house where he learned that April was also doing the cocaine because they had rolled out, or I don't know what the terminology is for doing cocaine, but they did a line or something for her. Like it was expressed that this was for her. Right. And he claimed that he had demanded that they never bring drugs into his house because his kids are there. His kids from his first wife. Right. And some of his kids are very young, like 4 years old or something like that. Right.
I believe I saw that part. And the way I interpreted that part was he had known they were doing drugs. He had also partake in said drugs at certain points. But the rule
that's
was,
right. Yeah, because he did eventually go on to say that that he wasn't blameless in everything because he was also doing the drugs, but he got out early enough that he didn't get caught up in the arrest or something like that.
Oh yeah, definitely early enough for that. But so he at that point he was just mad that they brought it to the house.
Yeah,
and he didn't know that she had brought it to the house with Nick.
So let's play a little bit more of this because I have the court document. I will look at what the court documents say, and then some of the additional context of what we're going to say here is going to demystify a little bit of what the court documents say. So let's just play a little bit more of this.
Trying to shut the show down. I'm like, oh, we'll play the credits. No, what we'll do is we'll sit here, guys. Here's the credits. Oh my God, Nick's drunk. Yes. Cool. I'll do it at your kid's family thing or whatever. Why would you hire me as a babysitter? Don't. You should hire me, though. It's an asshole. An asshole. Here I am. Anime.
Now he's reading it
Anime
for the
sucks.
third time.
Kelp and or Sneed since Rekieta Law. Show this on stream.
He only super chatted once.
Please.
Yeah. So this is the third
I don't know
time
what
at
that
least
is.
that he's covering this same super chat.
A bunch of degenerate Japanese shit in my air cone because it can't fucking spade it.
Okay, hold on. No. We're talking about Aaron. We're talking about the other guy. Aaron was married before April. He discussed in the kick stream with it, Random 11 and I were talking about, he discussed that the kids in the house did not belong to April. They were from his first wife. That's why I'm bringing it up. It's not about Nick being married before Lady Rackets.
Anime cock.
Fourth time.
And head sneezes. Get law.
Fourth time.
I show you this before the agents. Screen.
This is hard to watch.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to point something out. Look at him. Look at him, right?
My goodness.
Now I'm going to go back to the beginning. Watch what he was just 5 minutes before.
Anime. Anime sucks. Kelp. Anime sucks, but Kelp and Seed.
This is just 5 minutes before that, right? So I was describing it before as like, if you ever seen somebody who, let's say they did like a shot of Bacardi 151. It's like exceptionally high alcohol content, right? Or like 99 bananas or 99 apples or something with just that absurdly high alcohol content, right? And then it doesn't hit you immediately, but then it starts to hit you as you're going through it, right? And you just watch somebody just, fall off a cliff because it starts to hit their system. He took a 45-minute piss break during this stream. Like he literally got up.
Suspicious.
He got up, and there is like a. I didn't watch the stream, but in Premiere, when I cut that 5-minute clip out, I saw a huge chunk where the waveform of the microphone was gone, flatlined. And I was like, what's happening over here? And I scrubbed through it, and it's just his chair. And then I'm like, this seems like a long time. Yeah, fucking 45 minutes. He disappeared for that. So when he comes back, people noticed, much like myself, there was like what looked like a little
That was
bit
actually
of powder.
after the second bathroom break.
Yeah. So there's another bathroom break later, but when he came back, that was the joke earlier, by the way, when I left to go to the bathroom, that there was some powder on his nose or whatever, right? And then of course the stuff with that part I was showing you, right? Like obviously, like something's clearly wrong, right? It was pretty obvious to people that something was wrong. So let me go back to the screen share here. I want to show you something.
I would like to point out that after that clip that we just played, he then goes on to reread that super chat, I think at least another 2 times before he finally gets it together and ends the stream.
If you can believe it, we only showed 5 minutes. There's 10 minutes left in the stream. Like, he's talking about, cutting it off and doing the outro and stuff. It takes him so effing long. And then only one video plays that I saw, and that's the it means you're gay, right? So I saw this. This is the court document here. It says on May 23rd, 2024, at approximately 9:13 a.m., a search warrant was executed at Rekieta's house Nicholas Robert Rekieta, date of birth December 16th, 1981, and Kayla Christine Rekieta, date of birth March 9th, 1984, reside at the residence. As law enforcement approached the residence, Nick Rekieta was traveling southbound on 51st in a vehicle. Nick Rekieta was stopped by law enforcement. Upon knocking on the door of his house, a juvenile female opened the door and wouldn't let them in. Good girl. Nick Rekieta would not provide the door code to enter the residence, so law enforcement entered the home utilizing a door ram. Upon entry, law enforcement located Kayla Rekieta and April Imholt and 4 juveniles. Now, keep in mind, Nick has 5 kids. I don't know where the 5th one is. Maybe it was in the car with him.
Probably a friend's house.
I don't know. And 4 juveniles were also in the home. Officers noted the home was extremely cluttered. There were clothes everywhere, dirty dishes, dust, and an overall dirty home. Okay. So real quick, I just want to address this. First of all, I think that...
I mean, he has 5 kids.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to keep...
I think 2 cats? At least 1 cat.
Well, I don't...
And his nanny quit recently.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to keep your house in order when you have 5 kids. Right? Just throwing that out there, I think that this is less of a, oh my God, what's going on in their house, right? Now, the thing is, it says here there were clothes everywhere, right? In the stream with April's husband, he said that because Nick is a lawyer, he was able to get April out of trouble quickly by mentioning, like, not necessarily out of trouble, but like sort of he lessened the damage quickly by stating that she was only visiting. In actuality, she had moved in and all of her clothes got brought into the house and were all over the place, according to the husband. So the clothes everywhere may be referring to her clothes that are like in various bags and stuff, just kind of strewn about, right?
At one point, he also did say that like their kids' clothes were all over the place and they'd have to like go through piles of clothes to get like dance clothes together for their kids if they were going out for dance. So
okay, now clothes aside, that's kind of like the minimal part of this whole thing, right?
Yeah, like that's like the smallest blip on the radar. I love this part. Nick Rekieta returned to the home with law enforcement. He demanded a copy of the search warrant. When given a copy, he looked at it and threw it on the ground.
Threw it on the ground.
That is such a Nick thing to do. During the search, law enforcement located the following in the master bedroom. A yellow snort tube tested positive for cocaine. A black vial with white substance inside that field tested positive for cocaine and weighed 2.2 grams. 2 credit cards listed to April Imholt. A .22 caliber spent shell casing on the floor of the nightstand in the master bedroom. The following item was located underneath the bed in the master bedroom. A Sig Sauer, good choice, AR with several magazines and loose ammunition with a serial number. The following item was located in the master bedroom dresser. Glass container with a metal filter and grinder and glass container that field tested positive for cocaine. So I am not an expert on drugs. Does this indicate he was making meth or like turning it into crack cocaine or however that works?
I would not know.
So if I had to guess, and I don't know, I haven't watched Nick in a very long time. The last time I really watched Nick and made it a point to watch was the Rittenhouse Verdict, right? I did watch some of Johnny Depp, but I was just kind of like, I would put it on if I wanted to listen to something. You know what I mean? Like I was, I enjoyed his coverage, but it's like, I'm just saying like, I've really not kept up with it. And I've long said it's impossible for content creators to watch other content creators because there's not enough time to watch other creators and also create your content. It it takes too much time and too much effort, right? So I've kind of not kept up with what's going on with Nick, but the most charitable interpretation of this, I would say, is Nick made a very big blunder by going to that resort. And at the resort, possibly where it was not against the law, he got introduced to hardcore drugs or something, him and his wife, and they have been on a downward spiral ever since. That's what it seems like to me. And because Nick is a criminal defense attorney or whatever, it sounds like he probably knows a whole Rolodex of drug dealers.
Oh, God.
I also wonder, because he was doing the trials during the day and then the night streams at night. Now sometimes he'd be tired and he'd cancel the night show, but often he would do both.
Yeah.
If that was where it was introduced, if I could see someone saying I can't stay up this late, this so much energy, and then someone,
especially with
at
the
some
narco
point, said, "Yeah, here, why don't you do coke? It'll keep you up."
So just for any complete fucking idiots who might be watching,
just quickly, if he's making that much money, right? It's like, oh shit, I'm making so much money. I don't want to lose my audience for my night stream. I need to stay awake and keep the people from the night stream, because the Johnny Depp thing will end eventually, and I won't have those people to go back to.
Right.
So that I could see that potentially pushing him into doing something to try and stay awake and do both streams at the same time.
Yeah, so I definitely think that makes sense. But just so we're clear, again, to any complete idiot,
this is all speculation, obviously.
Yeah. To any idiots who might be watching, there is significant diminishing returns on the magic fairy dust that lets you do your night stream, because even caffeine causes a burnout, like a hardcore burnout, because the body is not designed to be able to do these things and go on forever, right? And for me, because my drug of choice is caffeine, when I have too much caffeine and try to burn the candle at both ends nonstop, because I don't have enough funding on Patreon, hint, that I burn out quick, man. It just becomes months of subpar content getting produced because you can't catch up on your sleep. And you have so much caffeine in your system that even when you do have a day you could take off and you do have time where you could go to sleep, you lay in bed and never fall asleep. Right? It's just it is a vicious cycle, right? And so not even once, guys, with the cocaine, any potential idiots in the audience.
JT Vegas said he also lost his bar in his state.
Meaning his ability to practice law. That's what he meant.
License?
Yeah.
And
I'm guessing.
No, he has not.
Yeah.
Unless that literally happened today, but I doubt it would have happened on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Everything that I've heard from all of the other, it was a year ago. He are you talking? He got a bar complaint, which never went anywhere, if that's what you're talking about, because he was going to potentially dox some people that sent in bar complaints. He got another bar complaint, and that one they were trying to. That one went farther than the rest of the bar complaints, and they tried to do something, but I'm almost positive that went nowhere. So as far as I'm aware, he is still a member of the bar. Okay. He literally
he joined the alcoholic bar, though.
The during the arraignment, he said that he was going to represent his wife and April, and the judge said, I know you're a lawyer, so I assume he is still able to practice right now.
Although
this might cause him to get suspended. Most of LawTube that I've heard from have said that this will probably not get him
disbarred.
Yeah, he won't lose his bar license from this, but he may get suspended for a little bit or something.
Mm-hmm. So the charges are 25 minimum, right? 25 years or $500,000
maximum.
Is it maximum?
Yeah, minimum would be insane. Jeez.
Well, because it was 25 grams of cocaine, right?
Yeah, but like, wouldn't you have to be a dealer to get that minimum?
Well, I think that the way that drug laws work in the United States is if you have more than a certain amount, automatically it is presumed you are a dealer or you had intent to sell, and it goes to the maximum penalty or whatever.
JT
Either
says
way, it is
minimum
or maximum.
Yeah. So real quick, I just want to say hello to
JT
Jason.
Knows shit, but
how you doing? Barbaric 8 Productions. I hope the cocoa was the best from Peru. Yeah, so we're talking about that's the kick stream we're talking about with Aaron Spill and everything.
Right, this JT, not the other JT. JT Vega may have been wrong about the bar thing, but this JT doesn't know shit. Except, well, I won't go there.
Unkono says thoughts on wage slavery. I will provide my thoughts when the Patreon is properly funded, and I am no longer a wage slave. JT says Nick Rekieta is a Corpus Christi resident. This is Corpus Christi, Texas behavior. No, he is not a Corpus Christi resident. He lives in Minnesota. He does have family in Texas, and he visits it often. I don't believe he is a resident.
I believe his corporation is a Texas corporation. I think he incorporated in Texas.
All right, so I'm just trying to. I don't know what you're answering. That's fucked up, AC. Come on, what are you talking about? When I said there might be a dummy in the audience, it's weird that you assumed it was you. All right. So let's see. It's more than just cocaine they found. Yeah, but it's not much more. I mean, it is Minnesota, which is like a deeply liberal state. Like, just fucking, what are you doing there, Nick? Levels of liberal.
They found 8 or something ketamine tablets.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, obviously, the report just says ketamine tablets. In theory, it could be narcolepsy drugs that he had that just test positive for ketamine.
Yeah, I mean, most of the ADD medication people take is like a medical version of speed, right? Like, it would test positive, So, I don't know, but I don't know if it is just his Provigil. It should be easy to prove. Right. But the question is, because I guess Lady Rackets had a prescription medication that she requested when she was in the jail. And inside of the pill bottle was more than just the pills she was supposed to be taking, including drug paraphernalia. So I don't know. I mean, clearly there's some serious things going on with them. That I really hope for their kids' sake, especially, I really hope they get sorted out. And like I said, it's crazy how much better Rekieta looked. Like it seems like whatever is going on, like he sobered up quick. By the time
I'm pretty sure it's mostly just the camera being like low res, so that way the wrinkles and crack.
No, because he's also on like live streams with the court, where you can see him. And yeah, the camera is pretty low resolution. The mic quality sucks, but he looks overall better. And let me put it this way. If you were a serious cokehead, and all of a sudden you didn't have access to it anymore because you got arrested, right? Because part of his bail had to do with he can't drink alcohol or take any mind-altering substances that aren't prescribed by a physician, and anybody put into that situation should look even worse than he looked on the stream, because going through withdrawals is not a fucking joke. I mean, if you court ordered me to not have caffeine, like I would look worse than Nick does, right? Like, so that's what I'm just saying. He looked pretty good considering.
Go back 30 seconds. What did you say?
What did I say? I said anybody who was a cokehead, who was doing lots of drugs like that, who all of a sudden was forced to go cold turkey due to a court order.
Okay, so there you go. We don't know that he's forced to do anything for a court order.
Okay,
That was
in
his
the
bond
stream.
condition.
No, I guess it's not in the Kick stream, but it was a different stream I was watching. There was a stream of him where you can see him talking to a judge via like Zoom.
Yeah, that's his arraignment. Yeah, his bail hearing.
Yeah. So in that stream, part of
He said
the
his bond condition was that he can't do drugs, blah blah. You can't leave the state without permission. Blah,
So
blah, blah.
there are,
and he said that there would be drug testing, random drugs testing or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Now that doesn't mean that Nick is not taking it, but
but
he's in the
Can you
county
just let
jail.
me explain? Can you just let me explain?
Go ahead.
So he was there for bail, and he pleaded not guilty, right? And then the bail suggestion was $50,000 or all these requirements. You can't do drugs. You're gonna have testing. All this stuff. It was a big or. So if he put up the 50,000, or if he got a bondsman to put up the 10%, or he puts up the 10%, so 5,000, and then the bondsman puts up the rest at whatever percent interest, then none of those stipulations come in. So in that case, he would only have been cold turkey for the whatever day he was in jail for.
Yeah. So your gripe is about the fact that I said it was court ordered, and it might not actually be court ordered.
Correct.
Right? But let's take that off the table for a minute. The point is that in the moment I'm describing, where he looks significantly better than you'd expect him to look, he's in custody. Therefore, he is not doing drugs unless he's snorting them out of the asshole of some other guy in the jail cell.
He was at least 24 hours sober from everything.
Yeah. And so with that in mind, I'm just saying he looks like he's doing better than you would expect somebody in his shoes to be doing.
I still think it's heavily the camera.
It could be. It could be helping, right? But the point is that that, like, on the bright side, hoping for the best, it looks like he's taking it fairly well, right? Now,
and I should just say, as far as we know, I don't know where it would be if you could look it up. But as far as I know, we don't know if he paid the money or if he's on the supervised release.
I thought I heard he paid the bond and his wife.
I've heard both
know.
things.
So there's some.
So his wife had
extra...
similar things, so he would have to put up $10K total for both him and his wife.
$10K? You mean
$100K?
Yeah, because you need 10% of the
10% of it.
Oh, for the bond? Yeah. Okay. So so let's look real quick. Hearing info from this morning. Nick is representing himself and his wife.
And he tried to represent
April
as well.
Yeah.
But
now there's a saying in law. A lawyer who represents himself has a fool for a client. Now they're going to say 25 grams, a gun charge, and child endangerment charge. He was unaware April was released earlier, LOL. She probably already took a deal, LMFAO.
So to be clear,
I
a
think
lot of people were speculating, with the child endangerment stuff, like, oh, maybe there was an argument with both of them, and they both drew guns, and the children are around, and maybe one of the kids called it in. It's
from what I heard,
I'm pretty sure they just, like, as we kind of read, you know, he was out and about and stuff, and they just happened to find it in their search. Like, it wasn't like this huge dramatic, like, oh my god, someone might kill each other thing.
Right. So from what I heard, the reason that the police showed up at all was because a pastor had done a what do they call it?
Mandatory,
like a mandatory
something or other.
Something, yeah. Like, so basically,
mandatory reporter.
He felt obligated that there was enough concern. Basically, it was his impression.
The idea of a mandatory reporter is if you are in a position of trust with kids, and you see something that is like that would lead to like neglect or abuse or something, by law you have to report it.
Yeah. So basically,
if they find out that you knew about it and it gets reported somewhere else, and they find out that you knew about it, you are now liable.
Yeah. So in the situation, God damn it, I can never find this thing. Okay. So in the situation during the kick stream, Aaron talked about how his big stipulation was do not bring drugs into my house, right? And apparently Nick was sitting on Aaron's couch, and he got up and went to the bedroom or whatever to have sex with April or whatever happened. And Aaron found a blue tube of something in the couch, and he said something like, it's just bubbles. Like the kids are just playing with bubbles, right? And he's like, as he's like trying to talk himself down, like this is nothing, and that he opens it up and it's cocaine. And he said he flew off the handlebars, like he lost it because it fell out of Nick's pocket and landed in the couch where the kids were playing, and his 4-year-old could find that. And like cocaine is not a joke, man. Like if a little tiny body gets a little bit of that on their hands and it just like permeates the skin, like you could quickly, have a dead kid. You know what I mean? So there's just
Aaron is also like very biased, so like
of
his
course.
comments.
But the point is that Aaron is talking about his own kid's safety here, right? Now think about this. If this is true, let's just treat this as though it's true. Let's say that something similar happened at Nick's house, and one of his kids found a trinket that to them is just a cool little trinket, a little piece of metal or something. But the pastor, like, hey, what you got there, right? Sees it and recognizes what it is, right? Like that it's for drugs, and that could be all it takes for the child endangerment, right?
Who knows?
Aaron did say in the stream that he never, ever once saw Nick or Kayla harm their kids. However, he did say, and I thought he was talking about April. He might have been talking about April, but I assume it goes for both, right? That his own kids made a comment to him, which is kind of what pulled him out of the, the whole drug scene. And like he got away before everybody else got caught or whatever, was that, shit, I totally lost my train of thought.
His kids told him that
they didn't like the fact that, like, basically the way he put it is that April is a mom only when it's convenient or something like that, that she loves the children only when it was convenient, and the kids could tell. And the kids made a statement to him about how he's the only one who comes out of the bedroom to talk to them or something like that, right? And it's like basically
Are you talking no, he was talking about, I think you're conflicting two different things here. So he was, well, at least from what I saw,
I very much could be. I was feverishly trying to get the doc finished while
So he was talking about his own kids, saying that
about April,
they didn't like being at the Reketas anymore because there was like distance.
They said something like they just have a tablet put in the front of their face or something like that.
No, that was about Rekeita's kids.
Okay.
So Aaron's kids told him they don't like being there anymore because they didn't like Kayla. She was like super distant or something, and they didn't like being there. Then he also talked about Rekeita's kids, and Rekeita's kids said they're just sitting in the house doing nothing when mom and dad are in their bedroom doing sex and drugs all day, and all they have are their iPads.
Yeah, and so to dispel the rumors, just sort of doing a terrible job on this, but try to build a case here, is that child endangerment is as simple as being a bare minimum parent, right?
Well, so here's the thing, right? So you have religious. So Nick is religious. He goes to church. Well, he's supposedly religious, right? His family's supposed to be religious. They go to church or whatever. They're in that like family co-op like schooling thing for his kids. Yeah. Now, so they go to this church and they send the kids in every time. Nick has had a nanny that has been handling all of the kids, like doing the running around with the kids and everything. Apparently, according to Aaron, the nanny left when she couldn't handle the sex and the like just.
Can you imagine being given the job of watching somebody's kids while they have orgies in the next room? Like, yeah, I don't blame her.
So she quit. That's what Aaron says. Okay. So
the idea was sort of the cover story was that April was the new nanny, but really they were just screwing.
I don't really know if
that's what Aaron that's how he sort of put it out there.
But anyway, so the old nanny was gone. And in the kid's point of view, right? Or well, in a pastor's point of view, the nanny's gone, and now they have this new woman who's kind of like, oh, you know, there's town gossip about her, like they're having threesomes and shit. And then also Nick is very public about being online, and anyone can go watch his streams, and even ignoring the drugs. He's very clearly intoxicated on these streams.
And so
that alone
Aaron
might have
Aaron
been
is also a
pastor.
content creator, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what he does. What is this thing? Steel Toe Productions or something like that?
Yeah, something like
that. So
podcast or something.
He mentioned that Nick got kicked out of the co-op because Nick used to be a teacher at the homeschool group. And he said that if anybody watched my streams, referring to his own, Aaron's, I'd have gotten kicked out of there. Like, what is Nick thinking? Of course he's going to get kicked out eventually, right? So,
well, that's separate. But just in terms of mandatory reporting, right? They see a kid lose their primary guardian essentially by the nanny because all intents and purposes, this nanny was their primary guardian.
Yeah.
So they lost that. Then their actual parents get this new girl who's like a flingy thing. And then on top of that, their father is publicly drunk every night on stream for the most part.
Yeah.
That could be enough for the guy to be like, well, I'm going to.
He's gotten so much worse lately. With the drinking. Like, I mean, he is just, look.
I mean, it's also probably so much worse recently because it's also got cocaine. But yes.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that. God, this is so ridiculous. So let me put it this way.
Like, it's just absurd.
So this stream.
Goodness.
I'm not gonna play it some more, but he deleted this stream. Somebody else re-uploaded it. That's how I have access to it. Okay.
It was also on the Rumble, right? Undeleted.
Is it undeleted on Rumble?
I think he deleted it on Rumble, but he might have left it up on BitChute and whatever.
Odyssey.
I think he forgets he streams there sometimes.
Yeah. So the point is though that when I was trying, because I fully expected to do a stream tomorrow. Okay, it's Memorial Day. It's a great idea to have an extra day to get the dock refined, especially while I'm dealing with all this shit and getting my house in order. But it became clear to me that if I did the stream tomorrow, I wouldn't fit in the pod anymore. So I wanted to do it tonight, and then I can load up the rest of the stuff and it's done, right? And I was trying to figure out how best to, like set things up for the stream. So I was asking you, like, how do you want to do this? Because you guys are like following it way more than I am, Footnum and Random 11. But the question I was getting at, like, do you want to use this video, right? And the reason I need to know that is because the way that I do this is I download the videos so that I can upload them to Wayback Machine as a archived video. And then there's the archived version of the link in the doc, right? Now, you gave me a timestamp of 5 minutes, which is what we watched. So I was able to cut that out, right? Now, because of the way that I like to upload stuff to Wayback Machine, I like to use the actual tags and description and everything from the original content before it gets deleted. So I just searched Rekieta on Wayback Machine to see if somebody else had gotten the stream in better resolution, all that kind of stuff, when it was still up, right? And I gave up on that process pretty quickly just because, like, Wayback Machine doesn't sort stuff by, like, most recent or anything like that. But when I was looking through, I happened to see a stream that Rekieta had done with Lady Rackets titled, I'll pull it off and put it over there. Hold on. Can you guys see this?
In the preview.
Yep.
You don't see that right there?
Yeah, we see it now.
Yeah. So 18 years of marriage, a relationship stream with Lady Rackets. So this was put out, I guess this is the original date that it was uploaded on Nick's channel was October 2022.
This would have been at the resort.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Fuck. Gotta watch this eventually then. But I don't know. I just saw, first of all, look at them. I mean, they look very different than the mugshots, obviously. This is before the massive amount of drugs and everything, right? But also, I couldn't help but notice, I did the math on it, and my wife and I have been together for 18 years this year. Since we met. Yeah. And
we can expect in 2 years be drugged up and fallen.
No, well, I think I've learned the secret. I've watched enough. I watched enough people burn their lives to the ground, being hypocrites and whatnot, to realize that that polyamory shit doesn't fucking work. So don't goddamn invite it into your fucking life because it's gonna end badly. Yeah.
It's funny. That reminds me of how Andy Worski said the reason he's staying sober is because he's seen how Rekieta's just like lost it.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about freaking fuck, what's the name of the guy? Jack Murphy. Like I was thinking of Jack Murphy with the whole like that shit's going on. Like, how do you fucking live that life where you're that on the weekends and every other day you're on Tim Pool's podcast pretending to be like some manosphere like guru guy? You know what I mean? So the point is, it's fucking sad. Like it's a disaster for him and his family. And I don't know that you're ever going to recover from this. I just hope that, like, in terms of like your relationship with your spouse, right? Like you could probably recover fairly well, assuming the damage that has happened hasn't been so severe on your kids, because they had a nanny and stuff. A lot of people grow up like. One of my good friends, he grew up and his mom was a single mother. And so she had a nanny, and he used to talk about how he viewed the nanny as more of his mom than his real mom. And that's normal, I think, for kids. That's how it's going to be. You treat the person who's in your life as your parent, and so I say that to go on to say if the damage hasn't been too significant, I think the relationship with his kids can be restored. Obviously, he can get sober. He can kind of get his life back, but I don't think the relationship with his wife is ever going to be the same. I would not be surprised if they got a divorce. I just don't see it. Like, there's a line you can't cross with relationships. The second you invite somebody else to sleep with your wife is the time where there's no coming back. You know what I mean?
I feel like if they work on it, they can. Yeah. I feel like if they work on it, they can probably make it through till the kids are 18, but it would be tough to go on that after that.
Well,
I think part of it is
how old's the oldest ones?
I'm not sure.
I think the oldest one's 14, maybe 16. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't they like in a relationship since like high school or something like that?
Yeah.
So basically they'd be their first and only loves or something like that.
No, I think it was college actually, but
yeah, it was college.
Well, either way, what I'm getting at is that I feel like part of what's going on as well is they have the sunk cost fallacy. So the reason it's like one of them might have been
5
hey,
kids
let's entertain this idea of swinging, honey, rather than noping out of that. It's like, I have to go along with this because this is all I know. This is the only person I know. And if I can't make it work this way, then I don't know what to do.
I'm morbidly curious whose idea it was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
according to Aaron, I won't even get into it. It's just him talking shit. But anyway, back onto the actual court issues here. Mm-hmm. So we kind of skimmed over it. He got charged with a gun charges as well. Both him and Kayla got.
And the problem with the gun charges is that the drugs are involved.
That's literally the only problem.
The only reason that it is like, even an issue.
Yeah, had there been no drugs in the house, there would have been no charges.
Yeah, so similar to the thing I was talking about, where if you have more than a certain amount of a drug, you're considered a dealer, even if you've had no intention to deal, never dealt. The court couldn't prove you ever dealt because you never did. You're still treated as though you were a dealer, right? They have a zero tolerance sort of drug policy in most states, like the war on drugs from the 80s and whatever. Was built around, let's make the punishment so significant that you won't want to even have any drugs, because it'll be so easy to be, to ruin your entire life with it, right? Which has been a disaster across the board. A net negative, I would say, in terms of the war on drugs versus a net positive. So like that, same thing with the gun charge, right? That's what it is that in order to make it like, so that the punishment gets like a multiplier added to it. If you have a firearm in the house and you're caught with drugs, all of a sudden it's even worse. Whereas if these were separate, if these were separate, it wouldn't be an issue, right? But because they're combined, now it's an issue,
So I'd also just like to point out that the child endangerment, as far as I know, is just on Kayla. I don't think Nick has that. I could be wrong about that, but I think it's just on Kayla.
Oh fuck! Sorry, hold on. I don't like being lit like I'm in an open window. I'm trying to. There we go. That's a little better, right?
Your nose is very shiny.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just get a couple more.
Powder up a
so good. It's not working. I'm glad it worked when I did it at the beginning of the stream because I just feel like it also tastes really bad. It is Arm & Hammer pure baking soda, just in case the cops pull me over in the next couple days.
So that's what you like to store it in.
That looks like more than 25 grams, sir.
Well, it's 1 pound, 454 grams, but it's also only like that much left. So
he's a dealer. Bang, 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 bang. We got him. FBI, open up.
Anyway, so Gilzino asks, does this mean Nick's a cuck? LMAO. It kind of does.
Yeah.
It kind of does.
I mean,
I don't think Nick would.
I don't know if he was watching.
Yeah. Well, so the definition of a cuckold is somebody whose partner is sleeping with somebody else. That's the full stop, right? Like that's what it means. It's I think it's like a Shakespearean term, but it's not. It's a taken on a much more, the cuckoldry fetish, like derives its name from the concept of being cheated on, right?
He's not getting
the
off on
cuckoldry fetish is getting off on the fact that you're being cheated on, and can include watching and stuff. So, to be clear, no, it doesn't sound like Nick was watching somebody else rail his wife, except for maybe during the orgy at the fucking vacation thing. Like you might catch a glimpse of it happening, right? But I just don't think it cancels it out if you're banging the wife of the guy who's banging your wife. It just doesn't quite work that way. It's just a downward spiral.
Unless you're all in the same room, just swapping out every hour. Maybe
no. Once again, there are lines you don't cross.
You don't cross the lines; you just chop them.
Mr. Internet Aristocrat, don't know who that is, mentioned some things about him you would not believe. I hope Vic Mignogna disconnected Rekieta entirely, because he also drag into this. I doubt it. No, you're right. Horror movie lights. Vic Mignogna isn't still in contact with Nick. I don't know. Yep, he is a cuck. Wife sharing. So, Unkono, ask me the question. My wife just texted me, oh my gosh, what a thing to be talking about in a pod in front of our house. Like,
literally in the doghouse.
She could probably hear just the noise of me talking from outside of this door up into the window of the room she's in. Like,
what are your neighbors all say?
Fortunately, it's 10 o'clock. So anyway, yeah, Unkono, ask me the question about wage slavery on a different podcast than this one. We have a lot to go over tonight, and I'd love to answer your question and like talk about it, but not tonight. Cuckold is a bird term. It's a cuckoo.
So I was right when I said a couple of cuckoos. Oh!
Look what happened with Farrah Fatherless and Vic's ex-girlfriend. Is Vic... I can't, but people walking their dog, I bet you they could. But if you're walking your dog at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m., you deserve to hear this story. Is Vic still with Haley Todd? That's the question. Wonder how Drexel is taking all of this. Who knows? I don't.
That was another thing as part of his downward spiral, is that he was starting to like.
Drexel's been a bad influence on Nick, so.
Well, what is it? So he was calling with null and stuff, and he's like, "Hey, you should." I mean, well, he didn't say you should, but he was talking about like these things on the thread are wrong, and it's like, okay, well, why are you bringing that up if you're not requesting him to take it down? And it's like, you don't know how to interact with people and how to understand things or whatever. And he brings up the Drexel, quote unquote, grooming thing. And it's like, well, how am I wrong there? And he doesn't disprove it. So it's like, well, how you don't have a point if you're not even correct with your only example. But anyway, so I think his downfall started basically when he got signed with Rumble. I don't know if it like it's probably it just
because there's an
coincided
obligation to stream, right?
that too, but it's like I don't know if it just happened to be a coincidence that started then, or if it was the Rumble deal itself. But I think with the Rumble deal, it could have contributed to he's not getting nearly as many people on Rumble, and maybe that affects his psyche in some way. And like you said, the obligation thing, and then at a certain point he started like canceling all of his streams. So I was like, sorry guys, no show.
Well, when you got this shit going on in the background, all this drama, I could see why he kept canceling shows.
Yeah.
And then it got to a point where, like, I mean, as we know, he started drinking more, and then he made a fool of himself with the Montagraph thing. And because he has such, like, he has way too much pride and just can't let it go and just be like, okay, I shouldn't have said that. Because what did you say, Random 11, a while ago? That, like, he had 3 opportunities to take it back or something? Or wait, maybe that wasn't you. But either way,
I didn't.
If he had 3 opportunities to just say, sorry, that is not true, blah, blah, whatever, he could have, like, avoided the lawsuit altogether. But no, he's in this lawsuit, and he keeps on misquoting the thing he said. He's like, oh, all I said was he probably, or whatever. And it's like, that's not the quote. Man, when I heard the quote yesterday or whatever, I was shocked how much worse it was than I remember. But anyway, so he said the bad thing. He's in the lawsuit. This lawsuit is obviously severely affecting him in the way that it's like, it's all the extra stress, the financial drain. And once again, because he's so, like, he just cannot take the loss or whatever, and obviously he can't back down because he's in the stupid lawsuit.
Well, I mean, he's dealing
with
with a loss in income because of the loss of viewers, and he's no longer on contract with Rumble. Yeah. And on top of that, he's having these massive lawyer fees from this lawyer he's paying.
You think he's spending more money on lawyers or cocaine?
Yeah, and he's also trying to fund this cocaine habit for 3 people. All right. So,
well, if Boogie spent $100,000 on hookers, I wonder how much he's spent. But anyway, so
well, the Boogie price is real different from a normal person price, though. Come on.
Yeah, I guess he has to pay extra.
Boogie's paying the same rate he has to pay to rent the entire row of the airplane when he goes flying.
You're telling me hookers deal with pretty privilege? Like they hand out pretty privilege cards?
I'm saying that there's a liability. If Boogie rolled over wrong, they could die. So.
Yeah. They have to pay the premium. Let's get those primo.
They need to be able to make sure that they know that they can cover their hospital bills.
All right. So before I lose the train of thought, so the Montagraph lawsuit.
Hear this quote you're talking about.
Yeah,
I could hold the shovel, please. Yes.
He adamantly keeps defending it, and then he proceeds to further, like, defame him, like, just making everything so much more complicated and so much worse. And then as we see, like, I mean, I don't know when the cocaine started, but it's like it spiraled so far down, and obviously he's also doing it because it's like his life is just miserable at this point. And you can see it on his face. Like, he just looks...
I feel like the Coke thing has to be recent. How long ago was the swinger resort thing?
No, well, according to your archive thing, that was 2022. Which would make sense because it was right after the Johnny Depp trial.
That might have been it. I don't know. Like when I actually started getting the proceedings or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's just put it this way. Something has changed in his life between 1 year ago. Look, if you were to look at a picture of me from podcast 1, podcast 50, podcast 100, podcast 150, right? You would see a dramatic change like this.
However,
Right?
if our Patreon was skyrocketing where we could do this full
Yes.
time, you'd
Thank you
see
for
his
seeing where I'm
hairline
going.
ascend.
You will watch me age in reverse. Yeah. So,
You know, in that same time, I haven't changed one bit.
yeah, but
One pixel.
the
I haven't
point
changed
is,
in almost 20 years.
the point is that during this time, 4 years ago is 2020. This is when COVID's happening, right? Now, Nick dealt with COVID differently than I did, right? Obviously, I lost my place where I was living. I had to get a new job, right? I had to leave a job I thoroughly enjoyed, just got a promotion in, and like legitimately felt valued at. Because I lost my place, I had to quit right after, before I even got my first fucking paycheck, after I got my raise from my promotion. And life was fucking difficult, right? There are streams. I mean, I never quite looked this bad, but there were plenty of streams a year or two ago where I was basically at this point. You know what I mean? The difference is I didn't invite my wife to sleep with other guys. Right? That's the difference.
And your wife didn't invite you to go sleep with other women.
I didn't say that. No, I'm just kidding. Correct.
That's defamatory, okay?
No. I'd have refused regardless. But let's read this here. So Cinema Shogun says, what's currently unfolding with Nick is a classic example of what happens when you allow enablers to hype you up as you self-destruct. He was clear as day, starting to spiral out of control. When people voice their concerns, and I just, without naming any names, I have had 4 different people reach out to me, or not, I guess I shouldn't say they reach out to me, but they told me when we were in conversation that they were worried about Nick and that he wasn't the same person as when they met him at Anime Matsuri.
That they fell in love with.
And that they were sort of going through some grief that they lost a friend, a person that was previously friendly with them and is now biting their head off when they're trying to voice concern for him. Right? And this is to be expected when you start to get like certain levels of fame and success, that you're going to, like, the pressure of that makes you impossible to be able to relate to other people. Even when they can see what problems you're suffering with, it feels lonely at the top, to the point where you'll push other people away because it's so difficult to be there, right? So he goes on to say here, when people voice concerns, they were attacked by portions of his fan base. His subscribers cheered him on, sent him super chats to take more shots as he slowly dies on camera. So this is sort of the alcohol version of the Nikocado avocado thing, where like him and his friend like ate themselves into like obesity and diabetes and shit. You know, like they destroyed their lives eating shit on YouTube. You know what I mean? I reached out to Nick recently to let him know that I lost my uncle not too long ago. He was an alcoholic as well. And in his last days, he looked much like Nick does right now. I don't say any of this to be judgmental. It's just kind of hard not to say anything when you notice someone is standing on death's doorstep. I tried to reach out to Nick privately, but it didn't work. Now that everything is out in the public, I hope that he can get it together. If not for himself, then for his kids. I'm not close with Nick personally, but if you know him, or if you are close to him, you should try talking to him. He needs a good support system right now. People who actually care, not people who want to watch him spiral out of their entertainment. Or spiral out for their entertainment, I should say. So, in addition, Crumb said...
I would just jump in quickly and say, unfortunately, when someone has a problem like that, you telling them they have a problem is not going to help.
Right.
It's just not.
And especially somebody like Nick, who is so stubborn and cocky, right?
Driven.
It is a good quality to have when it's not fueling your vices. You know what I mean? Like in other situations, being steadfast and firm in your beliefs and whatnot is a good quality. But thinking you're right when you're burning your life to the ground is a bad quality, you know? So Crumb says, I lost a friend a long time ago, and just recently he was buried. Not because of drugs, but because of his stubborn pride. I see a lot of parallels with Rekieta. Maybe it's that he's too afraid or embarrassed to allow himself to be seen vulnerable. Maybe it's something else. Now, with that in mind, Rekieta put this out the day after he posted bail. What's happening today? Just woke up. What's going on? Right? Obviously, everybody's talking about him on the internet. He knows it. He says, I really wanted to go live tonight. Again, this is the 24th, the day after his bail was posted or whatever. I really wanted to go live tonight. I planned on doing locals tonight. I really wanted to do the first stream aftermath gay bullshit, but I'm really not feeling it. I'm sorry. I'll do something tomorrow. Right now, I just am drained and fucking tired. Again, 1 million people will have a whole slew of opinions about me and everything. That's fine. They've earned it. They don't know the story. They can't. But they get their opinions, and I deserve my public lashings. I ask people to focus on me and my failures and leave other people allegedly involved out of it. When it's grifting time, I'll tell you shitty jail stories or the good parts about having your house searched stories. I want to be jovial and optimistic for those things because they can be funny and self-deprecating. Tonight, I don't feel jovial. Peace, y'all. Talk soon. So that was on the same day. Then he said,
hold on. You may want to use that ad block or whatever to delete the comment section on that website.
So he said about the news. So, hey, obviously a lot has happened. I'm sorry. For legal purposes, it must be reiterated that the sorry is for the disruption and is in no way related to any pending legal matters. That said, please realize that no one has the full story or picture on anything. It's possible no one ever will. Nothing reported is accurate, and that's not their fault. I've seen so many supportive messages. Thank you for that. I'll still be doing stuff. I'm home now. Stay tuned for show announcements and stuff here on Locals. Nick, again, this is the 24th, the same day. 3 hours ago, he says, a brief message to the real one.
Hold on. Per that last message, so far, no videos have come out. Even
no streams, not on Locals, not on YouTube, not on any platform that we know.
Also, it is telling that he is trying to explain it away still. Like, no, you don't understand. Because whenever anyone brought up the fact that he was drinking too much, he would always give an excuse. Like, you guys don't understand. Streaming's hard and I'm stressed.
And why does Nick look old and decrepit? It's like, oh, it's the lighting. I figured it out.
It's the lighting. But his main thing was, you guys only see a small portion of my life, and that's not like representation of my entire life.
He's on stream all freaking day long.
And he only ever drinks during the stream. It's not something he does outside the stream. And so that's what he'd always say. So the fact that he's saying like, you still don't get the whole truth, and like it's kind of like giving the, well, you don't understand, it wasn't my Coke deal, right? Like,
honestly, I feel like the thing that he's more, like you can come back from Coke, right? It's the freaking like your wife sleeping with other people thing. I think is more like, you guys don't know the whole story. Lady Rackets and I have been separated for years. You know, just like there's got to be something that he feels he can still get out in front of or try to catch up to, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
the
especially
fact he
because
says, like he doesn't think people may never know the full story or whatever. I don't know, kind of alludes to me that he's literally just going to talk about like the funny things in jail and the funny dumb things about like getting searched. He's not even going to address the elephant in the room.
Yeah, I think
it seems very clear he wants to keep April out of it.
Right. And based on how Aaron was talking, it sounds like they're head over heels for each other's wives. And man, I don't know. The point is, he's clearly attempting to so he's playing a card right now, right? Like the card is, I'm not guilty. And if the court finds me not guilty or the charges are dropped or something like that, I can come back from this. And I will have a stream to do where I still retain most of my viewers, and it'll be possibly one of the biggest streams I've ever done, just because like so many people are so curious, you know what I mean? Like they want to know what's going on. Both my haters and my supporters are going to be there, you know, kind of thing. Like, but if I don't come back from this, then I'm going to be in jail for up to 25 years. And I don't think my channel will survive that, you know, kind of thing. Like he's probably thinking to himself, the best course of action is to just bait the hook a little bit and kind of, you know, keep it going. And if you get lucky and you beat the charges, then you get to continue with this extremely lucrative lifestyle. You know what I mean? And so I think that's that's the move he's making by saying, oh, you don't know yet. And it's like, truth is, Nick doesn't even know what the story is yet, what he's going to spin it as or say, you know? And this is the thing that people do. They reauthor their lives in crisis to put control retroactively back into their hands by creating a version of the narrative that makes it like they are the one in control, right? This is just a natural thing people do.
Yeah, that is something that he does quite frequently.
That's something that everybody does.
Well, I just mean in terms of like, there's been a few different drama surrounding Nick with other creators, and it becomes like, well, he said this and she said this or whatever. And Nick usually finds just like the Montegraph thing where he's like, well, I said probably, you know, he always seems to word it in a way where it's like, okay, well, that wasn't so bad. And then you realize, oh, well, the other person's saying you didn't word it like that. And the way they're saying you worded it, it's like, well, that would have been worse, you know?
Here's another thing. The thing is, he probably wouldn't have wanted to admit to his, you know, being so plastered that he made a mistake and said something stupid as well, right? So that's a secondary layer of his stupid pride, just being unable to just drop it and acknowledge, like, oh, I might have a bit of a problem here, or I made a mistake here.
So to set this up, anyway, the Kino Casino stream had been running for a little bit, but
was that the People's Populist Press on the stream with him?
Yeah, well, PPP, but
PPP.
yeah, sure.
I recognized his voice, and I was like, "Oh God, this is the guy who gets the last laugh."
So this was minutes after Medicare tweeted out that shit was going down on the stream where Aaron was going to talk about all the fucking sex and shit. So that's what this message was.
Oh, this message we're looking at here. Okay.
Yeah.
So so this was 3 hours ago, but that stream had been going on for quite a while. So you're saying that Jim, no, because he had already been talking about all that stuff before this even got posted.
Oh yeah, he'd been talking about, but he brought up the
Medicare
stream
drew attention to it, is what you're saying.
To the stream, yeah.
Yeah, so Medicare said if you want to hear all the sordid sex stuff that was going on, tune into this stream. And Nick then tries to get out ahead of it again and says, a brief message to the real ones, thanks. To the fake ones, I get it. So this might be a statement towards, to the real ones, legal mindset, uncivil law. To the fake ones, Medicare. Right? You think that might be what he's saying? That the people who turn around and backstab me?
I don't think, I mean, it'd be purely speculation.
Let's address something real quick. Something else that happened in the downward spiral of Nick Rekieta is that towards the end of the Johnny Depp thing, he got like banned off YouTube, right?
Yeah, and everyone tried to...
Right around the time when he was switching over to Rumble or whatever, he got banned off YouTube, and Legal Bites, I think her name was, like fucking wasted. No, like literally the day before, she's on a stream with Rekieta, right, and is getting her audience built up by riding his coattails, and then the literal next day after Rekieta's channel got terminated, she came out against him on stream, and it's like, lady,
I thought that was her just justifying the ban, saying like, "Oh, there's rules."
It's like literally every single person in your audience knows of you because of Nick, and here you are playing holier than thou and attacking him on your stream. So basically, during that, Nick effectively created LawTube. Right? Like the modern version of it, the non-legal eagle version of it is because of Nick. Right? And he created there was like the LawTubers, this group, right? He basically lifted all of them up with him when he did the Johnny Depp streams. And a couple of them have, I think, like, he still considers them close friends and whatnot. But then everybody else, I mean, I didn't watch the video, but I saw Tim Pool did a video about the arrest. The Quartering did one, and the Quartering was almost as bold as me with the Coke baking soda, right? But like he was just, Jeremy said something to the effect of, if the shoe was on the other foot, I'd expect Rekieta to do the same. Like, comment, make jokes at my expense and stuff if I got arrested for drugs or something, right? So anyway, so the point is, like, that might be what he's talking about, the real ones versus the fake ones, right? I don't know. I can't speak for Nick, obviously, right? But
I don't know who he's talking about specifically. Just quickly, he seems to idolize Medicare. I would doubt he cares what Medicare said. He'll rationalize that away in his brain. He doesn't give a shit, I would imagine.
Yeah.
To clarify on some timelines, Medicare 5 hours ago at 8 p.m. Eastern tweeted out the link to Kino Casino.
Mm-hmm.
And that tweet, locals thing, it's not going to show me the exact time, but it was 5 hours ago. It was basically right after. It was like 10 minutes after.
When you shared it on Discord, this screenshot said 1 minute ago.
Yeah.
If that helps.
No. That's because I saw it right away, and I shared the screenshot.
So I'm just saying, like, there's your timestamp. Look at your screenshot on your phone or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I see.
And then go 1 minute previous, and that's your time.
Yeah.
Let me just finish reading real quick. So he says, to those merely watching, every life is a show. Some just have the fortune or misfortune of having an audience at times. May you all find peace in your life, be encouraged and not discouraged. Hold fast to the people who actually care. Believe me, you'll know. See you all soon.
That's kind of bold, especially if it, the bad influences in his life that he did take. But I mean, he's not wrong.
Okay, so the order of events. Kino Casino started. I don't know when the fuck they started.
It's been streamed. They're probably still streaming right now. They're going on forever.
Yeah, Medicare tweeted out the link at 8:04 Eastern. At 8:06, he tweeted out April was a corner demon confirmed.
Was it what?
Corner demon.
A corner demon.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
At 8:08, he tweeted out, I was in bed with Nick's. He's quoting Aaron. I was in bed with Nick's wife one night. She told me we were soulmates. They sat us down later, upset about it. And then, he started getting into it. And then, like 10 minutes later, at around 8:26, that's when Nick posted this locals thing. So it was because, I guarantee you, it was because Medicare started talking about it. And he was like, okay, well, I'm going to go address this. And then, I don't know if you have it, but then he followed it up with another one saying, I'm not suicidal.
Medicare did?
No, Rekieta.
Rekieta did? No, I don't have that one. Should I just click
Yeah, you can click it. Should go back. Yeah, there you go. I'm not suicidal.
Well, I'm weirdly I'm weirdly relieved. Okay, yeah. Just FYI, I heard my last post was a little suicide sounding. That's what you had said. You thought, man, I hope he doesn't kill himself, right?
Yeah.
I apologize for that. My last post was hopeful, not suicidal. The world has stuck with me a while longer. Well, that's good. I mean,
well, the best hope is that he obviously takes this as his warning sign, and this is his lowest low, as everyone's saying, and gets off the drugs. Oh, hell, even gets rid of drinking. Because the thing is, like, seemingly he's like us in that we have addictive personalities here. Us collecting our anime, even though half of them we don't care about.
Or have
so
space
it's
for.
like he had the capacity to get addicted to the alcohol. So obviously when the cocaine came in, the addiction remained.
I think we all know the difference of what happened between 6 years ago, 4 years ago, 1 year, and current is that they ruined Warhammer, right? That's got to be it. That's where the decline in Nick really came from, is that they effeminized and DEI-ized Warhammer 40K.
No, he just switched classes. He wanted to become a warlock undead or something.
The guy on the right worships Slanesh.
Yeah. I do want to run down because it just happened today. Viva and Barnes did their stream today. Barnes mainly focused on the fact that, which we haven't brought up yet, it seems like they have trampled on Nick's rights, constitutional rights here.
So that's his get out of jail free card, huh?
Potentially. We didn't bring it up yet, but the Monday stream, he went on a rampage about the trial judge for the Montegraph case. Not the appeals court, but the base trial, who he had argued that, well, we should just get a directive verdict. We don't need discovery. And she said, well, I'll do the directive verdict after discovery. And he's like, that's retarded. Why would you do that? We don't disagree on anything that happened. The only disagreement is on damages. Why does he need discovery for damages? Now, that's a little bit disingenuous, I think, because part of Montegraph's claim, from what I understand, is that there was a conspiracy to defame him. So I would assume Montegraph is trying to pry into messages between different people to see if he can pull in other people into the lawsuit.
Right. So yes. Okay.
So, anyways, but he's pissed off at the lawyer or the judge. He has previous experience with this judge. Apparently, he made some other argument that she didn't really understand, and apparently, a day later or something, she finally agreed with him. And on the Monday stream, he called her dumb and all this stuff. Well, it turns out that his judge for this criminal issue will be that exact same judge.
Now, certainly she should recuse herself. Right?
Well,
then Nick does a stream and calls every judge stupid.
The judge has to recuse themselves, so maybe she just chooses not to that day.
It is Minnesota.
So Barnes had kind of brought up a point that Nick has kind of on various streams has gone in on the cops. He said, like, don't talk to cops. All cops are stupid. And he's gone in on their cops specifically. He's talking about a case where he had a civil dispute between two people, and he had a court order saying that that his client could go into the house and get whatever thing they owned out of the house, but the cop that was standing right there wouldn't enforce the legal decision that they were allowed to go in the house because it was a quote unquote civil matter, so their client couldn't get their property back, even though they had a court order. Anyway, so he's criticized the cops. He's obviously criticized the judge. He's criticized in that exact same stream. He also criticized his church. He criticized his whole like congregation of people. He probably doesn't have too many friends. So that could
criticism for you, criticism for everybody.
Yeah. So that could have also put him up as to why he got the mandatory reporting. Maybe his pastor didn't really like him talking shit about the church. I don't know. There was a question as to, we don't know the search warrant yet. Like, we haven't seen the actual warrant of what they were going in to look for specifically, and why it was authorized, what the motivation was or whatever, beyond the fact that there was some mandatory reporting thing. And we don't know who signed that warrant. It could be that the judge that he made fun of signed that warrant. And it would be notable because the mandatory reporting thing happened a week prior, and they waited a week to go into the house. So if there was a mandatory problem of like, well, a kid's in danger, you would think they would do that right away.
Right away. Yeah.
Yeah. And they waited a week, notably after the stream where Nick criticized the judge and the church. So Barnes was implying that it's possible this was revenge specifically for that stream, conveniently after that stream. Obviously, we'd have to see the warrant and see who signed it, see if maybe that pans out. The other issue
my question is, does that negate the coke?
Potentially, the problem is,
so something the way that the judicial system is set up is you can find the murder weapon, but if you find it in an unlawful way, it can't be presented as evidence.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, legitimately, the law is designed equally to hold, the enforcers' feet to the fire just as much as the criminals, right? And it's intelligently designed in such a way that prevents you from even being able to abuse it in some ways, right? Like, obviously it's not perfect, but it is designed very intelligently to prevent that. And so if you do not give somebody, for example, authorization to search your car, and they search it anyway, and that's just one example of like things where
anything they find, they can't take.
Yeah, there are some situations where like you do get a jail free card, right? And that might be what is going to happen, but we'll see, right? The legal system has been in shambles for the last couple of years, like just outright. I mean, look what they're doing to Trump right now. It's fucking ridiculous.
If the cops are smart, there's ways around it.
Yeah.
Like, potentially, if someone you're not allowed to wiretap people, right, without a warrant. Well, if the cops find out something in this warrantless wiretap, then they can turn around to a stoolie, right, and just say, "Hey, how about you tell me that you told me this?" right? And then it's like, oh well, we didn't learn this information from wiretapping it. We learned this information because some
This
stoolie
Frank
told
told
us.
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anonymous
So-
tip came in.
Yeah.
You know.
But in theory, it's supposed to protect your rights. So the way the search warrant was set up, it's Barnes was implying that, you know, if there was a mandatory reporter issue, the first step is a wellness check, not we're gonna bang your house in to go find and search your entire house.
I wonder if the fact that they caught up to Rekieta on his way, because he was driving down 51st Street. I wonder if because they found him on their way to his house, that they had some probable cause reasonings, like maybe they found cocaine on him or in his vehicle or something.
I doubt it.
Well,
it's
trying.
I'd have to look at a map. Have to look at a map, but my guess is they went to go serve the warrant. They had a bunch of police there. One was up the street. He was coming home. They stopped him before he got home. And then they said, okay, well, we're trying to get in your house. Will you let us in? No. And then he drove up the street.
He trained his
imagine
kids so well. They're like, if the police
Not
come
very
and want
far.
me in the house,
Well,
you tell them, get the fuck out of my property.
His wife
would be terrified.
His wife was home.
Yeah, but it sounded like a kid answered the door.
That is what it said. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, takeaway. There are issues with the search warrant. There are also issues with Barnes was saying that he finds the bail conditions obviously problematic, although that was more of like a fundamental constitutional issue.
Yeah,
if Nick
Rekieta was saying that as well. No, actually, I think it was the opposite for Rekieta. I think what he was asked if he took issue with it, he said he took issue with the bail amount, but not the conditions or something like that.
Yeah. He did mention that it's Eighth Amendment, something or other in the arraignment.
And that's the thing about being a lawyer is that in order to preserve your opportunities, you know, to challenge something, you kind of like there are steps where you have to throw every dart at the board that you have, right? Even if it seems dumb. Him verbalizing that in the arraignment might actually be the thing that gets it overturned because it is a violation of the Eighth. You know what I mean? Like it's just one of those things you have to throw every single dart you have, you know? So real quick, I just want to get a little bit caught up on chat. Billy the Kid Lawrence says, I thought Drexel was leaving the swinging lifestyle and all of that, or at least I remember Nick implying that due to him having some new girl he really cared for. If that's true, Drexel, I'm so happy for you. I hope that this relationship really works out for you guys. Now, I just want to say real quick, I only speak for myself. JT, I'm going to skip like all of your comments tonight. Just so we're clear, I don't have any issue with you. Okay? You're welcome to watch the stream. I have no ill will or anything like that. But just for tonight, we started super late. We got a massive show, and we're already 2 hours in. So just a heads up, you comment way too much for me to go through. I'm going to just skip right past you.
Just for tonight, he said, I'm back for one night only. Oh, no!
Yeah, well, I will, however, take JT Poopy Pants comments into consideration. Your pants are like fine. All right. Anyway, Lady Phoenix says, from what I've been hearing, the big change started around 6 months ago, referring to Nick's downwards, like just drastic downward spiral. Does 6 months ago sound like anything you remember happening? That would have been November last year.
Well, in terms of specifics, I don't remember, but definitely within the last year, his stuff has gone out the window. A lot of his streams have just turned into like nonsense. Like fundamentally, he's making sense. It wasn't like what you saw on Monday, but like he was just going on. Anymore. Yeah, and it was just going on and on about like, yeah, they're taking your rights away from you, and like, oh, they shouldn't be allowed to do this, and it's like that's all he's saying, and it was like 3 hours of nothing.
So, I feel like one of the benefits that we have, I got to be careful how I say this, just because I don't want to imply the opposite thing here. But one of the benefits that we have, that we are not funded primarily through our audience or just like from YouTube and all that stuff. Obviously, that's the goal, just to reiterate that again. But because we're not funded strictly from how well our streams are doing, it allows us to have a couple of off weeks or a month of, you know, like the last couple shows before I got the new laptop I mean, that was painful for a while, you know. For Nick, I think it's much harder when you see a level of success and you attain it. Like, there was a time when, as an artist, I stopped taking ADD medication. And all of a sudden, my art suffered dramatically. And it was very difficult for me because it was so frustrating to put pen to paper and know I'm better than this. Like, what the fuck? Why can't I get what I want out of these strokes of the pen? You know?
These strokes.
And I feel like for Nick, reaching a level of success from the Johnny Depp trial that elevated him magnitudes higher than he was doing, and then not having another high profile case in sight has made it very difficult to continue to do the show, because especially just as a social media, you know, influencer in general, like when you make your first, when you start out on YouTube, for example, and you get your first comment that did not come from somebody you know in real life who you told to watch your stuff, like that's a dopamine hit, right? But that only lasts so long, right? And then getting your 100th subscriber is like, that's, you go out and you buy champagne or some shit. I don't, you know, like you celebrate a little bit, right? But then once you get to your 10,000th subscriber, or maybe even higher than that, let's say 150,000 or so, I don't know. There's going to come a time where the numbers don't mean, like, you're growing by astronomical numbers every fucking day, but it doesn't feel like, you don't feel the difference, right? You become numb to it, you know? And I think for Rekieta, getting that success with Johnny Depp has left a void that has messed with him psychologically, the same way it messed with me to not be able to perform at the level I used to with art. You know, when I'm trying to draw something or sketch out an idea, and I just feel like, did I like break both my hands? Like, why does this look so ass compared to how I normally, or how I feel like I should be able to perform? You know what I mean? So I feel like that's really fucked with him a lot. I think that's the major issue. That's how I visualize it. But anyway, sorry. I'm like, I am choosing the most long-winded way of explaining every point. So I'm just going to go ahead. I am Good Husband of the Year. Skipping over your 1,000 other comments real quick. Mecha Jason, a hell of a job.
I'm picking that's finest.
Yeah, just picking the best ones. Let's see. People claim the curse in the medallion. Oh, yeah. So Sonichu, he got a Sonichu medallion, right? Medicare sent that to him, or what?
We don't know who sent it to him. It was addressed to his PO box with a return address of his house, I think.
And the postage wasn't paid. It was to be.
It's the fucking tiki from. It's the fucking.
It was cash on delivery. So he had to pay $2 to receive it.
$2.
Sonic medallion is legit cursed AF.
Apparently, Dick is gonna get it next.
Yeah. Been following Nick since 2019. It definitely feels like a good friend in a very dark place. Praying for him heavily. Yeah, that's a good point. A good place to move on to the next thing I want to show, which is I saw Stan Dolan had tweeted this. Not happy about the recent news. It makes me sad. I pray for the whole family. Your friends are there for you if you need them. So once again, it's like jokes aside and everything. I just want to say I share the same sentiment here. Like I am not at all happy about this, namely because Nick has 5 kids, and nobody should have to go through this. I am optimistic that coming out the other side, him, his kids, his whole family is going to come out better, but it will require some serious work. And I think that the problem is that like the YouTube grind, like the content creator thing, it's like it is such an unhealthy lifestyle long term. And Nick basically does what we do every week, every night. I mean, he prepares a little bit less, in terms like he has a
little bit less, probably a lot less.
Not at all.
Yeah.
In the recent 2 years, like there was no prep.
No prep. Yeah.
He might have one article that he wanted to talk about, and it'd be a coin flip if he even got to it.
Yeah. Anyway, so let's get continuing here. So Doug Tenaple says, my good friend Rekieta Law was on drugs on stream, and I don't find it funny, nor is it my place to fix him. I pray that God extends his grace and healing to Nick and his family, even as the law does its thing. It's important to stand by your friends when they walk through darkness, and I'm always there for Nick. I root for my friends, always encourage repentance, and see this as an opportunity for Nick to have courage and do what is right. Somebody commented on that, something I thought was aptly put. Everyone fails at times. Not everyone has a camera on them when they do. So that's the saga of Rekieta right now. I want to give you guys a chance to give your closing thoughts if you have any.
I pretty much said it.
Well, all right, then let's go to Vickers.
Yeah, I already said it earlier anyway.
Yeah.
Basically the same sentiments.
I ended with that because I feel like that's how everybody feels, right? We hope the best for Nick and his family and stuff, but obviously it's going to be a difficult, long road ahead. So,
and it's up to him.
It is.
You have to be want to be helped or whatever. Want to help yourself.
Yeah. I wish him $1 million, preferably not to be spent on coke.
Yeah. I think the hardest part of all of this, ironically, for him, it's like, look, now the world knows that my wife was fucking this other guy. Now the world knows that I did shit. Now the world knows that I may have had a woman under my desk during the stream, right? Now the world knows all these things. But you know what probably burns him up the most? Montegraph. Like, now I'm going to lose this lawsuit to that fat fuck.
I don't think he would lose it, although he might want to settle it now.
Yeah,
because
but that thing is like, I just like that's got to be the thing.
Well, no, he's lost in his own mind because, like we said, his pride. Like he could have right from the get go just settled or whatever anyway, and that's a loss.
You can settle any time, right?
Yeah,
still
but that's
settle
a loss. He's surrendering.
Well,
right?
Yeah, it would be a loss.
Yeah, he hasn't done it up to this point because he's too stubborn.
Did we lose AC?
I was wondering that too. I was like, do I need to leave? Because AC froze. Did my computer freeze? And then
7,000 gigabit internet. What's going on, bud?
It sounded like he was hitting the cables because his mic was kind of fraying out.
That's true. If he's Ethernet, that's literally his only lifeline to existing right now. So
maybe someone like pulled a lawnmower over that cable.
Yeah, they're just mowing the lawn at like 11
Did you
p.m.
catch the world?
That was weird. Okay. That was
The cable repaired itself.
no. I thought that Foodnum cut out, and then like because my feed was still normal, but obviously it's showing.
Wow, gaslighting me again.
Yeah, and then it just started the spiral. I was like, "Fuck, no!" So I went to the speed test, and now I am at. Oh no! Wait, that's the other. Yeah, I'm at 1/10.
no.
I'm at 1/10 what I was at earlier. Maybe I'll run it again real quick and just see what happens.
Just your neighbor outside pulling the cables because they're making too.
Honestly, the thought has crossed my mind that somebody might come by and cut the cord.
How much was that cord?
$48. It will end up in my expense report in the doc, and we'll see the monthly expenses are now showing that we are not profitable this month. So please fund us on Patreon. All right, so let's go into
$48 for a cable isn't terrible.
250. Yeah. So I found a 200 foot Ethernet cable, and it was $118. And
Don't buy that.
Fuck no, man. Then I found the 250 foot one, $48. So like that's more my.
Honestly, I'm surprised it even works.
Right? Holy shit! It's so goddamn long.
I'm surprised you're not 250 feet behind us in latency, right?
Right.
That's how.
Unless it's an active cable where it's got amplification. Like I'm pretty sure Cat 5e is only rated to 100 feet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Cat version you bought, but I wouldn't imagine it'd be any farther. But
let's
I don't know.
find out.
It's not important. We can find out later. Moving on.
Yeah.
I have it right here. It is a Cat 6.
Yeah, I think it's
underestimate
rated
his
for 100
autism.
feet. But anyway,
Okay. So let's look at some stuff now. Hold on, I'm trying to. For some reason, you can't screen share unless it's in the same window, and then you can move it afterward.
Did we skip pickups?
Pickups? We're doing pickups right now.
Here we go.
All right, foot down.
Oh.
You picked up Uzaki-chan wants to hang out. Ellie.
Season 2.
Season 2, Big Boob.
And it came with some extra features.
Why would you support Monica Rial and Nick Rekieta's trying time?
And that's my second attempt down there, and it feels like she's laughing at me. Ha! You thought you were going to get a not famous
Oh, bitch.
we've determined the secret, right? You got to order.
You got to order crackers with it.
Yeah. Then it comes in a box, and you're fine.
So Reese,
for just a quick update on just because it's related. Last week I bought Yu Yu Hakusho, and I have now got. I didn't post it in the pickups, but I have now got a good corner version using my cracker trick.
The good corner variant, limited edition.
Yeah, I recommend if you're buying from Amazon, buy crackers with whatever you're buying.
His preferred brand is Ritz.
Yeah,
Jesus, it is. So Reese, so the other day I was telling Reese that I got like 4 emails in a row that said like Sentai Filmworks received your order, Sentai Filmworks has shipped your order is out for delivery, your order has been delivered, like 4 fucking emails in a row. So I found out what happened, Reese, because I was telling Reese about this and then I just couldn't fucking find the emails. A little podcast lore here. When we switched over to having a website instead of hosting the docs on Facebook or Minds, one doc couldn't be transferred over because Facebook has been phasing out the notes, the doc feature in groups for a while. And just this one doc for podcast 42 was eluding us. So I said to myself, because I finished rewatching the last podcast, I'm just going to start watching podcast 42, take screenshots for the timestamps, and then I'm going to rebuild the doc from scratch. In that podcast, at the very beginning of that podcast, I shout out another YouTuber who went by the name of Starlight. And I was looking for that YouTuber's channel, and I searched Starlight in my Gmail, and it was the order I purchased Review Starlight in. So I'm just a fucking retard.
You just yourself.
I thought those were new emails because I had gotten sidetracked and came back to the tab and thought it was fresh. Yeah, so that was that. I also bought Mob Psycho 100 Season 3. It's the LE for me. It's upstairs. I'm not gonna grab it. Anyway, you picked up Mob Psycho.
You're in a pod. You can't go grab it.
No, legitimately I can't, because if I open this door, I can't close it again.
What?
I've got piss bottles in here and everything, just in case.
Oh, no.
I picked up Konosuba, An Explosion on This Wonderful World, and Mob Psycho 100 Season 3, Standard Edition.
Mm-hmm.
And so remember when we covered the Funimation Crunchyroll lawsuit, where they were sharing people's watch history and got the lawsuit against them?
No, vaguely, maybe.
So,
they had a lawsuit for the not being blind compliant.
Yeah, they weren't. The accessibility to the blind people wasn't up to date on Funimation.
That one I remember.
It was
this is from Crunchyroll.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Anyway, I apparently was.
Oh, that's right. So it's a class action lawsuit, and you got some money out of it. Is what you're trying to get to.
So I got some money in, which was like $30.
Nice.
So I bought these two ReZero figures with that.
The class action gave you credit to the store?
No, it was a digital gift, like a digital debit card.
To the store?
So you didn't have to spend it at the store?
No, I could have spent it anywhere.
Ah.
I just decided to, buy. I was looking.
You just decided to return the money to them?
Yeah.
Here's some money you paid me for the lawsuit. Give me some merch.
Man, I should have gotten in on that. Damn. Oh.
So anyway, I added it to my PayPal account and then just used it to cover this purchase for these two.
I thought you were going to say they comped you with two figures. I was going to say, well, that sucks.
Yeah, that'll be.
Here's your flat. March Comes in Like a Lion, Volume 2, artwork by Kentaro Miura, right?
I got this preview. I got one. I showed it last podcast, and they sent it to me in a bubble mailer.
Mm-hmm.
And it was all crinkled up. It was like, this is bullshit. I paid, they charged me like $8 for shipping. When I
should have bought some crackers.
Huh?
Some crackers from Yen Press or whatever, Denpa.
From Denpa's over their Twitter account. Yeah. I bought what I told this on last podcast or whatever podcast it was that I shared it. I had to buy the fucking dust jacket off of Twitter, and I wanted to have a book go with. Like I was trying to get volume 2 with it. They didn't have volume 2, but I did have volume 1, so I had them add volume 1 to the order. They charged me $8 for shipping. Should have been like $4 for medium mail, but whatever. They shipped it priority in a bubble mailer. It came all crinkled up. I was like, this is bullshit. What the fuck? I paid good money for this. Just send me another one or something. Or I didn't ask them to send me another one. I said, what the hell? And
full Karen.
So, full Karen. I don't care. I'll do it. I spent an hour in Walmart once for this, or something like that. I saw that eyebrow raise. So they sent me another one, again in a bubble mailer, but they put it in one of those like cardboard priority envelopes.
I think you skipped a portion. I just want to clarify for the audience. You bought another volume and asked them to put the dust cover on that volume, right?
Yeah, I bought when I initially ordered it.
Yeah.
But they didn't put it on the volume for me. They just put it in a bubble mailer, in the same bubble mailer, in another bubble mailer that had the book with it. And so it got all bent up and creased, and like I tried to flatten, I couldn't get it flattened out.
Well, that's literally what they're gonna do with the Discotech, or sorry, not Discotech, Animego exclusive slip cases. They're gonna flatten them,
covers.
which we're about to see in Randy's pickup.
And so they sent me another one. They put it inside of a, one of those cardboard mailers, like photo mailers almost, or whatever. Put that in a bubble mailer. Didn't stamp it. Do not bend. It was all bent to hell when it showed up. I was like, and it was even. This is
Definitely
even more.
bend, please.
This is even more bent up than the one I had originally. I was like, fuck it, just accept my fate. I'll take the original and toss this one out. And
Toss it. Give it to me. I don't know. I'll take it.
Too late.
Oh boy. Oh, Reese.
Anyway, do you want me to hit the button to go to the next thing?
Yeah, I guess I'm done with my story.
Well, no, I just asked you.
Your truth.
Stop talking. So.
And I went to Walmart. I've been wanting a standalone Lego Ford Anglia.
Oh, the ASMR is great.
I'm taking off the saran wrap I was protecting my keyboard from the cocaine with.
You could mute while you do that,
I didn't know that it was going to be so loud, considering I didn't.
You're in a metal box.
Well then, I guess you're going to have to deal with
potato wrinkles.
All right, it's done. Everyone, shut the fuck up. It's open. All right, so you wanted the Ford Anglia?
Yeah, the Ford Anglia, but every time, they've never once released it on its own. They've always released it with another set,
it was like $999, like $999 or $99.99. I mean. Anyway, keep going.
I didn't want to spend $65 for a Lego house and this little car, but they've released the cars in other sets 10 times almost at this point, and each one has gotten better and better, and this is the best one to date. So it's paid off, not going after.
Yeah.
So
I thought you said 10 podcasts ago that you're done with buying Lego.
Yeah.
Or that you don't buy Lego.
He's got to buy that Lego fleshlight.
This is a relapse, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, what an appropriate string for you to have a relapse on.
Yeah. And he snuck in his fucking pretzels too.
Right? There's a relapse there too.
Contraband.
All right. Randy, now your turn to tell us about your 4K heavy metal.
I bought 4K heavy metal and Blu-ray Heavy Metal 2000 on Steelbook.
Watch party when? Because I've never seen heavy metal.
It's not that good.
I want to show you a AMV of heavy metal that I watched that made me watch the movie. I'll post it in Discord at some point. But yeah, so there was a little bit of a mix-up. I didn't realize that Heavy Metal 2000 was only the Blu-ray edition, and then I was like, "Oh, maybe I'll read." 4K at the top, okay.
So I would have also made this mistake.
So I was considering returning it because I remember seeing a. And I also already have heavy metal on 4K in the normal release, just by itself. And I had remembered seeing the bundle of heavy metal and heavy metal 2000 on Blu-ray, and I was like, well, I'll just get that then. But what I had misremembered, and what I'd actually remembered was seeing this thing. Oh, I should also say I had pre-ordered this. This came up, and I was like, okay, I'll pre-order it, and it just came out recently. So I was like, okay. However,
years ago, by the way.
What had happened, is I had misremembered. I was remembering that this came out 2 years ago, and it was sold out. And then so I was like, okay, and it didn't look like it was coming back, so I just bought the standard release. And then it finally came back, but it had been so long that Amazon put it up as a pre-order. So when I thought it was new, and even though it was the same thing that had come out previously, anyway, so I'll be keeping it, I guess. But I also now have heavy metal on 4K
You just
standalone.
saw the one that you had original.
Right, when I started the channel, being a collector was like the fucking best, and now I just feel like every fucking week is just I'll keep it, I guess. Like,
Then I also got Paper Mario 1000 Year Door for the Switch, and
Did you get
because
2 slips?
I did get 2 slips.
What? That's, yeah, you're gonna be
I
rolling
bought 2
in it with
games.
both. Oh, what?
You bought 2 copies?
That's how I got 2 slips.
Oh.
So
Wow.
the
Well, then you're not
pre-order
special.
bonus.
What a loser.
The fuck. So the pre-order bonus for the game at GameStop in Canada was a retro style slipcover with the GameCube box art on one side, and then I guess the Switch box art on the other.
oof, there's a busty Goomba there on that cover. Whoa.
That's what I was saying last podcast.
That's not a Goomba.
That's not a Goomba?
That's a
No,
Goomba.
that's some like ghost thing.
Well, that's why
Yeah,
I
so
said I'm
I-
surprised they didn't censor that.
I had 2 pre-ordered. I was gonna cancel
Goomba
one,
is
but
actually
then
appropriate. Holy crap.
yeah. when we covered that story about them canceling the orders for Amazon and Walmart in the States, I was like, well, maybe this will be a short print run, so I'll keep 2, whatever. And then I got 2 slipcovers on top of that. And those slipcovers are going for like $200 online, like fucking crazy. The only way in the States to get it is if you went to the Nintendo store in New York. And they were limited there too, so
oh damn.
Worth some money.
Congrats.
But hold on. I was weighing the options of how worth it was. And I looked, and you can get the actual GameCube game for like $60 still.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and I was kind of demoralized. I'm like, is this really even going to be worth, like, even as a collectible? I mean, I still wanted it just because, you know, I've heard good things about specifically this one. So I got this too. I got the same day you did for some reason. I thought you'd get it way earlier.
Why didn't you post it on the pickups?
Because you posted it for me. No.
Did you get the slipcover?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, that's why I even got it in the first place.
No pics didn't happen.
JT says, I miss Musements and Farrah Fatherless. Okay, I'm going to bed. Goodbye forever, OCA podcast.
He's
R.I.P.
baiting.
JT.
I'm sad that he never got reunited with his pants.
With his pants. Yeah. AC was prepared. He brought piss bottles and jeans. Yep. It's true.
Seb, you need to do that clip. Clip. Damn it! It was way at the end of this Rekieta segment.
Okay.
It's eluding me, but I'm just look out for it if you rewatch.
All right. So, Reese,
It's a bunch of talk. This is
just okay.
This is me discovering that I misremembered all the fucking shit.
Me
about
showing
the
up with
movie.
receipts that he is misremembering.
Then I found the review from 2 years ago, and I realized what the fuck was going on.
Cool. Bobby Hill picked up Air Gear Save Edition.
That's my first anime release I bought.
Wow. Mega Mug picked up Inuyasha. I think those are the movies, right? Yeah, the movie.
That's
2, 3.
Two of the movies.
Yeah.
I would have just bought the 4-pack.
Jesus Christ. 18 film collection for Batman?
It is 80th anniversary.
I don't know why. I just assumed that they were all live action, but they're probably not. That's probably how.
I think they're all cartoons.
They're all animated. Yeah.
Wow.
Actually, maybe not.
What do you mean
that
they're
picture
animated?
looks like Adam West.
This one right here.
Yeah.
Does Mega Meg live in Canada or the States? Do you know this?
Canada, I think.
Okay.
I won't say
Well,
where.
If that's $50 Canadian, what is that US? Because you can get that set for $50 US on Amazon brand new.
Well, if it's 50 Canadian, it's not 50 US.
Yeah.
If it's 50 US, it would be like 75 Canadian plus shipping.
So this is a good deal for Mega Mug.
Of
if
all
that's
the
Canadian.
things to rip him on, You're not
Just
going to rip
saying,
them
that's
on
all-
getting
I-
the friggin' Batman collection. Like,
I just saw that for $50. I was like, wait a minute, how is that?
Is this the complete Power Stone? I don't think I ever bought Power Stone.
Hello.
And
it
also,
looks like 2 individual volumes, if I had to
3.
guess.
There's 3 volumes here. And volume 1 of Brain Powered. Cool. Hey, Reese, you want to rename that to 259?
Wow.
Ooh.
Burn.
My finger slipped. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Let's take a moment to remember a somber fallen comrade who's old as shit. Kabosu, the Shiba Inu behind the iconic Doge meme, has died at 18 years old.
Now we have confirmation that this is the Doge, right? Because last time it was just the bonk Doge.
Yes, it was the horny jail. Yeah.
It's the horny Doge. Now this is the real Doge.
Kabocha this morning, I fell into a deep sleep. She passed away gently as if she was sleeping while I stroked her. To everyone who loved Kabo-chan, thank you for all this time. R.I.P. Kabosu. May Dogecoin skyrocket in value.
In your favor.
I was gonna say it was about to tank, but yeah.
Seb, I remember the clip now. It's when he was talking about stroking it.
All right. In other news, voice actor Hideyuki Umezu passed away at 68. Nobody actually cares. That's why we're covering him after the dog. But when I was trying to find out who this was, I scrolled down and my eyes went to one fucking role and I said, yep, we got to cover it. He played a character named Erect in Broken Flame.
That's just giving me flashbacks to the SpongeBob articles. Erect and then broken his
What was that
leg.
kid's name in Golden Kamuy?
The kid?
Yeah, the boy kid, not the girl kid. Not
I
a
have no idea.
Like
Oh, that's his name, like Boner?
So yeah, I was like,
yeah. All right. Anyway, Gundam voice actor Toru Furuya admits to having an affair and apologizes. So
there was no mistake.
Apology?
What's up?
I said there was no mistake, but
Yeah.
then said, do you accept their apology?
Well, here's the thing. This is the article that we're going to start with. Gundam voice actor Toru Furuya admits to having an affair, apologizes. Comicbook.com said Sailor Moon and One Piece star Toru Furuya admits to adulterous, abusive affair with fan. Ooh, the scandal gets worse. And then Sankaku Complexes, Mobile Suit Gundam Amuro Ray Seiyu Furuya Toru admits to infidelity and uses a photo from Gundam of Amuro Ray getting slapped in the face to mimic the slapping he did for the girlfriend. So this is quite the story. I want to read this to you guys. Popular voice actor Toru Furuya, a veteran who voiced numerous iconic roles like Amuro Ray from the Mobile Suit Gundam, has admitted to an affair with a fan for years. Entertainment magazine Weekly Bunshim published an article claiming that Furuya had an affair with a fan for 4 years. Furuya was later interviewed by Bunshun and admitted to the accusations. Shortly after, Furuya issued a public statement and apology. In his statement, he said that his relationship with the fan lasted until September last year, initiating the relationship himself. He also admitted to striking her once during an argument and causing emotional distress to the woman, causing an abortion. Now, how do you interpret that statement? That is one sentence. He also admitted to striking her once during an argument and causing emotional distress to the woman, causing an abortion.
Nah, I like to think it's his signature move called Abortion Strike in his fighting game. As
Well,
honorary
do they mean abortion or do they mean miscarriage?
Miscarriage, right? Yeah. So
Right?
it's phrased in a very peculiar way. Furuya then apologized to the fan for the physical and mental toll he gave to her, and also apologized to his fans for not living to the standards of the characters he portrayed, and also betraying his fans' trust. I just think that's so fucking funny. Like, yep, I'm a flawed human. I'm not the protagonist to all the anime I voice in.
I slapped a woman so hard a doctor went up inside of her and gave her an abortion.
Honestly, man, like, I don't know what it is, but like, I kind of root for, like, the thing of, like I was trying to say before about Nick is like, yeah, he did a bunch of cocaine. I think you can come back from that. You can even come back from that even more badass. You know what I mean? But you don't come back from somebody else fucking your wife. Like that doesn't happen. You know. So
well, you can come back. You're just your audience is going to be a lot
you don't
less.
come back. You don't come back more badass when somebody else has been fucking your wife. You come back a shell of a person, right? So Furuya apologized, right? He said he is also prepared to atone for his actions for the rest of his life and is ready to accept whatever punishment is appropriate, including seppuku. Toru Furuya started as a child actor in the 1960s to the early 1970s, then shifting to voice acting. His big breakout was Amuro Ray in the 1979 anime Mobile Suit Gundam. He was later cast into another anime well into the 2000s. He was later cast into other anime well into the 2010s, from Tuxedo Mask and Sailor Moon, Ray Furuya / Toru Amuro in Detective Conan. So they made a character in Detective Conan that is named after both his real name and the character he played in fucking Gundam as an alter ego. He also voiced Yamcha in Dragon Ball and Ribbons Allmark in Gundam 00. So I wanted to start with this one, and then I want to take a look at this one. I just think it's funny that, like, depending on where you read about it, they chose a different anime as like the headline, right? So this is how Comic Book chose to translate his statements, right? Quote, I had an affair with a female fan, good thing you clarified, for 4.5 years until last September. I was attracted to her because of her straightforward support for me, and I foolishly contacted her myself to start the relationship. So, quick side note, I think that he feels obligated to mention this to try to keep his fans from attacking her, right? Because I think, especially in Japan, people will, like, if there's a scandal involved with the celebrity that people like, they will demonize the person who caused it, right? Like, oh, so-and-so had an affair. It's the woman's fault for seducing him, right? To try to keep the image of the person blameless, kind of thing, in their mind. During our relationship, we argued once, and I unintentionally raised my hand. Very different statement. It was the worst thing I could have done as an adult and as a human being.
And as a child.
That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing he could have done, is unintentionally raising his hand. I also made the unforgivable mistake of causing her to have an abortion. Like,
I accidentally told her, "Ho, get it out, or I'm gonna get you out."
I just think it's so funny.
I accidentally told her that if she doesn't have an abortion, I'm leaving her, and then she did, and I didn't mean for that to happen. Like,
but I left her anyway.
That was as unintentional as me unintentionally raising my hand. Right? So he said, I also made the unforgivable mistake of causing her to have an abortion. I am truly, truly sorry for the deep hurt that I caused the other woman, both physically and mentally. I cannot apologize enough for betraying the trust of all my fans who have supported me over the years, disappointing them hurting them and tarnishing my character. I just think it's so funny. Like, just imagine there's a scandal like this, and it's like the voice of SpongeBob, and he's just, I'm sorry, I didn't live up to the moral character of SpongeBob SquarePants.
I think
I flush you all down.
Maybe what he means by causing her to have an abortion is that he got her pregnant, therefore she had to get it aborted. So because he impregnated her in the first place, he's at fault.
That must be it. Says, I have also betrayed the trust of all those involved and have caused them a great deal of trouble. I will sincerely make amends with all my heart and soul with the rest of my life. I am prepared to accept any and all sanctions. I am truly sorry. So, Sankaku Complex had an extra note in here I thought we could read. They just said that he had been cheating on his wife with a fan in her 30s for a period of 4 years, right? So that's the difference between the other ones they didn't mention. Additionally, when his mistress got pregnant, he forced her to get an abortion. Now, last thing here, I did my own translation that I confirmed with ChatGPT. This time, I, Toru Furuya, have been interviewed by Shukan Bunshin. I would like to apologize and report about the serious sin I have committed. I had an affair with a female fan for a long period of 4 years, from September 4 years ago until last year. At first,
4 years ago.
At first, I was charmed by her, who supported me unconditionally, and I started to contact her on my own initiative. During our relationship, there was a time when we had an argument and I impulsively raised my hand against her. It was the worst behavior as an adult and as a human being. Additionally, I committed the unforgivable act of forcing her to have an abortion. I am truly, truly sorry for deeply hurting her both mentally and physically. I cannot apologize enough for betraying the trust of my longtime fans who have supported me, for disappointing, hurting, and tarnishing my character. I have betrayed the trust of everyone involved, causing them great inconvenience. I am prepared to devote the rest of my life to making sincere amends and accepting my punishment. Accepting any punishment. I am deeply sorry, Toru Furuya. Anyway, there you go. You want to think? Anybody got to say anything about that? You want to talk about?
Do you think he'll get fired?
No, I don't think he's really doing anything anymore. I think he's already retired.
I was gonna say, is he even hired?
Because they were saying that he did it through the 2010s.
No, but he voices a bunch of characters still. He voices what's his name? He voices a character in One Piece, Sabo. For sure. That's an ongoing role.
Vic and him.
Damn.
Yeah. A lot of people were pointing that out. Sabo's cursed. Johnny, don't fuck it up, Johnny.
Be careful, Johnny.
Yeah, we should get in the habit of praying for people before their massive fuck ups. All right.
Let's go.
Oh shit.
I pray for this podcast.
Yeah. Too late. All right, so we're missing something that should be in Kickstarter news. I'm going to grab it real quick.
I know.
All right, here we go. Actually, you know what? I want to cover this other thing first.
Belle Delphine.
Oh dear.
What?
I don't know. Whatever screen you had up there at the first tab, I think said like Belle Delphine selling something.
Oh, hold on. Am I screen sharing like the multiple windows or?
Your screen.
Well, no. Now you're on the Bounding into Comics, but.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. That's in my merch tab. These are things that aren't in the doc currently. Right. At least those specific things. That's like my repertoire of my 382 tabs. Yeah. We can cover that when we get to merch news if you want. Anyway, let's talk about this first. So, did you guys ever see the movie Shoot 'Em Up with Clive Owen?
No.
A long time ago.
Really good movie for a watch. Like very fun, very interesting, right? Shoot 'Em Up director Michael Davis is working on an animated sci-fi sequel called Blast 'Em Up. So if you ever peaked in like 2008 or whatever this movie came out.
I think 2006.
Fuck, man. Like, holy shit. He can't let it go. Let me show you. This is Stephen J. Bloom's Instagram.
2007.
Hey, Michael Davis is creating Blast 'em Up. Check out the trailer and get notified when the Kickstarter campaign goes live. Okay, so let me showcase to you this disaster of a pitch video.
Hi, I'm Michael Davis, writer-director of Shoot 'em Up. I want to take the super clever action that's in Shoot 'em Up and put that same cool, wild, imaginative action into a futuristic world.
Wow! You had me. You lost me. You lost me. You lost.
Hold on.
I recognize that sound effect from Star Wars Battlefront 2.
That looks like 2000s level
reboot
Canadian PSA. Like, I'm Astar. I lost a limb, but you can't.
When
Like,
did the
if you
film
look
come
up
out?
those-
2006, right? Reese was saying
2007.
The animation looks like it's from like 2000.
The animation looks like he made that before he made Shoot 'em Up. Like, that is the worst thing I have ever seen.
I'm looking at his IMDb. I have never heard of anything that he's done other than
Right? Is this the same Michael Davis that directed Shoot 'em Up? Or is this like some guy who stole his identity and is trying to pitch a Kickstarter with it? It just looks so bad. My wife says, or was it my wife or was it you, Reese, who said he looks like a cross between Clive Owen and Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh God, I can't believe how awful this looks. Like, Shoot 'em Up is great. Like, it's got such great fun action, but this thing is like, look, I shot a laser blast into the barrel of the gun, and then I swung around the villain's like chassis. Like, it's like fucking absurd. Oh no. Okay. Anyway, I got another Kickstarter we can look.
Let's hope this fails miserably.
All right. All right. The first music album manga, Dray X Fujimura. Tobias Dray's debut album, paired with a one-shot manga by Akeji Fujimura, an innovative full indie project. I don't know. Why does he look like the kid with the cerebral palsy for Breaking Bad? This is one of those things where you're like, I don't know. Hey, look at that. Kingdom Hearts. I don't know where this would go in my collection, but I want it to not exist so I don't have to figure it out. Why does he look like Robert Pattinson a little bit? Anyway, there's a thing.
What's it at? How much time is left?
Oh, it's not even close right now. It's at 5,000. It's got 14 days to go. It needs to get to 21,000. I'm going to put it in old doc. Forget to update it. Okay. All right, let's talk about some convention news. FanExpo Canada. Guest update. Justin Briner really wanted to meet you, but he can't make it to FanExpo Canada anymore. He looks forward to seeing all his fans the next time he's in Toronto. We have many more guest announcements on the way, so keep an eye on our socials. Naturally. Poor guy must have been fed up with the Deku X Airy questions.
Yeah, doesn't want to talk about them ships.
Right.
He really doesn't want to talk about them ships.
I would say he's got a pretty good excuse because he's doing the simul dub for the show right now.
Yeah, well, here's another thing.
Well,
Again?
FanExpo's in August. End of August.
Hopefully we get a good replacement, and maybe don't invite him if he's just gonna cancel every time. All right, and then I saw this. Chuck Huber said he's quoting David Icke, who's talking about the fact that AstraZeneca had to withdraw their COVID vaccines worldwide because they admitted in court that it can cause blood clots. So he says, hey, AWACon, remember when you canceled my contract because I refused to promote the vaccines on Twitter like you told me to, smiley face? Invite me back, and I'll accept that as your apology. Some dumbass here says, vaccines work, and health is a top priority. If you have no consideration for the health of others during a pandemic, the con did the right thing. You're fucking blind and stupid.
Seriously, vaccines only work on the people who take it. It affects nobody else. That's what a vaccine is. It affects nobody else except the person who takes it.
True, because vaccines do. There's this thing called vaccine shedding, and there's also herd immunity, right? So, if
the flu shot doesn't affect anybody else besides the person who takes the flu shot.
Well, if you're around somebody who took the flu shot, unfortunately, they're shedding that shit off onto you.
Oh.
So don't go near people who take the vaccine.
In theory, if you're in a group of a bunch of people that all took the flu shot and they all, because of the way the flu shot works, there's like multiple strains. So, and you're only, they all have the same strain immunity and you've only ever seen that immunity. In theory, it would help you if you were standing in the center of a room full of all these people that are inoculated. You potentially wouldn't be able to get the flu because it would need to travel through all these people that are standing around you first, and they're all
that's great in theory, but unfortunately, the CDC has admitted that they have never, not one single time, ever properly predicted the strain, and so the flu shot you've gotten every year has been useless.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, but there's
that's
a
like
survivor's bias as well, though, in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you give everyone a vaccine for strain A, it's logical that you would then expect to see a spike in strain B because everyone's inoculated against strain A.
Yeah, but who actually gets like that? That's a big if for the everyone part because very few people actually, in the grand scheme of things, actually get the vaccine or the flu shot or whatever. Anyway, I just think it's funny that Chuck Huber's taking no prisoners and calling people blind and stupid for actually thinking that the con did the right thing by trying to toe the line about forcing everybody to get vaccinated and shit.
I really hate that line. Dude, the right thing. It's so manipulative. That's freaking what Trudeau said. He's like, the people that did the right thing. It's NPC behavior, right? They hold on to their one.
It is 100% like the full-on talking point of it. Vaccines work and health is a top priority. Like they're safe and effective. Anyway,
it's like they don't know anything else. So if you say something that was 100% counters their thing, it's like next line in the system, like just throw it out because I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, they didn't reply, so
probably blocked him.
Yeah. So, I Parry Everything anime is going to have its North American premiere at Anime Expo 2024. I know what I'm doing a first impressions for. Yeah, so it's based on the novel I Parry Everything. So what do you mean I'm the strongest? I'm not even an adventurer yet.
This is basically what, the Dark Souls anime?
Is it? That sounds funny.
No. The whole point is because
because you parry. I get it. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it could be funny to see like an anime in the style of Dark Souls, where every
title does not make it sound funny.
Yeah, even though the way I've seen it played, the anime should be called "I Dodge Everything."
Right. I was gonna say, Greenlight. Have you been playing Stellar Blade?
I haven't in the last couple weeks. Now I've been playing other games, but I played it like 2 to 3 weeks ago. Why?
Have you gotten to the part where you go to the wastelands and after the city?
Yes.
Okay, just curious. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I found it very annoying to find all the stupid solar panel stuff.
The solar panel, well, actually, because there are multiple. It says it's still in. It says it's
One
still
of
in
the
progress
towers,
for me.
I had to link up all the like power supplies or whatever. I found that really
Yeah,
annoying.
it's the way I described it to my son. My son asked me if I'm enjoying the game, and I said, "I'm doing a bunch of things that a person should enjoy, but I'm not getting any enjoyment out of this game, right? In terms of like, it just feels like work, you know. And I knew this going in that it's not my type of game. You know what I mean? I just don't think the puzzles are that good. And one of the things that really fucking frustrates me about it is there's a button prompt to interact with things that you hit R2, and there are some things that it's like if you're not fucking in the exact pixel perfect position, 100%. You fucking can't interact with it.
100%.
I'm glad we're talking about it now during this segment.
The reason I was talking about it is because
it's
similar to Dark Souls, right? Anyway, I'm done. All right, live action news. And let's open up streaming news while we're here.
Because you will be bringing it up in gaming, I assume, right?
Yeah. So Blackjack announced their casting for Pinoko.
Wow. She's not black.
Anyway, remember, she's 17. Anyway, also live action Drops of God got a season 2 announcement. So this is on Apple Plus or whatever that is, Apple TV Plus. Moving on. Blue Archive, the animation, is getting an English subtitled YouTube release in May of this year. So this month, I guess I should say. What the fuck? It's May 22nd when you write this article? Like what? Okay.
Should be like
it's going to begin broadcasting in April. Fucking amazing. So it's getting the YouTube release in May, but the anime doesn't even start broadcasting until April. Is that what's going on here?
It started broadcasting last month, is what they should have said.
Yeah. So broadcasting on TV in April.
Fucking great. I love that I just accidentally opened that. That's wonderful. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so let's close this. No need to get hung up on every article, he said to himself.
That's pretty hard.
Toonami gets
of
nostalgic with Rewind Block featuring.
No, you got to reread it from the start.
No, Dragon Ball Z Kai and Naruto. Yeah. So, Greenline, you were talking about this last podcast. I think?
Yeah. Reese told me about it. Didn't know it existed at the time. I was like, oh shoot, yeah.
How nostalgic is it when you get to watch your Sailor Moon, but it's the Viz dub?
Well, the Viz dub is better. So
with the Viz pink,
it's not very nostalgic, but
yeah, is it pink for the nostalgia? It kind of looks
really
like
cool.
It is.
No, it doesn't kind of look like it is. It is. They
so
don't
it's
have
nostalgic
fixed.
then. It's great.
You know, it'd be really cool
because your DVDs have the.
I know the irony is that it feels nostalgic, but it's not actually how you experienced it.
It's the reverse rose tinted goggles.
It's yeah.
You know, what'd be really cool is if they put the ocean dub of Dragon Ball Kai on that block instead.
Yeah, so you watch the ocean dub at 5:30 and then the Funimation dub at 6 p.m.
No, I wouldn't go that far, but just randomly drop the ocean dub.
I saw people bitching that it was Kai, and it's like, well, they have the license for Kai. They're not going to just grab the license for regular DBZ. It's like, we already have Kai. Let's just use Kai.
Yeah.
I assume it's a bundle. Can't imagine they're different.
Hold on, come back. I think you forgot to mention that this is Friday afternoons.
Yes, it's Friday afternoons, and
not like Saturday nights for Toonami. This is literally Friday afternoons. They're slowly bringing back the Toonami block.
Nice, with Naruto, nonetheless.
Is Tom gonna be there?
I assume so.
Probably.
So Johnny Somali threatened to sue PewDiePie.
So he was in that new video.
Mm-hmm. So basically, PewDiePie did a video titled "YouTubers Are Ruining Japan," and there's a segment in it where he talks about Johnny Somali.
To no surprise,
he says they kicked him out. Japan has a 99% conviction rate. That's the thing. Japan is nice, but if you fuck around, you're done. In one of the clips, Johnny Somali states, quote, "They're acting like I'm a terrorist or something." PewDiePie reacts saying, "There you go. They said it. He's an actual terrorist." PewDiePie then mocked, "But he's been yelling Fukushima, Nagasaki, we'll do it again." And it was like, I can't believe they actually treat me like I'm a terrorist. How can they possibly? Anyway, bomb Japan.
Well, they also, in that clip, they also talk about the sushi terrorists.
Yeah.
Where they're going to the conveyor belt sushi places.
Yeah. I mean, he talks about a bunch of people, including like Logan Paul or whoever went to the suicide forest.
But he also blurred his face, and because he didn't want to give
refused
these
to
people
say
attention.
his name. Yeah,
yeah. So I don't see how. I mean, there might still be a liable case, but
also I just want to point out, PewDiePie has what, over 100 million subscribers?
Yeah.
Go ahead and sue Johnny Somali. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah, I just like it. Just doesn't seem like it's going to go well for Johnny Somali, right? Like, like he's like, look, man, I'm an expert at fucking around and finding out, so you better watch out. So somebody said, PewDiePie, the OG of YouTube, they better listen. He ain't my OG. The new generation, we run this shit now. Buddy needs to shut the fuck up and retire. Racist against blacks and an anti-Semite. Here he is, black, tweeting from Israel. The hypocrite has no room to even discuss me, especially with misinformation and lies. Oh no, he's in hot water again over the N-word, or is this the first time? I'm pretty sure he has an N-word pass at this point. I was never charged for trespassing in Osaka, Japan. I am not permanently banned from Japan. I can and will return in the future. He called me a terrorist. Very interesting use of language that could be racially motivated. Definitely defamatory. Whoa. I think I have the other one here. Can't read it. Don't care. All right. So anyway, I thought this was funny. But first, I'll read this part. PewDiePie, one of the OGs YouTubers, called out the recent trend of streamers traveling abroad only to create problems and disrespect locals. He called out streamers like Johnny Somali and Phidias, who have filmed themselves seemingly breaking the law and harassing locals, all the while using their status as foreigners to try to dodge consequences. And my favorite flavor of tourist are the ones like Frank Reynolds that treat people in their home country like characters at Disney World or exhibits at a zoo instead of, a person who just goes.
Damn.
Someone starts yelling at her like, "You can't do that. You can't do that." She doesn't care.
That's so rude. How dare you? Right? Anyway.
You have to approach it like it's a convention. You go up to them, say, "Can I have your picture, please?"
God damn it. Okay. I'm moving something. I just fucked up my transition. It was supposed to go, speaking of Frank Reynolds, Danny DeVito wants to be Wario in the Mario Brothers sequel.
Weirdly enough, I feel like he could almost pull off the voice if he tried.
100%. I hate the fact that when I think of Danny DeVito, he looks like this. But when I see Danny DeVito, he looks like this.
Oh, geez.
Right? Like, he just looks so fucking old compared to how I picture him.
Damn.
Anyway, so he was asked if he would be up for taking on the role of Wario should the character appear in the Super Mario Brothers sequel. And he says, What the fuck would he say? Oh, they cut out his actual quote. Hold on, here. His response was to would you play Wario? He's like, well, I'm going to take him to the cleaners, but yes, I should be in the movie. Which I think is possible because Charlie Day from
right,
It's Always Sunny is Luigi, right? I think they should just get the whole cast of It's Always Sunny. Just want to hear Daisy. God damn it! Freaking Mac could be Waluigi. Big guys. Big news. All right. So Haikyuu, the dumpster battle anime movie tickets are now on sale. So it is coming out on May 30th in Australia, New Zealand, Denmark, Italy, Switzerland for the Italian speaking, Netherlands, Argentina, Brazil, Central America, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, and Peru. And in May 31st, it's coming out in Canada, Finland, Ireland, Norway, Poland, Spain, Sweden, United Kingdom, and United States. Nobody cares about the rest of these. Let's keep going. All right. Uma Musume Pretty Derby, beginning of a new era anime film, tears up the track in TM Opera O character trailer. Wow. Who fucking cares, right? Okay, so it's the show about the horse girls that run on the track, right? Now, here's the thing, though. They did a collab poster with Godzilla Kong. Oh, God. And it's the scene where they're all running.
Oh.
I just thought that was too good. Oh, all right. All right, so I have this too. I'm moving this to theater news. Hayao Miyazaki has a secret concept for next anime. Considers all animators his rivals, Sun says. While at the Cannes to accept Ghibli's Palme d'Or, Goro Miyazaki says, quote, the history of Ghibli is a history of failed generational handovers. Way to make it about yourself, Goro.
Says the son who can't make a good movie.
So the Cannes Film Festival is going on now, and as part of the 2024 festivities, the French Cinematic Celebration has done something it's never done before in its 77-year history by awarding an honorary Palme d'Or not to an individual, but to an entire movie-making organization. That organization is Studio Ghibli. It's funny, like, this is the only way Goro would ever win an award is by being 1/100% of it, you know.
Being an associate.
Goro Miyazaki, director of Tales from Mercy, which sucks ass, and From Up on Poppy Hill, which is pretty great, an executive producer for The Boy and the Heron, which is a role where you do nothing, traveled to the festival to accept the award on behalf of the studio. Quote, I think this is a very happy event for all of Ghibli, as a validation of not just the studio, but also the staff indirectly involved with the studio's films through the Ghibli Museum and Ghibli Park, too. Goro Miyazaki said while speaking to reporters. So, as is often the case, though, the line of questions quickly pivoted to ones regarding his father, Studio Ghibli co-founder and legendary director Hayao Miyazaki. When Goro was asked how his father had reacted to learning about the honor being bestowed on the studio at Cannes, Goro replied, his feelings seemed to be, I don't really understand what it is, but thank you. It doesn't seem to have made much of an impression on him at all. So what does your father think about winning this award? He doesn't fucking give a shit. That's why he sent me.
Do you see him here?
I tell you to ask him yourself, but he didn't show up. He went on to elaborate that in his younger days, even while grumbling about it, he seemed happy when he received awards. But now that he's over 80, he's receiving them for things he made in the past, so he doesn't really seem all that concerned or interested. He's more focused on what he's going to do in the years he has left to live. Okay, I got an award, but I'm going to go focus on what's in front of me now, seems to be his attitude. Of course, what Hayao Miyazaki has done for the last several decades is make anime, and Goro revealed something that's sure to delight Ghibli's many fans. Hayao Miyazaki apparently hasn't run out of stories he wants to tell. According to Goro, soon after the release of The Boy and the Heron, Hayao Miyazaki began thinking up concepts for his next work. However, he also said that his father is keeping the details a secret. He won't tell anyone what they are. Absolutely no one, not even
his own son.
Yeah, because when he dies, his son's going to steal the idea and make a shitty movie out of it.
Though Hayao Miyazaki is famed for his perfectionism, Goro says that he's also fiercely competitive, which is contributing to his secretiveness. Even at his age, he still thinks of all the other animators around him as rivals. It doesn't matter if they're younger than him. If they're people who supported him, it doesn't matter if they're younger than him. If they're people who supported him while working on his staff, if they're people who work at Ghibli or at other studios, if they're animators, they're rivals. All of them. Since they're his rivals, he won't talk to them about his ideas until he got the details worked out just right and can say, yes, this is it. Probably what it really is he doesn't want other people's input that take the ownership of the idea away from him. You know what I mean? Like if he has a nugget of an idea, but he hasn't worked out the full thing yet, and somebody says, oh, you should do this. He's like, fuck, you're right. I should. God damn it. Like,
not anymore.
Now I have to kill you. It's not like Studio Ghibli would be willing to spring into action right now anyway. However, after spending 7 years on an animated movie, the director and the staff as a whole are incredibly exhausted, Goro said, referencing the protracted production of The Boy and the Heron. I think the studio needs some time to recover. As Goro himself alluded to, though, Hayao Miyazaki is by no means a young man, and so he was asked what the post-directing Hayao Miyazaki future might hold for Ghibli. It's like, so what's going to happen when your dad dies? I'm not sure at all what's going to happen to Ghibli. The history of Ghibli is a history of failed generational handovers, after all. That even applies to the Ghibli Museum in a way. The first time Hayao Miyazaki said he was going to retire was after the release in 1997. The release of what?
Of the museum?
Okay.
The museum didn't come out till way later, didn't it? Goro said, reminiscing about the director's 1997 decision, the reason talks started about creating the Ghibli Museum was in connection to handing the studio off to a new generation. Ah, okay. Hayao Miyazaki felt, I'll be retiring from animating, so all you older animators should retire too. We'll make a Ghibli museum. You have a place to work, so all of you retire with me. But that's not how.
Well, no. He wanted them to retire, and then he'd be like, "Psych!
I'm the best.
He's gotten rid of all of his.
I'm the best animator here. Yatta! I win. So then every time after that, there'd be talk of, okay, next time, how do we hand the studio off? But when there was an important decision to be made about the studio, Hayao Miyazaki or Toshio Suzuki would end up making it. Overall, Goro's tone is more observational than criticizing. He's mentioned multiple times that he doesn't want to take on a role with the sort of all-encompassing direct creative authority that his father has wielded regarding the studio's animation output. And Goro regularly has his hands full as the primary decision-maker for the Ghibli Museum and Ghibli Park. I think we'll be okay once again thinking about what to do next once the two of them, Hayao Miyazaki and Toshio Suzuki, are no longer around. Wow. Do you think Shinkai or somebody might buy Studio Ghibli? Like, do you think that they would just like, because I think that the market share would go down dramatically if Miyazaki died, right? Yeah. I wonder if Comics Wave or somebody might just absorb them.
Would you even have to buy them, or would the employees just all go to them?
I don't know. I guess
company,
good.
A company did like increase their partnership with them
That's true. We read about that. Didn't we?
I forget what company it was.
Anyway,
Was it
just a heads up.
NNK? I don't remember.
They won the honorary Palme d'Or, right? As we just said. So there you go.
If anyone's going to buy them, I would expect it to be that company, whatever that was.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
I forgot I have a new audio clip for us.
Go suck a dick.
Oh.
Nice.
Isn't it nice to be able to open these tabs and have no ill effects on the stream whatsoever? All right. Failure frame. I became the strongest and annihilated everything with low-level spells. Anime premieres on July 4th. At Anime Expo? No. In Tokyo. All right. So you're like, no. Definitely not. Nah. Definitely not. Nope. Hubba. This is a completely different setting. What's going on here? Wow. That's an outfit. These girls need to take some learning.
They need to take some notes.
Outfit and a pose makes all the difference.
Yeah. And the lack of panties underneath the the loincloth. All right, VTuber legend. How I went viral after forgetting to turn off my stream and doing coke. I mean, what? Anime reveals new key visual and task.
Oh dear.
I guess that's it. I guess I included that just for that joke. Glad I remembered it. All right, Hanakimi is getting an anime adaptation.
What is this? A Orin Host Club bootleg?
My wife's favorite manga, I think. So
you think?
Yes.
You don't even know what your wife's favorite manga is? Is she even your wife?
Well, I'm telling you that it is, and I don't know if it's an Oron High School ripoff, but the main girl does dress up like a guy, so Footnum will be all over it.
Well, hold up. When you have someone like Haruhi and Oron, they've like stripped her of all femininity, and the way they depict her, it's like,
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about Oron. I was talking about Hanakimi.
I don't know. This one's not much better. She has slightly longer hair, but not by much.
Howdy. Cool 2T. You should have seen the clip of Nick saying he's from the hood.
Yeah, the N-word clip. I mean, to be fair, he sent the N-word a billion times on Rumble, but I mean, like, oh, that was the one with Eric July. I forgot that was a whole thing too.
Well, actually, it was the stream after with Dick Masterson talking about Eric July, because Eric July was trying to be gangster or whatever, and Nick was like, "I'm gangster. I'm from the hood." You know, it was kind of dumb. I grew up in Texas. I grew up with all black people. My neighborhood was the most crime-ridden neighborhood ever. I'm hood. I know what you're talking about. N-word, like, yeah.
Wow.
It was
so. Wonderful Precure, a show that I pretty much decided we would never cover on the podcast, just out of spite for Luigi the Metal 64 constantly bringing it up. It has a crossover with Shin-Chan for a 2-episode event, and I can't not show Shin-Chan as a magical girl. Like, I mean, that's dance.
It's
Christian. I don't know. It's too funny. All right. Anyway, the summer Hikaru died. Anime adaptation officially announced.
Well, spoilers.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're making fun of him. Like, I'm Hikaru. I'm dead. Like, It has Hikaru's face. It has Hikaru's voice. It even has Hikaru's memories. But whatever came down from the mountain 6 months ago isn't Yoshiki's best friend. Whatever it is, it's dangerous. Carrying on at school and hanging out as if nothing has changed, as if Hikaru isn't gone, would be crazy. But when it looks so very like Hikaru and acts so very like Hikaru, that's it. God damn it! I need more. I don't even know which one's Hikaru. Anyway.
No go.
I assume it's the white-haired one.
I think it's the other one, but now I don't know. Kakushite Makina-san, anime announcer 2025. Yes, it appears her hip is dislodging from a cybernetic port. So, Randy, I gotta know, what do you think about a girl who can take her feet off?
I don't know what I just saw, but I don't want to see it again.
The story of Kakushite Makina-san follows Eita, a reclusive mecha nerd whose life changes gear when he finds the most popular girl in school, Makina, on his doorstep and in need of fixing. Despite his timid nature, he keeps her identity as a high-spec android designed for pleasure, a secret when she needs troubleshooting.
Sector.
Hip removal for your pleasure. Yeah, take my leg off and stick your dick in that socket.
Leg isn't even the problem in that picture. Right.
It's the other leg covering the coochie, I agree. Also, Agumi Legacy anime is hitting Japanese airways in July. Can't wait till this is at Anime Expo. Everything, yes. Dick face, huh?
It's a shame we're not doing the thumbnails anymore.
Oh, we are. That'll happen. You don't think Coke AC is gonna not end up in a thumbnail? This looks like if you made a show based on kids' drawings, right? Like, wow. What the fuck? This is a wild bong. Oh no, I'm sorry. The cursed guitar case. What the fuck? The god eye, huh?
It's a god foot.
The variants.
Why are these so funny? Oh, I don't like that they look better drawn on the cover. Oh, all right. All right. So Aaliyah sometimes hides her feelings in Russian. Anime previews its opening theme song, blah, 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 blah. But guess what? I've got more to show you. If you wondered, does she get punched in the cunt? Yes! Believe it or not, she does!
Right.
Yes! Ah! All right. There you go.
In Russian, though?
Yeah. What's that Russian term they say? Suka black, whatever. Like, I hope she says it at that moment.
I hope she says that really stirs my borscht.
All right. So, Code Geass, Rosé of the Recapture, reveals a new key visual. There were like, I don't know, 50 articles to share about Code Geass.
What's Utena doing in the background?
Yeah, but I decided it was important to showcase this particular article and this supplementary article.
They're making it Yuri now.
Just to remind everybody that there's a new best girl in town. Whoa!
Totally titties.
It's nice. It's nice to know they haven't deviated too far from their roots. I mean,
as far as I'm concerned, that's up to Code, that outfit, right? regulation uniform in my kingdom. All right.
That would give me the res erection.
Isn't it called Rosé of the Recapture?
The prequel, Lelouch of the Resurrection.
Is
right?
she in the prequel? Because that's a fucking great joke. I love that. All right, Kinema Citrus announces a new original works. Goodbye, Lara. Goodbye, Lara Croft.
I just went and seen them.
In Ninja
Didn't
School.
say shit.
What?
I just went and seen two people from Kinema Citrus at Anime North.
Oh, they didn't bring
He's
up Goodbye,
basically
Lara?
at the studio. Okay.
Yeah, basically. Talked to the background artist and one of the character artists.
Did they speak English?
The background artist spoke English a little bit, but used a translator for most of it. Another person was a foreigner that was working for them, and she could speak English.
I apologize that during convention news I didn't ask you to tell us, regale us with your news about fan. Where were you? Anime North.
Anime North.
Anime North.
Yeah. Anyway,
Probably
I apologize.
sorry.
Obviously, we spent like 2.5 hours talking about Nick Rekieta's cuckoldry and drugs.
Coke.
His cucking and coking. So anyway,
That story I just told you is probably the most thing I would have said anyway.
good. Well, you chose a good place to talk about it. Yeah. So it's called Goodbye, Lara. I want to know how she cut off her tongue like in Ichi the Killer and got it sewn back on, because that's clearly what's happening here, right? Like, why else would she have stitch marks on her tongue?
Maybe she bit her tongue.
Yeah.
Really, really hard.
All the way back there at the base of
She's a fucking mermaid. What?
Oh, what the?
I don't even want to watch it anymore.
Not even with the retro style?
Yeah, Randy's like, it just got an upgrade in my
Yeah, it just got a whole lot better. Meanwhile, you're like, what
No,
the
no. You guys don't get it. The whole reason she doesn't have feet is because he had that insider, information. He was able to talk to the people on staff.
Yeah,
to
and get it changed.
He's
He
like,
made a
I
compelling
like
argument.
this anime, but there's too many feet in it. Can you change that?
Can you just change the entire story for me? Making a mermaid
Point of
story, I like
privilege.
He donated to their Kinema Citrus's OnlyFans, and because he's a top dono, they said, okay, just for you, my brother.
Oh my god. Okay, so it's called Goodbye, Lara. But in Japanese, it's Sayonara, rah, rah.
Oh. Having a seizure over there?
All right, and then also they're coming out with Ninja Schooler, which looks
Whatever that
significantly
means.
less cool because it spells school like it's too cool for school.
The background artist also worked for Studio Ghibli on Spirited Away and something else I don't remember.
I can't quite put my finger on it, but it does look like it's got that old style of artwork. I like
Would
it.
you say Footnote?
I said, did you propose to her?
It was a guy. I was not proposing to him.
Did you propose to him?
He's also probably like 50, out of my age range.
Did you still propose?
Of course.
So he let you down easy is what you're telling us. All right. Award-winning manga, The Darwin Incident, gets an anime adaptation.
That looks so freaky. I do not like it one bit.
Curious
like-
George grew up.
Feel old yet?
This is him now.
Oh,
Doctors
boy.
hate him.
Well, I
She's
guess
even in yellow.
I guess I could put Charles Darwin on a shirt and sell it on its own.
Wait, so that's the actual Curious George turned human and transgendered, while that is his son.
Yeah, I was
The
going
gay
to say,
person.
the thing about Curious George is don't get too curious.
Oh.
No.
That's what we got.
Furious George.
I'm so confused as to where you're going with this one. The man in yellow is transgender now, obviously.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you can see the budding breasts for the hormone replacement therapy.
Curious George is still a guy. He's always been a guy.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Just older now.
It's in the name.
All right. Evangelion creator says there might be more Eva anime to come.
Please no.
I choose not to read this now. No, I'll
The
read it.
second end Evangelion, or sorry, third.
Yeah, so I love this. They said Evangelion has ended at least 3 times. The first time came in 1996 when the final episode of the original Neon Genesis Evangelion TV series aired. This was followed, though, by a trio of theatrical films a year later, culminating with the unambiguously, but in hindsight, very inaccurately titled The End of Evangelion. Then, after a decade-long break, came the start of the 4-part rebuild of Evangelion movie series, which itself took 14 years to reach its conclusion with 2021's Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0, Thrice Upon a Time, Watch Club 1. And yet, even with all those endings, there's still a chance that Evangelion still isn't really over. Series
He's
creator...
told the story the same time, like over and over again now. So he's been slowly iterating and making it better and in theory better.
This is basically like they released the beta and then he's just making
Yeah.
the new improved version
Yeah.
every time.
So we need we need what 1.0.1.1 release.
Well, basically, like all this builds up to make the end slightly less garbage every time. Also, they're forgetting it ended as well in the manga.
The title needs to get longer every time. That's
Yes.
a given, though, right? More
This
complicated.
time for real, really.
You can redo, apparently.
We need the epic mealtime guy. More letters. More complicated.
Reboot Evangelion 1.11357.
More helicopters.
Let's try this again, Sam.
Evangelion 2753. All right. So, and yet, even with all those endings, there's a chance that Evangelion still isn't really over. Series creator Hideaki Anno spoke with the Japanese newspaper Asahi Shimbun in an interview published earlier this week. Anno was asked if he had any ideas for a continuation of the Eva series or of letting someone else take the helm for the franchise, to which he responded, there probably are some ideas like that, and I think it'd be an option for someone other than me to be the person to make it. There's the question of whether or not there's a business case for such content, or whether it'd be interesting or not. It's not like I've decided we will never make Eva anime again. It's not like I said we couldn't. I'm just keeping my options open.
They could make the what's it called, Shinji Ikari.
I was gonna Shinji Ikari Rising. I was gonna say Shin Evangelion because he made Shin Kamen Rider, Shin Godzilla, Shin Ultraman. All right, let's talk about a fan-made Berserk anime. We talked about it before. Studio Eclipse is making it, right? It looks pretty bad.
Well, it's kind of like Ruby.
It's just like, I'll just show you one part of it.
Are we gonna get copyright claims for this?
Do they have copyright? They don't own Berserk.
Right here. Right here. Right? Oh, that feels so not good.
They're
missing a lot of frames in some cases.
I mean, it doesn't even look like it's holding the egg. Like it looks like the egg.
Oh, that's how it
behind
looks.
The fingers.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
fingernail?
It does look a little better in the actual show. And the thing that irritates me about this is the temptation to make it move. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but the fingers are swaying slightly. Like, don't fucking do that. Watch the fingers. Do you see them kind of like separating?
Okay.
Oh, don't fucking do that shit. And what's funny about it too is that rather than use like the puppet warp tool, they waited until the bottom of the hand is off screen for them to just have the pivot point be like right here. Watch. As soon as it's off screen, it's like, whoop, move aside. Like,
So
no one can
I'll
see
compare
it.
this to back when Ruby first launched. Everyone like the way people saw it was kind of like, for a fan animation, this looks good, but for a professional animation, this it's kind of sticks out.
Okay, as far as like judging the image as a still frame, this looks about as good as it did in the 97 Berserk. This looks fucking great. Like, full stop. That actually looks really good, right? Considering what you expect from a fan animation. This, on the other hand, looks like dog shit. Like, this does not look good at all. This looks okay. This looks okay in the thing. Like, it's not the end of the world. That doesn't look so good. No. Like, it's just... Some parts of it look okay. This part looks fucking awful. Like, they try to make this guy have an expression change, like where he gets more devious, and they just don't know what the fuck they're doing with the lines to try to go from one angle, like one expression to the next. Anyway, like, I mean, it's cool that they're doing it. Like, I'll still watch it.
Go back like 3 pictures. That one.
I'd say I feel like they should be doing an arc that isn't adapted, but I feel like they're also just filling in the holes.
They're doing the Black Swordsman arc.
Isn't
the
that
Black Swordsman arc is the opening to the 97 anime.
Well, yeah, they did that one episode, but the arc is three volumes long.
Yeah, but it's honestly the worst arc.
What was 2016? What arc was 2016?
2016 is
briefly some of the Black Swordsman arc, like when they gets Puck out of the bar.
Yeah, they show the bar thing. They skip over
the Count.
What is that girl's name? She's in this. They're doing a more proper adaptation. Puck's in it. Puck looks great in it too. Like, they did a good job with him. The horses at least look like horses, which is a common problem in anime, where they don't.
Yeah,
the face looks a little weird.
They just CG the horses and they look like ass.
Mm-hmm.
Because horses are a pain in the ass.
Okay, can I get the baby on screen by chance?
Give me Brad. Big baby, little baby.
I need the big baby on screen.
I'm in the wrong Brad.
Tell me when the big baby
being
is
on YouTube or whatever shouldn't be a big issue.
I just want the baby on screen.
Where is the baby?
It's in the main brand.
I got it.
Okay, thank you. All right, here we go. Are you ready for this?
Biggest babies
It's
on
the
screen.
deep cheek clapping.
Oh, the very first page.
Very first panel.
The very first page.
The very first, yeah.
This part looks pretty good. You know, like, this is... I wouldn't want to have to draw this shit that Miura did.
Yeah.
They did a decent job here, too, in the sense that, like, they actually did the anatomy underneath this weird helmet, you know? But it looks like his whole head is turning in it. And, like,
yeah.
Like, and I think that that's the thing they're going for. Is that, like, it's locked on to his...
armor, like
what do you call it? The cowl of the armor is locked in. Yeah, like, it doesn't move like the old Batman suits.
Yeah, cowl. Yeah.
Anyway, we don't have to go through everything, but
I mean, for being fan made, it doesn't look half bad. I mean, it still looks like
some of it. Like, they've got a bunch of different animators on it, and you can tell when the good ones that can draw. Like, this one looks good, right? That looks okay.
It almost looks kind of like what animation style.
Yeah. Yeah, then Puck shows up. Yeah. So anyway, I'd watch it.
Yeah, I'd definitely check it out.
Yeah. Anyway. Also, Ghost in the Shell is getting a new anime in 2026 by Science Saru. Science Saru is the Masaki Yuasa one.
Yep.
Now, I have to wonder, Do you think this is going to be an actual adaptation, finally, of the Shiro Masamune manga?
No,
because the manga has a completely different tone than
be
any anime, right?
it'll be a CG mess.
No, that's not what
No.
Science Saru is.
This is Science Saru.
They're gonna be 2D. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
this is going to be like
proper 2D.
the
Dead
Scott
Demon-
Pilgrim
or-
anime.
No,
Yeah,
it'll
or-
be our
Devil May
debut 3D anime coming
Nah.
out now.
Nah. They show they scroll through the.
It's gonna be
manga
a
and
motion comic.
No, they're just showing it. Anyway, so here's something that might affect this. Toho acquired Science Saru.
Yep, there you go.
Well,
There you go.
this announcement came out before the announcement for
Doesn't
Ghost
matter.
Recon.
We're suggesting that company switch to CG animation.
Literally everything in this article is self-evident, and the headline is all you need to really see. All right. Meanwhile, Sony is going to strengthen and develop anime business into their next revenue source. I'm sorry, doesn't Sony fucking own Aniplex and goddamn Crunchyroll and Funimation? Like, yeah, we're gonna get into the anime game. Like, hello, what
It's
are
already
we
probably-
probably?
I would not be surprised in the least if it's making more than their video games division.
Are
Wouldn't
you
be surprised
sure
at
about
that.
that?
Could you repeat yourself, young man?
I was saying I almost feel like the combination of Aniplex, Crunchyroll, all of that together on all around the world is getting more than what the video game in the US.
I don't think so. If
At
video
least in the
game
US.
industry is bigger than Hollywood,
Yeah, well,
or
they're
whatever.
if they bring what they bring to video games to anime, then it's going to cease to make them any money at all.
Yeah.
So Sony Group held a corporate strategy meeting for the fiscal year 2024 in which it outlined plans to strengthen its anime business and develop it into its next major revenue source. The company said in the press conference that it will boost its anime business by using leading-edge technologies, CG, including new animation creation software being developed. VTuber. Anime is world-class entertainment, and we want to contribute to it through creation, said Sony chairman Kenichiro Yoshida. With several subsidiary companies, including Aniplex, which produced the worldwide hit Demon Slayer, now under its umbrella. Didn't Demon Slayer get animated by
Ufotable?
Yeah.
Well, producer and animation company are two different entities.
Yeah. I'm just thinking.
They didn't
I just feel like Aniplex is taking too much credit for Demon Slayer. Sony is looking to ameliorate the labor shortage situation while improving creators' working conditions. Globally, successful content will continue. Globally, successful content will contribute to the Japanese anime industry, said Sony President Hiroki Totoki. Sony acquired the U.S. anime distributor Crunchyroll in 2021, and you can watch the whole video here. So I don't know. It's just like everybody said no, please don't stop, go away. Anyway, also Kill la Kill creator defends fan service in anime. Look, man, if the Kill la Kill creator didn't defend fan service in anime, he wouldn't have made Kill la Kill. So
I was talking to someone about Gurren Lagann. They were saying, well, at Anime North, anyway, and he was like, sometimes I'll turn off an anime right away if it's got too much fan service. And he's like, the one I was watching recently was Gurren Lagann, and as soon as she walks up the ladder or whatever, I turned it off. I'm like, that anime doesn't even really have that much fan service in it. Like, come on.
Well, someone did the same thing with Final Fantasy 15. They see immediately that there's the chick who at the repair, like the auto shop or whatever, and she's got like her sweater unzipped or whatever, and then you
Megan
see
Fox pose.
No, not even. She just exists, and you can see she has like her bikini underneath or whatever, and it's like that's not realistic. It's like, bruh, 90% of the game. 90% of the game, you're looking at the Backstreet Boys, one of which has his abs out 100% of the time. This is a fake game. It's not supposed to be realistic. Anyway,
if I were in your shoes, Random, and somebody said, "Yeah, man, if there's too much fan service, I'll turn the anime off," I'd be like, "And take a cold shower?" Like,
I mean, the guy was gay, to be fair, but like,
problem here.
You can't be a red-blooded straight guy.
That's what introduced you to the world of Fury on Ice. So, in the opinion of, did I read the whole thing here? If we make the work completely sterile, people's immunity will be weakened, and they will all die. Don't you fucking understand? We're trying to save your life here.
Get back in the chair and watch Girl God.
Well, if he's gay, he's already a lost cause. Come on.
In the opinion of Kill la Kill creator Kazuki Nakashima, while there exists a growing opposition among audiences to the concept of risque anime fan service, there actually isn't. It's not growing, and it barely exists at all. You just think it's there because you spend too much time on the internet. He and his fellow creators should dare to take on the stigma and keep including such content in their works. Push the envelope even further.
Well, I would say it is probably growing only because anime is growing, right? So we're pushing more into the realm of people that are like stuck up snobs that I can't.
Too many damn normies are getting into it.
A slight amount of boobies? This is trash.
Nakashima, who in addition to the Studio Trigger original series is also known Studio Trigger. Wasn't it Gainax when they released it?
Not Kill la Kill.
Gurren Lagann, or yeah, Kill la Kill started was like Studio Trigger's starting point.
It's been a while. Is also known for penning such fan favorite productions as Gurren Lagann, Promare, Kamen Rider W, and Kamen Rider 4Z. He offered his thoughts on the titillating topic during a May 2024 interview given alongside series director Hiroyuki Imaishi to Japanese news outlet February in reflection of Kill la Kill's 10th anniversary. At one point, met with the observation from the outlet's Shotaro Miya that the production of the over-the-top and bombastic style of the fashion-centric seinen series, quote, was only possible because it was made 10 years ago. Imaishi, misspelled, confirmed his host's assessment and admitted, nowadays, we have to think a little more about what we can't make. For example, the exposure of skin, to which Nakashima added, I think even I would have to restrain myself from doing a full-body depiction of Mako. Okay.
Like naked?
I don't know. I don't think today's audiences would tolerate a peek into a bathroom, he added with a laugh. I would have to make an excuse for it more carefully. This person's life is at stake, like that. Oh no, I'll save you. Baka hentai. Then pressed by a likewise jovial Miya, wouldn't it be better to just cut the bath scene? Nakashima smiled in turn. If you ask me, if the bath peeking scene is interesting after all the logic I put into it, I would say it's not that interesting. So I think I would cut it. What the fuck? This is completely undermining the headline. Turning his thoughts to the general discourse surrounding fan service, the story Japanese entertainment writer lightheartedly asserted, quote, after all, we are making a commercial work and we want the audience to see it. We don't care if people say, I don't understand, but we don't want them to feel unnecessarily uncomfortable. But on the other hand, if we make the work completely sterile, people's immunity will be weakened and they will all die. Therefore, There is a way of thinking that we should dare to take on the stigma and transmit harmful things. We do it with the lofty aspiration, quote, "This is what we need to do for the sake of humanity's immunity," he playfully continued. "We will never be understood, but we will die with the stigma for the sake of humanity." Doing God's work over here. This is the way to do it with that kind of feeling. Putting a final bow on their conversation with Mia, Imaishi ultimately joked back to his Kill la Kill partner, "However, I don't want to perish if I can help it." Well, geez, you must have more fan service to avoid dying.
He really is contradicting the headline, because like, we need to make a stand or whatever, but then he's like, "But I gotta be a massive pussy about it."
Well, it's
and, like,
Nakashima,
make
not
all these-
Imaishi, that's the one saying that.
Oh.
It should be noted that despite his exaggerated language, Nakashima doesn't actually think fan service is vital to the survival of the human race. Rather, the storied writer's joking tale is meant to convey the idea that the more artists have to sand off the edges of their creations, the more boring they will ultimately be. And if that becomes the norm, the entire medium will suffer for it. And you know what? As proven by the currently creatively bankrupt state of Western comic book, video game, film, and television industries, he's absolutely correct. All right.
You want to go over comments?
Yeah. Sorry, I haven't been looking at them because I'm over here not looking at them on this other screen that's the only screen I have. Please go for some while I open these.
JT Vega says it's a movie.
It's a movie.
I don't know what that was in reference to. No.
Wow.
I think he's. Isn't that your line? Isn't he quoting you?
I mean, I do say that.
Oh, maybe he's talking about Ninja School or the Goodbye Lara.
Remember, he did show the multiverse of Eva.
I don't know. Remember? I try to be like the manga style eye. Okay.
I think
that's a statement.
For Berserk, maybe?
Oh, yeah. That could be.
They have a huge library of anime that is licensed to them. That's in terms of Sony. Fan service sells.
Mm-hmm.
They've been accusing people of P words. Of being P words.
Pervert.
That's it.
All right. Go Tanabe launches a manga about H.P. Lovecraft's Randolph Carter character in June. Reese, I think you shared this.
Wait, what? What's this?
Somebody did. I don't know. I don't usually grab articles from Anime News.
Definitely wasn't me.
All right. Well, there you go. I read the headline, and we're going to move right on. All right. Keisuke Itagaki's Baki manga series surpasses 100 million copies in print. So, to commemorate it, you can buy a gold or silver figure. Have you Johan doing the splits?
That's a centerpiece for your mantle.
The ladies will go crazy over it.
It's only $24,600 for the gold one.
Jesus Christ.
The silver one is just rhodium plated, and it's only $2,460.
Viewers, if you can help fund this podcast even further, you too can help us buy one of these.
I'd rather get a bust, like the All Might bust that they have at the Crunchyroll store.
The $16,000. You know, when they dropped off the pod, they claimed that they would make it level, and they put a bunch of wood blocks on it. But the fact that I'm constantly rolling towards the door tells me it is not quite level in my driveway. All right. So Helldivers 2 is still effectively banned in countries without PlayStation Network. So previously we reported on this that Sony was attempting to force players of the PC version that they got on Steam to log into a PlayStation Network account in order to continue to play the game. and that they had stopped selling it in countries that didn't have PSN, right? Well, they've reneged on their like threats or whatever that they were going to force you to sign in with your PSN account, but they have not put the game back up for sale in countries that don't have PSN. So that's there you go. We can move on. Now, I said all of it. All right.
I would.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Well, I was going to bring this up.
Cool. So the Ghost of Tsushima PC version has been delisted in multiple countries for the same fucking reason. Ghost of Tsushima developer confirms PlayStation Network linking required to play multiplayer mode for Director's Cut on PC. Okay, that's fine. Nobody plays that multiplayer mode anyway. But because of this thing, it's the reason why they're not selling it in the other countries. So, what was it? 195 countries out of like it was like 177 out of 195 countries in the world don't have access to the game because of it. Also, Steam is refunding players for Ghost of Tsushima. Sony is attempting to require PSN linking for the Director's Cut. Here's your chance to say no. All right, moving on. Hey, how do you like that 1,000-year door? Remember, it wasn't that big of a deal that they removed the cat calling, right? That wasn't enough of a deal breaker. Hold on, wait, what's this? Nintendo changes dialogue to confirm Vivian as transgender in Paper Mario: The 1,000-Year Door. Damn, Randy, you bought it twice.
I knew this when I bought it. I thought we had already covered it. Even I might have even brought it up on the podcast last time.
I mean, if that thing right there is
So Randy's the problem.
So this big red word here is otoko, or man, referring to Vivian, who's a cross-dresser in the original. The might of the 3 Shadow Sirens will be more than enough to win the day. Oh, that's a very different line. All right, I'm going to read the Sankaki Complex one because it's shorter. Truth is, it took me a while to realize I was their sister, not their brother. Now their usual bullying feels heavier.
So I think that's the most explicit line in the game that I've seen.
Let me make this
because we need to
abundantly
genderize
clear.
a blob.
Let me make this abundantly clear. I don't care if it's a 9mm versus a 50 cal. The point is, Nintendo shot you. Okay?
No, I don't think they did. We'll read the article and I'll give my opinion after. But
all right. When the remake of Paper Mario: The 1,000-Year Door was announced, one of the questions asked by many was, would the character Vivian, a cross-dressing Okama in the original, be changed? To which it seems the dialogue surrounding the character has shifted. In The 1,000-Year Door, Vivian is a quote-unquote female companion NPC who helps Mario with helpful abilities. But the dialogue reveals how Vivian was actually a cross-dressing Okama. In the original English version, Vivian was changed to straight up be a woman, denigrating the action of cross-dressing in general, and quite problematic in its own right. In the remake, it seems that the English version has retained the Japanese version's character background as a cross-dresser instead, likely because it fits modern times. However, the dialogue surrounding Vivian has been changed to say that she is a woman, presumably because the character referring to Vivian is a man, is obviously too much for today's audience. Presumably because the characters referring to Vivian as a man is too much for today's audiences. The changed dialogue is also found in the Japanese version of the game, such as with the in-game description of Vivian only saying youngest one, rather than the original, which says the youngest sister, or rather brother. while keeping Vivian as a crossdresser can be seen as a move to make the character more faithful to the Japanese version, it seems that the major changes to the dialogue in general are possibly enough to change the perception of the character and their position in the story. Though Vivian wasn't a major part of the game's story as a whole, it seems that the original version on GameCube is still the best for those who wish to play the game unaltered in its entirety. So
the original version on GameCube in Japanese, where you wouldn't be able to understand it. All right.
Okay. So
the English version did change it. So
here, let me grab another article from off screen here real quick.
So basically, what you're saying is it's a 9mm with
the point
changing
is, Animal Crossing dev admits gender was removed due to LGBTQ pressure.
You didn't.
Recovering a
Well, we all could have guessed that.
Yeah, we know this happened. It was obvious. Now a dev actually admitted it. Okay.
Are we just skipping the Vivian thing now?
It's an addendum to it. So I'm not going to read this. I just think it's worth pointing out.
It was obvious that it happened because of the.
We knew it happened. What my point is about the 50 cal and the 9mm
I think is this article written recently? If it's written within the last year, like this website
March
started
of 2020.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Okay,
that was way back when.
Yes. So, but the point is, the reason I'm bringing it up is because we are now seeing with Pokemon Go, with Animal Crossing, with this effort to soften the language in the Thousand-Year Door, that Nintendo
with Joan of Arc,
Nintendo is bending over backwards to normalize the mental illness that is plaguing the world, especially the West right now. And Nintendo is a company that makes games for children. They're perpetuating this hysterical world we live in.
Do you think that Okama is not a mental illness?
Loading.
I guess, well, I'm just thinking, like, I guess the way I look at it is it's hard to say when it comes to, because, like, for example, where would you draw the line between a fetish is normal to this is a mental illness because it is harmful to you, right? So, like, if cross-dressing is your fetish, then you're not harming anybody, especially when it's only happening in your bedroom with your spouse or whatever, right? But when it becomes take me outside and parade me around in a dress or whatever, it's harmful, right? Not just to you and your, like, social status, but also to, you know, your family and everything. But then there's also, like, cuckoldry fetish that we talked about earlier. Like, that's harmful for reasons we've seen on this stream with Rekieta, you know, not that he has a cuckoldry fetish, but the idea that you're, you know, reducing the sanctity of your marriage by inviting other people to fuck your wife, right? And so the point is that while I would agree that it's not much better to have the Okama stuff put in a children's game, right? The normalization and bending over backwards to put that into, you know, to basically throw the bone to the transgender crowd who, like, effectively we're in like a political war over, you know, the new normal going forward, right? That it is not something that we should be like it is something that we should be very wary of, especially a company like Nintendo, you know, for their first party games and whatnot, to sort of, you know, I don't know if I would say embrace, but capitulate to the existing, I guess, culture war stuff. You know what I mean?
Did Footnote tell you? We watched a video, some dude called Joan of Arc trans.
No, I have not heard of this.
And it's like, what? Huh? Like,
so, you're saying somebody came out and said Joan of Arc was trans because she fought as a man?
No, they didn't even say why. They just said they were comparing a character in Miraculous, who's Joan of Arc, representing Joan of Arc, and then basically saying how, like, oh, well, this is a disgrace. I don't want to misgender a dead person now, so I'm just going to refer to Joan of Arc as they, them.
Yeah, and their sources were like, one of them was a headcanon, so it's
Holy
I can't
shit.
even take that as a source.
So again, don't capitulate mental illness.
So, okay, something that I think I sometimes we lose track of, not like us specifically, but just people in general. Like, what's it called? The Overton window?
Yeah.
How it's like
the Overton window is the realm of acceptable thought.
So in a way, you can think of it like the salesman, where it's like they try and oversell you on a thing they don't actually want, but they do like the extreme. So then you capitulate to the middle ground, which is the actual result they want. So in this way, they're like, well, we want super trans lesbians and multiracial or whatever. And then the other side that doesn't want any of that will be like, okay, we'll capitulate. Like, it's fine if they're black.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, and just so that we can frame the discussion around the concept, the idea of shifting the Overton window is this is the realm of acceptable thought. Things that it's okay in public discourse to talk about, stuff you can show on TV or whatever. So by pushing the envelope, right, you're trying to shift the Overton window so that it becomes more broad or even moves away into a direction where things that yesterday were not acceptable to talk about in public discourse or whatever, or on the news or whatever, are now everyday occurrences, right? So for example, there was a time when you could have a president and you didn't have to talk about the fact that he definitely molested his daughter in the shower because her diary said so, right? There was a time when you didn't talk about the Parmesan that the president's son tried to smoke because he thought it was crack, right? There was a time when we didn't have to have these discussions.
Yeah.
Right. And so the concept of shifting the Overton window, not in regards to necessarily the Joe Biden shit, but just the concept of it, what you're suggesting is sometimes they will put forth an idea that is a big ask. It is a way beyond what they actually want, knowing that when you capitulate to the halfway point, they get what they actually originally wanted. Right. So it's kind of like
can power creep forward to eventually get to the point where it is the extreme thing.
Exactly.
Have a new extreme.
It was once upon a time, gay people just want to get married. Why are you so hateful? They love each other just like you love your spouse.
No. It's gay people just want to exist, right? Just
sure.
like
So
trans people just want
that
to
way, yeah.
right? Like, but then it's like we just want to get married, and then it's like it's down the line. It's like we want pride parades where we're having full-on orgies in the middle of the street with children watching, and we want to have what do you call it? Drag queen story hour. That's a great example of the Overton window shifting and the accelerated greasing the skids rate at which things are moving far beyond the threshold of acceptable thought. But because the mainstream sort of I would say the gatekeepers of acceptable, like the people who normally would be the people to to pump the brakes on movement of the Overton window are accelerating and agreeing with and pushing towards and acting like it's normal for children to be exposed to drag queens and whatnot. That it's like it's greasing the skids effectively on that slippery slope, right?
Yeah.
So
before you go on, two things. One, I have a bunch to say, and
Okay.
I don't want you to go forward.
Real quick,
Hey, Rico.
Rekka asks, did I end up getting my living situation back in order? Well, considering that I am streaming from the pod outside of my house, no. Real quick before you... Just real quick. I missed this part. I thought this was pretty funny. Rothma says, Paper Mario confirms character is trans. She's a ghost. What did Nintendo mean by this? Anyway, go ahead.
All right. So first things first, pull up the Animal Crossing thing again.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I moved it, actually. It's on another window. Hold on.
Sorry, Randy. He moved it. We can't talk about it now.
I got it right here.
All right. So if you scroll down to the thing they changed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Boy,
they
boy
were
and girl.
Yeah.
Boy and girl.
Okay, but scroll up to see what they changed. Right? They've just removed boy and girl. They left the pictures.
I get that. This is one fucking example of an endless thing we've been looking at.
Power creep.
I know. I'm
Right?
just saying they didn't remove the fact that you pick a boy or a girl. They literally just removed the name.
They changed them to human type 1 and human type 2.
They literally
without
didn't.
the
They
label.
just removed the name. Yeah,
Yeah.
they didn't label it at all. The
So
picture
what
is a
we're
good enough
describing
label.
here
Hold on. When you go
is
to
the
the bathroom,
big ask where you met them in the middle.
okay, you're not meeting them in the middle. You're meeting them at like 99%. But when you go to the bathroom, when you go to when you see the little symbol on the bathroom, does it say men's and women's? Not always. Sometimes it's just a little symbol, right? Are you meeting them midway because they didn't put the word men there? No. That's insane talk, right?
Okay.
It is.
There's a
if your
massive
bathroom
difference.
used to say it, and
Hold
you
up.
removed
There
the-
is a massive difference from the sign on the bathroom not saying men or women or whatever,
Yeah.
and actually going into the bathroom as a 6-year-old girl and
We're not
running
talking about
straight
going into the
into a fucking half-naked man. Isn't
We're
there
not
a
talking
massive
about any of
difference
that.
there?
We're not talking about any of that. We're just talking about the symbol on the door, right?
Uh-huh.
You wouldn't argue that by the fact that them leaving out the word man and woman on the door is somehow meeting trans people in any direction.
What
right? It's
AC
just they chose
is saying is that
they
this
chose to go with the
restaurant-
symbol.
What AC is saying is this restaurant used to have men and women depicted and the words, and they removed the words suddenly. It's like, what?
If the words weren't there in the beginning, you wouldn't even know. It would just be like, okay.
I think you are getting hung up on the Animal Crossing thing. This is meant
No.
to. This is
Well,
meant
no,
to
he-
be
he's
one.
making his case. This is the starter.
I understand what you're saying. It's one thing, and I'm saying that this is in your Overton window thing. This is like a 99%, right? They've still given you girl and boy choice, right? It's
How do
just
you
they
know?
removed because I play the game.
But no, how do you know which one's a boy and which one's a girl?
The image, Reese.
Are you
Soon you
judging
won't.
them?
Soon people are going to
Yeah,
go back
I'm
to it and
judging
be
them.
like, well, my friend who's a boy has a ponytail.
All right. Go back to the picture of the dialogue from the game.
Oh, from
Paper Mario.
Vivian or whatever. Yeah.
So this dialogue right here where she says, oh, but I was their sister or not their brother. That's I realized I'm their sister, not their brother. From my understanding, I haven't played the game, okay? I never played the original game. I bought this because I was like, oh, I'll play it. My understanding is that in this world, right, where Mario is now purple, you get your like identity stripped from you. So you could make the argument that at some point she didn't know who she was. I'm saying she, whatever. I don't give a fuck. The name is she, so that's what I'm going with. But so she doesn't know what her identity is, and then so now she's like, well, I don't know if I'm their sister or brother, and it's like, okay, whatever, right?
For fuck's sake, I'm sliding out of the spot. Okay.
I don't see how that changes what the character is, right?
Sure.
If you want to argue that the character is an Okama, that doesn't change the Okama thing. And also, gay people and Okama often call themselves sisters and like, oh, queen, and like all that kind of like language is baked into the queer gay vernacular, right? So at no point does that contradict her being a Okama versus actually trans.
Let me stop you right there and say, first of all, that moments before we went live, I sent all of the articles about this to Reese and asked him to pick one for us. I hadn't even read this beforehand. So let me just step back and say, I understand the point you're making. And the premise I started with obviously is betrayed by the fact that the character was an Okama, which is equally unacceptable for like the whole children's thing to begin with, right? So like I definitely I'm not going to argue against your point there. Like I see where you're coming from, and I agree with you there, right? The point is, like I said though, that we are looking at a history of capitulations, and to use Footnum's example, the Overton window shifting to the point where it is becoming indicative that Nintendo is going to go the same direction as every other company that is.
I agree with you. Okay,
yeah.
Like I see that they are going in this direction. Obviously, these changes are going in that direction,
and they only
I would argue
one direction.
Well, sure, for now, but I would argue that they are not. It's like 99%. They're not taking the gender thing in Animal Crossing and saying, well, we're going to give you, non-binary choices and like whatever, right? They're not doing that. They're just making it more inclusive.
Look, okay.
Right?
Yeah, I 100% agree that the examples provided tonight have been awful because I just happen to have that Animal Crossing thing off screen and thought, let's fucking throw it in right now, get it off.
But it's a good example because it's the same as what they're doing here, right? They've changed the characters slightly, okay, but they haven't excluded the fact that they're Okama versus trans. The character is now up for debate. It can be either, right? And some people, I had this whole fucking argument.
Yeah, I get that, and I see where you're coming from.
Hold on. Let me just finish my sentence. I had this whole argument about whether or not Okama are trans, like if you should call them trans, and that person that I was debating steadfast that this person should be trans, even if they're Okama, even if you consider them Okama. But anyway, I would argue that the way they've set the character up currently is it could go either way. They're not making a definitive like here you go. So that way they don't piss off the trans people, and they don't piss off the in theory the Okama people if they care. Whatever. Most English people won't know the difference. They know that it wasn't like that in the original English, but I feel at this point, if they did keep the original English, it would be less accurate to the original, so that would also be not as good, right? In general, you want as close to the original as possible when you're making things. So again, you may disagree, and I understand we're swaying in one direction. I do get that, but in totality, I think this is a scratch. This is not a bullet hole. Like,
well,
I'm fine with it.
I also agree that this is like a tiny whatever.
So I guess the question is,
remember the classic phrase "death by 1,000 sluts." Okay,
Right.
it's the small
Yes.
things that add up. And
Yes.
once again with the Overton
So-
window, the thing is, you're saying this is acceptable because it's 99%, but next thing you know, the next thing that's considered this is 99% acceptable is going to
Yeah.
be I don't know, like they removed the titties in
Okay.
Stellar Blade. I don't know.
Yeah. So
Sure,
let
but
me
there will be a line where it's like this is clearly too far, right?
Yeah, so let me and the point is that when you can see the train going that direction, you should try to pull the brakes before it gets to the destination that you're trying to avoid it getting to.
Sure, but
Right.
that in order to focus on that, you have to focus on the hiring of the DEI people. Like that's
100%.
not
Which has
the
been what is
individual-
currently going on, right?
Yeah.
In terms of like the we are way late in the game. It seems like we're finally making some we're finally covering some ground. And I think the reason we're covering some ground is because the DEI and gender identity groups have played their hands so hard that they've repulsed most of the general public to the point where now they are eager, like the support for Black Lives Matter, support for the trans community, all of that has fallen off a cliff. I mean, we just had another fucking mass casualty event where a transgender person went in and stabbed a bunch of people, right? I mean, like it is becoming an almost weekly occurrence now because we have perpetuated the mental instability of people for so long that it is resulting in actual human lives being taken by these mentally ill individuals, right? And so, and of course, that's not to say literally every person who identifies as the opposite sex or anything like that is so severely mentally ill that they are a domestic terrorist or something like that, right? But so I would like to pull back real quick and just point out, because I don't believe the character is meant to be an Okama, right? Now, I guess it depends on your definition of it, but Bounding Into Comics wrote from a different angle. They view the character as Otoko Noko, which is a crossdresser, right? It is a typically used for both male to female crossdressers and extremely feminine boys to describe the ghost, right? Now,
what would your difference be between the two?
so I think of a crossdresser in the sense of Otoko Noko specifically, where it is a fetish specifically of the almost like the trap idea, right? Like being able to pass as the opposite sex, right? And it is
Okama just don't care.
No, an Okama is more like a drag queen, where it's over the top Rocky Horror Picture Show level.
Okay. I don't think the distinction makes a difference for any of my argument, but okay.
Okay. I'm just saying that the point is, and when you play the game, you can give us like the actual lines, how they were translated in English here, but unless maybe you're going to tell us here. But in the original Japanese, this character Beldam calls Vivian a man, saying,
yeah, they removed that and made it a gender neutral insult, like she's
Right.
just ugly or something.
Introducing her sisters as the Shadow Beauties, Vivian is soon met by the declaration from Beldam, "I don't see three beauties, I see two, but then there's you, and you're plug ugly."
Yeah.
In turn, Vivian apologies, great job, explaining Beldam is collectively called them lovelies before, to which her sister responds by brushing the term off as a figure of speech before continuing to tear into her siblings' looks. After threatening to punish Vivian later, Beldam turns her attention back to Mario, clarifying as they move to attack, "The might of three shadow sirens will be more than enough to win the day." So that's the thing that they say in the English one. However, thanks to the addition of the new lines of dialogue of the game script, the uncertainty in regards to Vivian is no longer present in the remake. As seen in a video review of the title published by Nintendo Life, confirmation as to Vivian's transgender identity is now provided by the Shadow Siren herself right before she joins Mario's party. Searching for the lost super bomb weapon in Twilight Town after being berated, blah, 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 of Mario body and name. I don't know, she's talking to Vivian. Responds to Mario's kindness by deciding to help him. No, don't worry about me. There's nothing good about being together with those ladies anyway, and I want to respond to your sweet feelings too. In the original English version, she says, hey, that's okay. Don't worry about my problems. I'm not sure I really want to stay with my sisters anymore anyway, and I feel like I need to repay you for your kindness. It's the right thing to do. Now, however, she laments, hey, that's okay. Don't worry about my problems. I'm not sure I really want to stay with my sisters anymore. Anyway, we aren't very happy together. Truth is, it took me a while to realize I was their sister, not their brother. Now their usual bullying feels heavier.
Yeah, but comparing it to the original English is retarded. Because obviously the original English took out all mention of the character.
Of the Otoko Noko aspect, yeah.
Yeah.
Following the reveal of Vivian's transgender status, some fans, by the way, be they fans of the character, and seemingly the character's original portrayal in the Japanese version, or fans of the transgender representation in media, have taken to boasting about and even celebrating the new localization. Others have celebrated with art of Vivian waving or draped in the transgender pride flag. Meanwhile, those critical of the game's new dialogue have been compared to Beldam herself.
So again, I think this is Nintendo making it more inclusive, and I know that's a dumb, like, whatever, bad language word, but it is literally, like, quite literally more inclusive, where the character can now be interpreted as whatever. They don't give a shit. They want people to buy their game. They want to piss off as least amount of people as they can.
For sure.
So that's what they did. Like I said, sure it's a scratch, but I'm not too worried about it personally.
Yeah, and like I said,
and I think the bigger issue would be the hiring of the DEI people. Like, focus on those things, and then these problems get sorted out on their own.
For sure. Anyway, like I said, I don't know. I'm in agreement for the most part. Like, I don't see. It's a bad example to have made the point with, for sure. Obviously, Star Ocean or whatever those other games are, where they go a little bit more overt with it. Anyway, I'm too fucking tired to keep going on this. So let's keep going here.
Yeah.
It's 118.
Speaking of which, I have to peace out.
Okay, let me see what you're missing. I don't know. Oh shit, we're gonna miss the Assassin's Creed stuff.
There shouldn't be stuff. It should be like 3 minutes.
Okay, let's keep going. So, Zionist group ILF calls for banning Palestinian video games. How dare the Palestinians have their own games? First on, I like that. First on, Al-Aqsa. The Knights of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of the most controversial games of 2022, is back in the news. So what happened this time? It appears the International Legal Forum, a Zionist advocacy group based in Israel, has renewed calls for the global ban of the game. Several other advocacy groups and pro-Israel activists have joined their voices to the ILF's demand. We'll discuss their statements and reasoning after giving a quick rundown of the game. Okay, so originally released in April 2022 for PC by Brazilian game developer Nidal Najim, who has Palestinian heritage. First on Al-Aqsa, the Knights of the Al-Aqsa Mosque features gameplay similar to Call of Duty and other popular first-person shooters. This is like... To the Jews in Israel, this has got to feel like if you made a first-person shooter where you play as the Nazis.
First-person shooter?
No, what did I lose it? The story of the game revolves around. Fuck, okay, I gotta. I'm sorry. I've been struggling this whole time because I can't fucking see with the goddamn light right behind the thing. The story of the game revolves around the adventures of Ahmad al-Falastini. Nice. A fictional activist turned rebel Palestinian who was unjustly imprisoned by Israel Defense Force and left to rot in a dungeon cell for 5 years. After those 5 years are over, your protagonist, Ahmad al-Falastini, embarks on a Dishonored-like quest for revenge. He joins the rebel Palestinian group known as Fursan al-Aqsa. This group is fictional and not based on any particular real-life equivalent group, according to the game dev. The premise is simple enough, but when the game was announced back in 2021, the International Legal Forum threatened Valve with legal action if it did not remove the game from its Steam library. On what grounds? What grounds do you have? This is illegal. I'm going to sue you. The ILF, a powerful Zionist legal organization, had sent a letter claiming that Valve would run afoul of anti-terrorism laws if it did not take action. And so, the game page was pulled from Steam's library on October 2021, 2 months. Oh fuck! 2 months before the originally slated release date. Alas, it would not be a permanent victory for the censorship crowd, as in December 2023, the game returned to Steam despite angry protests and condemnations from the ILF representatives. Yeah, so remind me again, when did the massacre happen? October 2023. What an awkward time to return. Despite angry protests and condemnations from ILF representatives, making things even more controversial was the fact that developer Nidal Najim had updated the game after October 7th, to allow players to play for Hamas fighters. Holy shit.
Whoa.
Oh my god. Oh, dear God. In an interview with Newsweek, he claimed that at no point in the game are you able to attack civilians. This appears to be true. The footage I've seen only shows your character fighting armed Israeli Defense Force soldiers. Obviously, this is still a controversial thing to include in a video game, which leads us to the renewed calls by censorship groups to not only ban the game, but to make it possible to criminally charge gamers if they buy, sell, or play the game. You read that right.
Well, who's going to be the first one to start streaming it?
Game night? You wouldn't create a game where you could play the role of the Columbine shooters. Oh, fuck, I'd play the shit out of that game.
Oh, God.
Are there any school shooter simulators?
I think there was one. I don't know if it was banned.
There's Cuck Simulator.
I guess school shooters are pretty cucky.
Funny you said the USS Cole, not the USS Liberty Israel. Or Fly the Planes into the World. I would play each and every one of these games you've described. Those atrocities do not have two sides. The line between right and wrong is clear. His point was his point was echoed by hundreds of pro-Israel accounts on social media platform Twitter. One commenter worried what would happen if gamers were radicalized by this game into befriending the teen girls protesting Israel on campuses. God damn. Fuck. Can you imagine if you became friends with teen girls protesting? Oh my God. Their power would be endless at that point. After declaring free speech does not protect the rights to sell or play the Knights of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, Mr. Stern gets right to the point of what he'd like to see happen. If terror groups utilize Fursan as a recruiting tool, that could place Steam and Valve in violation of the federal anti-terrorism legislation, which comes with serious ramifications, including potential fines and or imprisonment. Steam and Valve have a responsibility as a leading global platform for gaming to prevent the abuse of their software for incitement to violence and terror, and remove this game before it's too late and someone is harmed. The results of incitement, like the October 7th massacre, are no game.
Are they going to remove Call of Duty because there were Nazis depicted?
Man, I just feel like ban all games. Like, the Jews need to be protected at all costs. Can we really risk it? Like, oh my God. These are the most compelling arguments I've ever heard for why gaming should not exist. Many World War II games allow you to play for the Nazis or the Soviet Union. There are also video games such as Going Postal, there you go, and Hate that allow you to commit terrorism within the game world and even to rape civilians. What makes this most recent call for censorship even sillier is that unlike Going Postal, Call of Duty, or Hate, there isn't even an option to harm women or children in the Knights of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. This is nothing new. I remember my shock as a kid visiting my cousin for a family gathering. I want to say it was Christmas, but it might have been New Year's, and watching him play the infamous No Russian campaign from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. I was shocked seeing all the civilians gunned down, but even as a kid, I never thought to myself, this should be illegal! Nor did I ever consider my cousin to be a terrorist in training. It is perfectly fine.
3? That was Modern Warfare 2.
Oh, called out. It was perfectly fine and good to criticize games with elements and plots that are immoral or that seem immoral to you. You don't have to play it. You can make a negative review. You can debate it on forums. Other people can disagree. But turning to the government to ban video games like the Knights of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, fuck it, is censorship, and we at Niche Gamer stand against it. And anyway, wow. That was an interesting article. That took some turns. Okay, let's talk about this. English voice actors refuse to work on Snowbreak Containment Zone over fan service.
I have a few things to say about this when we're done with the article.
Cool. It's pretty short, so. According to a statement on the official Discord for Snowbreak Containment Zone, the English voice actors have refused to return to the game due to its fan service. Quote, any questions regarding about the future English voiceover in the game, Season attempted to contact the voice actors to restore the English voiceover in the game due to the current improvement state of SCZ. Is that Snowbreak Containment Zone, I guess? However, they've refused because the game has changed its direction to fan service. So at the moment, there is no plan of getting the English dub back. Thank you for understanding. Wow. English voice actors ruin everything.
So, well, yes and no. I have a few qualms with it because if you look who did the English voices for this game, because it initially had English voices, it's all people who just did Arknights, and that's it. That's all they ever did was like Arknights and some other weird stuff. It's not anybody from America, I don't think.
I wonder if this is a scapegoat excuse to just scrap the cost of doing the dub.
Yeah. Because Footnum plays and we've covered it on the show. Goddess did Victory Nike, and that has English voices. And you've seen the gameplay; it's like fucking ass and titties everywhere. So
Also,
I wonder, if it's really that the reason why.
So what is it? It's funny. So Arknights, like some of those voice actors have come over to Wuthering Waves, and for some weird reason, like the one character I noticed, she has this like semi accent, and it was bugging me. I'm like, okay, where's she?
Sorry, you were saying what game are they in?
Wuthering Waves, not Weathering Waves. Wuthering Waves, and what is it? So it's basically a Genshin clone that's better so far, and like. Yeah, so this person had an accent. I'm like, what
department, though. I've heard the voices; they're trash.
Well, what is it? So apparently, that person's from the UK, But then when I searched who all the other people were, because they're all people I've never heard of,
Mhm.
they're all from the UK, I think. I'm like, what? This is because all of them don't have accents, the playable characters. So I'm like, what the hell is with this ass backwards? I mean, some of the voice actors are really good, and some of them I was deceived into
but
thinking
some of them are
were
really
good.
fucking trash.
I feel like a lot of it's the voice direction, especially the main character. Whoa.
Yeah,
It
but
says
anyway,
here, Snowbreak is a gacha game that previously cut its English dub late last year after evaluating voiceover preferences. This means most people were probably listening in Japanese anyways. However, as the game has slowly gained more popularity, they have seemingly reached out to the English VAs to bring them back on. The sad thing is that the reason that the game has gained more popularity is because it's more fan servicing.
yeah. So in the direction of, let's say this was real though. I've left a video in chat. I've left a link in chat for you to check out. I don't know if you want to screen share it because it's questionable. You'd have to put the big baby on screen. But it's supposedly like from the game.
I'm going to check it out. Oh.
But so yeah, if it's a little
sure.
itty bit of fan service, then yeah, it's weird, it's prudish, and it's like, come on now. But like, if it's there's sometimes where it skirts the line of like,
wow, I love it.
You know, like, and I'd play it, but like, it's one of those things that if I was to voice in it, you know, because we talked about Berserk, and last week we talked about our last podcast, we talked about Rachel Lillis.
Mhm.
She was in Berserk, but she opted out of the third film in the Golden Age trilogy.
Mhm.
They had to replace her because there's a sex scene with Griffith.
Yeah, because she voiced Charlotte, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's like, well, I can't necessarily.
And to
blame
be
her for
fair,
certain things
that's a
that you don't wanna-
fucking graphic sex scene.
Yeah.
too.
That one is
It's
definitely.
like, do I want my name attached, you know, to certain projects, you know, or it's like,
I can get that, but if it's something that's just like slice of life, whatever, like, slipped in my panties or whatever, like that's a completely different animal.
Right.
So I feel like the video you sent, I feel like the problem here is that they just tried to go back with the voice actors they already had.
Yeah.
Right. And they're like,
they
ooh, I don't
chose
wanna do
American
this.
ones
I don't
that
wanna
did
make
like
noises,
you know,
that
Nikkei, then
sound
they
like
would have
nothing, and
they would have done it. The Nikkei ones would have done it, but I don't know. There's certain times where, at the same time, I can't blame certain voice actresses, more specifically voice actresses, because it's like there's certain things that they don't want to be attached to. It's like, I would, but yeah, it's questionable. And then it also, you know, comes into consideration. Like, did the studio turn it down? Maybe maybe some of the actors wanted to be a part of it, but the studio itself was like, no, we can't. Like, you know, we can't provide the voices.
I love this usage of the Jeremy Clarkson meme. Snowbreak English voice actors don't want to go back to voicing the game because the game is now more focused on fan service. Oh no! Anyway. Yeah. So
Well,
the
you
fans,
know, because a lot of people like online will do the usual shtick of like, oh, look, they refused because it has fan service, and did the usual tribalism of anti fucking you know English voiceover, because a lot of the English voice VAs are fucking weirdos and fucking. But like at this point, it's just like, well, if you looked more into it, it's a lot more, I'd say, complicated than it actually seems to be at first. Because parts of the game, like I showed you that video, it's like, whoa, like damn, like I think that skirts the line between this is doable and this is, I don't know if this is doable. Because I think Dead or Alive had that volleyball spinoff. I don't think any of the VAs came back for that volleyball spinoff. Like back in 2010, wasn't it? Like,
yeah, Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball.
Yeah, it's like, do I want to be a part of the, you know, the beach volleyball project? Now that could have easily been because of budget.
Yeah.
But...
So, I think this sums that pretty good. The fan response to this news has ranged from apathetic to celebratory.
Yeah.
With some considering the VAs effectively filtered or gatekept from the hobby. The implication is that if they dislike the fan service, they probably dislike the game and may not be professional when performing. There's been a growing schism in nerdy fandoms between old school anime and manga fans and fans who hold contempt for fan service and other staples of the medium. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a game I would play, but
it's not a game I would play either. It's an FPS, and it's just like,
I mean, it looks like a game you could play for about 5 minutes,
Yeah.
and then you'd be like, now what?
Oh yeah, cool. 5 minutes.
Oh, great! I unlocked the next stage. Oh, she can now sit on this desk, right? Like,
Right.
Yay! Anyway, for the sake of time, let's keep moving here. So,
right.
Grums tweeted out that they crossed 90,000 signatures for the Free Stellar Blade campaign. Right, they're currently at 91,988, and I think this weekend is like the final weekend that they're doing this. So we didn't quite make it to 100K, which I find baffling considering what are we at, like a 350,000 for the DEI detected thing. So just to remind you of what the issue was, the reason Free Stellar Blade campaign exists is because they claimed it will be uncensored in all countries, right? And these outfits were censored. This section of the bikini, they added right here. They added this here. I don't know what these are. If these were not in the original, like there's no. I'm not sure why these are here. I don't know. Click on the outfit to view more photos. Oh, hey. Look at that. So you can see the back too, right? So what's this then? Is it the back side is censored on this one or something? Is that why? What's different? A seam line between the head and body near the neck. Yeah, so this isn't the only one that has this.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Anyway, without clicking on more of those. And then the other thing, and honestly, ironically, this is the thing I'm most upset about.
Yeah, the blind door.
The blood spraying on here. Like, she still has a little bit on her, but like she's got it like all over her face and stuff in the original. And I just think
clip that, Seb.
What's that?
I said clip that, Seb. She's got all over her face in the original.
So they're putting out the 1.002 patch introduced a seam line between the head and body near the neckline. So like I guess this to me, you can kind of see it right here, right? You can kind of see the lighting shift. This to me looks like the polygons have edge. What is it called? Normal smoothing. So basically, in 3D programs, there's a way to tell the program that an edge is a hard edge or a soft edge, right? So it almost looks like the ring around the neck. What probably happened is they cut off the head and put it back on and didn't select the ring and set it back to smooth. That's my guess for what happened here, but. Anyway, so that's the major thing there. Manga Lawyer says, I have never seen the Bikini Stellar Blade pre-patch versus patch, referring to this one with the, like where that little part changed, right? The censorship is so stupid that no one in their right mind at Shift Up would have wasted time changing it unless the demands came from Sony higher. I don't believe a single word from the director after seeing this. So referring to the director, he said that the outfits that were in the patch were the version that they intended you to get, which is complete bullshit because they printed the fucking discs with the old version of all of these outfits, right? Why would you even get the disc made and have it go gold or whatever if if you didn't intend those to be the final versions.
In fairness, a lot of games are, we'll fix it in post.
Yeah, but that's not how this game has been presented. They talked like up the ass about not having DLC that you had to pay for and all that kind of shit, right? So Shift Up adds new costumes based on original designs of censored outfits to Stellar Blade. So a new update for Stellar Blade has added new costumes to Eve's wardrobe that appear to be based on the original designs of the game's previously censored costumes.
Of the censored ones? Like, what?
Yes.
That sounds like you're literally just saying the same one.
No.
Oh.
So this is the Holiday Rabbit. This is the original one, right? This is how it got censored. They added a new one that's based on the ones that got censored, right? That reverts it in all the meaningful ways back to, like it's different. Like her legs are covered now, but it's kind of better, right? So, despite the original uncensored version of the outfits being included in both the game's demo and on the official disc releases of the game, Kim defended the decision during a launch event, insisting the patch 1.002 costumes were their intended final versions. And with the launch of the game's patch 1.003, it seems Shift Up has in fact moved to oblige players' requests for the uncensored outfits, albeit in a roundabout sort of way. So, launched on May 23rd, this latest update for Stellar Blade unlocks a new boss challenge mode, fixes a number of gameplay issues, and adds a bevy of new outfits for Eve to choose from, including a Neuralink suit and 2 new looks from the Kunoichi series. So this is the Neuralink suit.
Is that the skin on the left of her other outfit?
Yes, that's a close-up of her coochie. In addition to the above-noted costumes, the patch also stealth added 2 more outfits to the game. These being the Mystery Edition referenced by Shift Up's tease at the end of their above tweet. The first costume, Midsummer Alice, evokes the initial design of the cybernetic bondage suit, no boob covering strap, and an additional choker, bow, exposed underboob, and a front zipper that runs all the way to her crotch. Meanwhile, its sister, Midsummer Red Hood, puts Eve in a costume reminiscent of the original Holiday Rabbit suit, albeit in red instead of black. Both costumes' design patterns can be bought from Roxanne at the appropriate time and then crafted during the New Game Plus. Roxanne, of course.
Hard R shop?
Hard R shop, yeah. Anyway, so Grum said, "We did it, you did it. Free Stellar Blade celebrates as Shift Up and Stellar Blade Uncensor outfits. Thank you everyone who participated in the 8-step plan and the petition. Thank you." And this is, I think, the wife of the Shift Up CEO. Yeah. Am I following? Oh, I am following. Maybe this isn't the wife. Maybe this is the regular guy. Please sign the petition, which will now be sent as a gift to Shift Up. So many have helped to make this possible. Everyone worked so very hard. Gamer voices are small but growing. Our wins will be bigger and bigger over time, right? And he shared the images, right? So I think this one actually is like I said. So they were saying originally that the outfits weren't the intended version. Like they were still working on them, right? This original outfit looks so out of place without her having like a necklace or whatever, right? It just like visually, it feels like she's run outside without putting all of her clothes on. This fixes that problem visually, right? Just having something there, which is why a lot of women wear necklaces with their, deep V shirts or whatever, like their cleavage exposing dresses. However, we did it. Only one outfit layout is still censored, the bikini. Well, at least it looks like it's worth it to update with these new alterations. Okay, so this is showing the original censorship, right? Now, here's the thing. It's not just the bikini. None of the original outfits have been uncensored at all. This person is wrong with this, right? None of the original outfits that were censored, including the bikini, have been reverted back. The only thing is that they added these ones that are the uncensored versions of the censored ones. Right? That's the only thing that's changed.
Now, there was like a list of like 8 of them. So is there all 8 of them or just the 2?
Just the 2 so far. So
Work
then
in
they
progress.
said, okay, I would stay away from updating for now until everything is certain of the update. This is posted around showing new censorship for the older outfits. So this is not an older outfit. This is the Kunoichi outfit. And I wholeheartedly agree. It is a damn shame that they went with this version. But here's the thing. Okay, so I have the story on the Kunoichi outfit for Stellar Blade. It was not available to unlock in the original or patch version, and nobody knew about it until today. You would have had to unlock it today, then down patch it to even see the version on the left. With that said, it's still better. That wasn't promised and then censored. Nobody knew about it until today. The new unlock looks like the one on the right. Honestly, I think the one on the right looks better, but what do you think? Definitely disagree. A lot of people can't take a win when they get one. They want to quit when they take the foothill, but not the mountain. A war is won by 1,000 small battles, step by step, with minor victories adding up as a whole.
This is like the inversion of what we were just talking about with the Paper Mario.
I don't even think it's an inversion of it. It is what we were talking about, right? In terms of like,
I mean, inversion in the sides, I guess you could say.
Yeah. So like, I mean, I would say every step of the way it's a battle, right? And we're losing the battle with Nintendo in those regards, and we're winning the battle with Sony, which is something I never thought we would ever say, right? Like it's been so long winning the battle with Nintendo instead of Sony, you know? So he says a war is won by 1,000 small battles, step by step, with minor victories adding up as a whole. This is a battle to take back all of gaming. The fact that you were able to make change is powerful. Over 2 games so far, this will only get stronger in our 2-year plan to take back AAA gaming. Veridark says, while the new Stellar Blade outfits are a win, the game was not uncensored. All previously censored outfits are still so. All they did was add 2 similar outfits that are uncensored. Even the similar bunny one adds tights to cover some of the skin. I think they look amazing and really enjoyed the base game, but don't praise Sony. They didn't listen to us. This was most likely snuck in by Shift Up. We can't stop until they undo the original censorship and bring back the original gore. This is just a bone toss, I mean, like throwing us a bone. Please don't back off, Grums. Grums says, not backing off. The petition asks for more. Also, not blackpilling. This is a long battle for all of gaming. We celebrate the victories we get and keep pushing. And he says, just 3 months ago, gamers had 0 voice, 0 change. Today, you changed 2 games. It's amazing that even it's amazing that even that happened. So many will try to blackpill you, but never lose sight of the goal. A strong consumer voice that takes back all of gaming. If you want to quit today, it's your choice. If you want to stay and fight the long fight, taking small wins, big wins, and even risk suffering a few defeats, then keep going. You don't do your job, I'll shoot you. Do you get me? I have only one rule. Everyone fights, no one quits. If you don't do your job, I'll shoot you, right? I'm just going to throw this in here at the end because I want to close the tab. And I thought it was a great point, but we kind of missed our opportunity to talk about it previous podcast. Journos and others get their kinks off of Hades 2 and bath scenes. Wish they could have sex with deer men. Hades 2 hot spring scenes are a bold subversion of fan service. Where's the thing? I used to have a tweet. They said, "Oh, I was so disappointed to find out the horns weren't real. I've always wanted to sleep with a deer man." Okay. My first take on Hades 2 is that it is horny as hell, and that's fantastic. All the sexiness of the first game has been cranked up, but it's all still tastefully and impeccably done. So far, Hades 2 is absolutely everything I could have wanted.
That's kind of the funny thing.
Yeah. I'm so sad his antlers are just a headpiece and not real. My dreams of romancing a deer man dashed. So he says, meanwhile, they hate Stellar Blade while calling Hades tasteful when they wear less clothes than anything in Stellar Blade. And they call you the Coomer. Anyway, what were you saying, Footnote?
Like the voice actor thing, it's kind of funny because the same people that are like part of this like voice actor, like, oh my god, we have all these stipulations and like snowflakiness or whatever. Mm-hmm. They're the same people that are all on the side of the fence that are like, well, sexual empowerment and all this stuff, right? So it's kind of funny that it's like, oh, I'm such an entitled voice actor, like this has to be my way. I can't be touching ecchi with a 69-foot pole. But then, on the other hand, it's also like, well, this is actually really empowering and strong and independent of these characters to be naked or whatever, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or
so,
slut.
like, and somebody else is pointing out here, Jesus fucking Christ, every single time. Every single fucking time. He, they, she, they, them, she, they. For all the people that he just showed tweets from, every single one of them is a they, right? Every fucking time. Anyway, moving this to there. Report: Shift Up Corporation is developing a new project while also discussing a sequel and PC version for Stellar Blade. Yes. Sales of Stellar Blade are exceeding expectations. Studio will continue to expand AAA efforts and invest in new IPs moving into 2025. They got a new game that they're working on called Codename Witches. I don't really care to read the rest of it. It's pretty self-evident, and I'm really tired, so I'm going to move on. All right. Against my better judgment, I'm going to read this.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
No,
Assassin's Creed.
Let me rephrase. It's not that I'm going to read this. It's that we're going to cover this so that I can get it fucking done. Okay.
You don't need 3 articles. You need one single picture.
Dear Lord, I have highlights. Calm the fuck down. Assassin's Creed Shadows fully revealed with November release date. So here's the thing. You decide whether to play as a shinobi or a samurai. Approach quests with whichever character you prefer, as each possesses their own respective progression, stats, skills, and gear. You can play as Naoe, trained as a shinobi assassin from the Iga prefecture. Naoe Fujibayashi sets out to travel through Japan on a quest for revenge to honor Impossible Promise. Or Yasuke. After becoming a loyal samurai for Oda Nobunaga, Yasuke finds a new purpose confronting the demons of his past. Yup. Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer confirms Feudal Japan set title to feature black protagonist. In making a distinctive break from the franchise's usual direction, Feudal Japan set Assassin's Creed Shadows will center its narrative on a foreign-born black protagonist. This detail regarding the next entry in the long-running action-adventure series was first divulged to the public courtesy of a now deleted due to a copyright strike from Ubisoft video uploaded by noted Assassin's Creed leaker and video game YouTuber Jonathan. Jonathan revealed the identities of Shadow's two leads as the male samurai Yasuke, and the female ninja Naoe.
Oh no.
Based on the historical figure of the same name, Yasuke's story will reportedly see him go from being the only remaining survivor of a slave ship following a pirate raid to eventually being taught the ways of the samurai while serving under warlord Oda Nobunaga. Meanwhile, Naoe is described as a fledgling operative of the shinobi, the local and period, which is the local and period name for the assassins, who was brought into their ranks after her family was. So, do they mean the local and period name for the assassins, as in the assassins of Assassin's Creed, or that shinobi literally means assassin? Because that's what I think, maybe both. Who was brought into their ranks after her family was killed by a group known as the Order, the local and period name for the enemy Templars. In addition to Yasuke and Naoe's identities, Jonathan also alleged that the game would, unsurprisingly, given it's being developed by Ubisoft, feature an abundance of DLC, including a $40 season pass, 2 expansion packs for $25 each, and various microtransaction currency packs ranging in price from $5 to $50. And in almost record time, just hours after his video was taken down by Ubisoft, Jonathan's scoop regarding Yasuke and Naoe would be confirmed by a leak of Shadow's main key art. First obtained by a personal data mining of Ubisoft's online store, the art in question shows both Yasuke and Naoe striking battle poses in front of a traditional Japanese torii-gate, the background scenery drenched in a blood-red color palette. Notably, and as readers familiar with this character may already be aware of, despite being directly inspired by the historical Yasuke, his Shadow's interpretation deviates in 2 very significant ways from his real-world counterpart. First, Yasuke did not make landfall in Japan as the result of a raid on a slave ship. In fact, there exists no historical record that he was ever a victim of the African slave trade. Rather, he was brought there by a Jesuit missionary by the name of Alessandro Valigiano, whose service he had found himself under prior to his trip to the East Asian nation. Second, and despite pop culture's obsession with pushing the idea, there exists no concrete evidence that Yasuke was ever considered an actual samurai, nor that he was chosen to serve under Nobunaga due to his supposed skills. In reality, what is known is that Yasuke caught the attention of Nobunaga thanks to his skin color, which the Japanese warlord found mesmerizing due to his never having seen anyone so dark in his entire life. Finding himself amused with both the discrepancy in their skin tones and the man's overall character, Nobunaga eventually requested that Valigiano allow Yasuke to come under his service, to which the missionary obliged. Given his Japanese name of Yasuke by his new master, the African man was then put under Nobunaga's employ as a retainer, which is a noble and respected position with many privileges similar to samurai, but far, far different in actual regard and duty. Imagine the difference between a doctor of literature and a doctor of medicine, but with more swords, which is a fucking great way of putting it, honestly. Before later being appointed as one of the warlord's kosho, which is essentially the Japanese version of a page boy. However, despite the murky nature of his samurai labeling, Yasuke has been confirmed to have fought in service of Nobunaga in at least one battle. Following the death of his master during the infamous rebellion by his vassal Akechi Mitsuhide, known as the Honnoji Incident, Yasuke is reported to have rushed to protect Nobunaga's heir, at which time he encountered and proceeds to clash with a group of Mitsuhide's supporters. Eventually bested by his enemies and captured, Yasuke would end up surviving the rebellion thanks to the direct intervention of Mitsuhide himself, who, when asked what to do with a black man by one of his vassals, ordered, quote, "A black slave is an animal and knows nothing, nor is he Japanese, so do not kill him and place him in the custody at the Cathedral of Padre in India. So in this situation, I'm guessing he didn't want to give him an honorable death because he's not Japanese or whatever. And also an animal, to put it in his words.
I guess so.
As for what happened to Yasuke after the battle, well, that's currently unknown, as outside of the known fact that he authored at least one letter to a friend in which he gave thanks to God for his survival of the Honnoji incident, the historical record makes no further mention of the African retainer. Assassin's Creed Shadows sparks Wikipedia edit war over Yasuke.
Great. I will say, like, Assassin's Creed is known to fiddle with history a little bit. Like, they're not gonna every historical figure isn't gonna be a one-to-one recreation.
It's never been historically accurate.
Yeah. Well, it's been
historically,
less so as the games have gone on, to be honest.
Historically, though, every single one of the previous games has a protagonist that is native to the place where it's taking place.
Yeah.
The Wikipedia page for Yasuke has been the subject of an edit war after Assassin's Creed Shadows released their first look at Yasuke as one of the game's protagonists. Now, I just want to say real quick, it is kind of a cool idea, right? In terms of, like, if you could erase the current climate we exist in from your mind, and it's fucking obvious the reason they're doing this.
Yeah, you've mentioned this before. We've talked about this, where it's like, 10 years ago, you wouldn't have given this a second thought, but because it's current year, anytime they do this sort of stunt, you're just like, is there an angle to it?
Yeah. I just think it seems like it could have been an interesting idea, right? Especially because of what time period and stuff that they're putting it in and all that. Like, it honestly could have been an interesting idea, but not as an Assassin's Creed game where you're supposed to blend in and it actually completely defeats the purpose of
more of a brute in the game. I have to look at gameplay, but
I'm gonna pull a couple of
the female that they have doing the co-piloting of the game seems more to be the stealthy type.
Yeah, so
I'm with you on this, by the way. I totally agree with what you're saying. I'm just saying that.
Hold on, I've got like 6,000 tabs over here about this. We're not going to look through all of them, but I have some memes. I have some memes I think would be good to bring into this discussion. So I'm just going to try to find some of them. I'm just trying to make sure I don't bring in all of them. Okay, this one I want to bring this one in a minute. Just give me 1 second here. Come on. Almost there. Yeah, there's some crazy shit going on with this. So I didn't finish getting all this stuff into the doc. We're just going to kind of do it live here. So just one moment. Oh, fuck, man, I got it somewhere.
So the thing is, at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter, even if, in theory, we would accept this at a different time. Let's say that's the scenario. It's like, once again, the Japanese people are not being represented, and if representation matters, which is why they're putting Yasuke in here.
Yeah, right? But see, that's the thing is that Japanese people are white adjacent, and therefore it's okay to not give them representation. So here we go. I got this right here. I thought this was fucking great. The assassin could be anywhere. Stay vigilant. He's a master of disguise. Right?
My God.
So just in their defense, here's the thing. The assassin is Nawe. Okay, like she's the assassin.
Yeah.
Yasuke is just some samurai, right? He's not actually he's actually fighting for the opposite side as Naoe. And from what I gather from the trailer, as the story progresses, he starts to deviate away. And it's a whole, like, and this is the thing, the fucking message and all that shit about, like, the people in power are the bad guys always, 100% of the time.
I wish they had gone the power out with him. I wish he was a Templar. I wish he was one of the bad guys, to be honest with you. That's what they were going for. I was like, oh, sick, that'll be it.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. So let's read about this Wikipedia edit. So Yasuke is a historical figure claimed to be the first black samurai. The Wikipedia page, as it reads now, paints a more ambiguous picture as records of Yasuke appear to be few and far between. The article even says he was likely of African origin. However, the real excitement is happening in the talk page for the article. Users are currently having a back and forth about a particular line which clarifies Yasuke's alleged status as a samurai rather than a retainer. The line currently reads, quote, "It is important to note that despite popular myth and modern depictions, there are no historical writings nor evidence that Yasuke was ever granted the rank or title of samurai. He was never given a fief nor referred to as one in any writings. Most of our knowledge of his life comes from these messages written by missionaries and locals." The line comes from these two linked sources. Users who disagree with this edition feel it's racist backlash to Yasuke's role in Assassin's Creed Shadows. Meanwhile, editors who support the edition claim it's needed to prevent the spread of misinformation. Wikipedia's editor, Ezio's Assassin, explains, quote, "I support the idea that Wikipedia needs to make it clear that on the article that there's no evidence that Yasuke was granted the rank of samurai. Many random articles on the internet keep calling him a samurai, probably the effect of him being falsely portrayed as such in modern media. And now, many people use those articles as a source to back their claim for political reasons. If that misinformation keeps spreading, it will become a fact eventually. If just one reliable source starts calling Yasuke a samurai, people will use that as a source to edit on Wikipedia."
You know, it's back to and I'll just briefly mention it, and then we can move on. But like, same thing I mentioned with Joan of Arc. It's like Joan of Arc's trans. The fuck she was. Like, what are you talking about? That's a headcanon. That you made
Yeah.
You made it the fuck up.
100%. So meanwhile, on more public forums of discourse, Twitter users are posting screenshots of Japanese users questioning the choice and pointing out the potential racism of a foreigner slaughtering Japanese in their country. Let's see how received the latest stunning and brave Assassin's Creed Shadows is in Japan. I'm sure things are going to be oh shit. A game where black people massacre Japanese people in the Sengoku period is a perfect example of Ubi. It is this what happens when political correctness is taken to the extreme?
They're right. It's symbolic of their culture being assassinated in real time.
So this is honestly like the most egregious thing for me is what people are noting, the lack of research done in the game.
True, right? The Chinese buildings.
Yeah, so the buildings are based on Chinese pagodas instead of Japanese. The sword is in the wrong position. It's no good to have it open at your side. I wanted Yasuke to appear as an ally. Are they mocking Japan? They should have made someone like Saizo Kirigakure as an assassin.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. This isn't historically accurate because it's Assassin's Creed, so that's all okay, right?
It's a bit disappointing. I wanted to play as a Japanese ninja. It's my favorite game since I started with Syndicate and have played everything, so this is sad. Anyway, so that's the Wikipedia saga, right? Let me put this in old doc so I can add it later. How I always imagined Assassin's Creed in Japan pre-woke era versus what we actually got. Modern audiences and DEI destroy everything. So this is what they imagined they would look like, Assassin's Creed in Japan, right? Well, wouldn't you know it? Infinitale Chronicles #1 says, I worked on some narrative elements for the Sengoku era of Japan for Assassin's Creed back in 2013-2014 when I worked under contract in San Jose/Tokyo area. I guess they tossed all that out for a black samurai and some cannon-destroying Kunoichi boss. So I'm so glad I'm not in that. So I'll just show you the pictures real quick.
Like, that actually looks like on brand.
It does. That looks like an Assassin's Creed thing. It just looks like shit. But like you could definitely tell, like with the, you know, symbology on it and stuff.
Yeah, is that not the hood?
So he says, I'm so glad I'm not in that industry anymore. I guess it's only fitting that my contributions to these studios vanish like everything else I worked on. Every MMO shooter I have worked on has been shut down. Here's a brief synopsis of the original story from what I can remember. It's been a decade. The plot focused on the young monk, Yamauchi Taka, as the playable ancestor. Taka means hawk, to coincide with the then naming convention of every playable hero being named after a bird of prey. No idea if that changed with all of these newer, disjointed games that no longer have Desmond as the core hero that bound everything together. The main conflict was about the Sword of Eden, aka Excalibur, Honjo Masamune, Genghis Khan's sword, etc., and how it had given its latest wielder, Oda Nobunaga, an unfair advantage in his conquest of Japan. After Nobunaga is assassinated by Hattori Hanzo, the other sword maker, Taka becomes a part of the Brotherhood and, under Hanzo, is trained as an assassin. The Brotherhood try to transport the recovered sword out of Japan, but are beset by Jesuit Templar ships, and it is lost. To make matters worse, Hanzo was assassinated as he considers retirement as a monk. His lord, Tokugawa Ieyasu, charges Taka with finding the killer and recovering the sword. Despite Nobunaga's successor, Toyotomi Hideyoshi acquiring the sword and going on a rampage that extends into Korea, Taka steals the sword back, and a mad daimyo loses his power, weakening his campaign in Korea. Incensed by the theft, Toyotomi believes that he was betrayed by the Templars and basically exterminates all Jesuit Templars in Japan. Taka infiltrates Toyotomi's castle and faces him in a final battle, resulting in Toyotomi's death. The ambitious daimyo is left to die as Taka slips away before his retainers can intercept him. The now seasoned assassin spares Toyotomi's infant heir, knowing the clan has lost its teeth and will eventually wither without Hideyoshi. Ieyasu begins his ambitious power grab, demanding Taka and the Brotherhood give him the sword and help him wipe away, abstergo in Latin, all of his enemies from Japan to fully unite it under his clan's banners. Taka and the Brotherhood decline and vanish into the shadows with the sword. Oh well, Black Samurai and Kunoichi it is. What a shame. I love this counterpoint. Ninja chicks are hot. If I recall, there was a scenario in the original treatments where Taka and Hanzo had to assassinate a noblewoman, assassin turned Templar, that was running an orphanage of girls all trained to be Kunoichi. Apparently, there were a lot of hot ninja chicks in that, though none were playable. And then I think I have one more. Oh, well, I do have more, but I think there's more here. Let me see. Hold on. Here, I think it's... After seeing some YouTubers take off with what I had posted, I hope these corrections clear some things up, as only a couple of YouTubers actually reached out to me before making a video. 1. I never claimed I had written Assassin's Creed Shadows. I also did not paint any of those art concepts. They were outsourced to some Chinese sweatshop art house. I worked for a company, Area, contracted by Ubisoft, and drafted up several story treatments with a team of other designers that were submitted to the then creative director and lead narrative designers of Ubisoft for approval. The story treatments were approved and made canon, added to the official Assassin's Creed timeline for all narrative designers to reference so as to maintain continuity. There was a lot of back and forth with the narrative leads to ensure we weren't writing stories and characters that contradicted previous and current titles or damaged the brand. A lot of research went into ensuring a respect for the culture and history. I also remember being borderline OCD about eliminating any equipment and term anachronisms referenced in the stories. The stories were used in a failed mobile game, Memories, that was canceled shortly after launch in 2014. The original post I made was me expressing disappointment in all of my accomplishments in that industry vanishing. I wasn't crying, and I'm not bitter, just disappointed. Since I have worked on a bunch of games as a service that have all been shut down, it's become incredibly difficult to show anything I contributed. This canonized writing treatment for a Sengoku-era story was all that remained. Now I have nothing to show for the 10 years I sunk into the industry, besides a few promotional posters and useless game discs for games that no longer exist. This was never meant to be mean-spirited dig at the current devs working on Assassin's Creed Shadows. I personally dislike the direction the series took for this game, but I am clearly biased. Getting doxxed sucks. I hope this clears things up. Who got doxxed? There was another thing in here about the story, but I just don't care. So anyway, Manga Lawyer says, Japanese reception from Ubisoft's latest video game, Assassin's Creed Shadows. One Japanese user says, for the first time, I understand what cultural appropriation was. Very diverse neo-colonialists we have here. Yeah, so they say, up until now, the main characters have been the original local races and ethnic groups, but why do they become different races when it comes to Japan? Yasuke, who is supposed to be a sword holder, enters the battlefield without permission, so Nobunaga-sama ends up holding a sword himself, which is ridiculous. This probably won't sell well in Japan. Everyone has a simple question. Why do they use black people in Japanese culture? You should change your concept now. This is wrong in both Assassin's Creed and Japanese history. It may have existed in real life, but when a foreigner like this appears in a historical drama-like world, it just seems like a gag. This sense of discomfort is like seeing a Japanese person appear at the Boston Tea Party.
Wow.
Why do they go out of their way to use black people when even though it's set in Japan, if they wanted to use black people, they could just change the setting, but it's too mysterious. For the first time, I feel like I understand what cultural appropriation was. Okay, so I got a couple more things I'm going to pull out from off screen here. Here it is. Okay. Let me grab that. Oh, I found the thing. All right. All right. I got that. I got this and that. God, this is funny. Okay, hold on. Push these in here. Actually, let's do these first. Okay, and then we'll come back to that. And I think there's one more. Almost there. Oh, yes. One second. Oh, God. Almost there.
JT Vega said, The Adventures of Yasuke, the Black Gay Samurai.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get to that part.
Yasuke.
Yeah. All right. I'm just making sure I've got all these ready. All right. This will be good. We'll use this one real quick. I just put that in first. Oh, God damn it. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. All right, put that in there. Okay, almost done. Yeah, I got something here I can't really show. Okay, hold on. I'm going to drag these into this menu, and then I'm going to grab all of them, and we'll put them right here. Okay. All right. Japanese Assassin's Creed fan excited to get a protagonist that represents them. Right.
Something that It's a Gundam pointed out is the, like, what is it? The dreads trend in all of these modern media.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in this, though, because it's like, well, how'd you get, like, you know, in Japan, you're not going to have these people that know how to do dreads and all that stuff, let alone the tools or whatever the hell they have to do to make it, right?
Yeah, I don't know how they do that in the black community. Like, how long have they had braids and stuff like this or whatever? I don't know.
So it's like a historical modern take.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, Assassin's Creed Shaka Zulu.
Yes.
It would only be appropriate, right? Assassin's Creed Savannah, the next Ubisoft project set in Africa. Hold on, let me show you.
Wow.
Right?
Oh,
The assassins are not for disguise.
Remember, guys, it doesn't matter, though.
Yeah. All right. Assassin's Creed Wakanda.
Yeah.
Why do you gotta bring Ryan Gosling in this? Come on.
All right. So coming back to that thing I was looking for. Somebody asked of the guy who did the other stuff for the mobile game or whatever. The villain should have been the Spanish and Portuguese Templars, since they were the ones who, that was trying to conquer Japan. But instead, they made the villains the Japanese. They made the Japanese the villains, even though in lore it was hard for the Templars to get recruitments because of the war. I believe Hideyoshi Toyotomi was initially being manipulated by the Templars, but when he failed to be a trained dog and fall in line, he was seen as too dangerous and unpredictable to the order. Hideyoshi's ambition grew to more than just Japan's unification after getting the sword, and he started expanding into Korea. Taka used this to his advantage and exploited the spy network of prostitutes and concubines from his master's defeated former ally, Mochizuki Chiyomi, to learn how to steal the sword from Toyotomi. There was a European presence in the original treatment, but after losing the sword, Toyotomi believed he was betrayed by the Templars and has Japan purged of all the Jesuits, crucifying several of them. Without the backing of the Templars and the loss of the sword, Toyotomi Hideyoshi was primed for Taka to avenge his master's death and assassinate the Mad Daimyo. The story didn't follow up with the clash between Tokugawa Ieyasu and Ishida Mitsunari, as that would have led to the pivotal point in Sekigahara and the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate. Europeans played significant roles during this point, especially the non-bond trade of firearms. That could have been a great era for the sequel, but the story treatments I worked on ended with the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi and didn't follow through to the conclusion of the Sengoku Jidai. It's hard to believe that stuff was worked on more than a decade ago. Time flies. Yeah, so the thing I find a bit crazy about this is that, like, this is like such a well thought out usage of the actual historical stuff going on in Japan, right? Like, this is extremely well retrofitted for the Assassin's Creed stuff, if you ask me. So let's see. Let's throw these into old doc. And then I've got a couple more things here. It starts to get off the rails insane.
Something else about this is, what is it? Ubisoft doing this is basically a checkmate move, because it's like, now that the trailer's out and everything, they can't unblack him or whatever, right? They can't make him someone else. It's too late. But because of that as well, though, it's like they've kind of dug themselves a grave to, like, the people that were interested because like, oh my god, I've been waiting for this since the beginning. We're finally in Japan. I feel like there's going to be a lot of people that aren't even like in the culture war. They'll just overtly notice it and be like, bro, what? And then, I don't know, might not be interested because like, bro, my immersion. I want to be a Japanese. I mean, sure, you can play as the lady, I guess, but I don't know, man. It might not be the same. You want to be your Ezio or whatever. The Japan Ezio.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to determine which articles we're going to cover and which ones I'm going to scrape. Let's see. I'm going to bring this basically the whole thing in here, and we're just going to basically read headlines. Okay, let's move this. And that. And oh, holy fuck. All right. There's some crazy shit. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to close that. Close that. Okay, there we go. Let's grab that too. Okay. I'm going to just pull this shit out. We're going to look at this real quick. All right, you ready?
Oh, I've seen this one.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's seen this one by now. Okay, here we go. Wait, let me go back and screen share this with audio. Fuck, it's in the other window, so now I can't. Hold on. Let me move that here. Screen share with audio. Yes. Okay, here you go. So this is the sentiment we all have been thinking.
We got our first look at the new Assassin's Creed game, and I gotta say, man, I'm not impressed. I'm actually just really annoyed right now. We have two main protagonists, one female, one male, just like Odyssey. We're gonna be using Nagao. I hope I said that right. A female Japanese character. And for the male character, they're gonna be using Yasuke. Now, I'm annoyed because they're using Yasuke, and I'm gonna tell you why. Yasuke is what they want to say is the first black Japanese samurai, when in all actuality, he was not even a samurai. He was a retainer, so he wasn't even a full-blown samurai. And for all of the characters they could have used for Japan, all these kind of different people they could have picked from, they picked Yasuke. Why do they pick Yasuke? Because he's black. So in context, that doesn't matter to me because in all the Assassin's Creed games, every single character has been of some kind of different race and nationality. So that doesn't matter to me. That's fine. But you have to understand what day and age we're in. You have to understand the kind of social shit that they want to try to get across in these video games now. So instead of using a Japanese man in a game based in Japan, like they did with the other Assassin's Creed games, Altair, he was an Arab, obviously. One of my favorites, Connor, in Assassin's Creed 3, he was Native American. That was fine. And the most famous of them all, Ezio Auditore, who was Italian. So why in all those games would you have a character representative of the region they're from? But in this game, you want to demote a Japanese man and then use Yasuke. I understand why. We know why. But they're not going to tell you why. Because if you call it out, you're some kind of ist or phobe or whatever. And since I'm black and I'm calling it out, that means that I must hate my skin or something. You know how they do. I just see this and my immediate thought is they did this for brownie points. I can't think of any other reason why you would have a Assassin's Creed game based in Japan, which we've been clamoring for since the beginning of Assassin's Creed. and then have the main protagonist that is a male be black. I see that and I'm like, there's no other reason than I want claps for it. There's no other reason. And I'm an Assassin's Creed fan. I've played every game. I love every game. And one of my favorite characters is actually Cassandra from Odyssey. So nobody can sit here and say, I don't like women or I don't like diverse people or whatever, when one of my favorite characters is diverse. Hell, Connor Kenway and Hatham Kenway, those are some of my favorite characters from Assassin's Creed. So before the idiots want to start, that's not the reason. The reason is I see straight through this bullshit. And I know exactly why they picked this character. It's annoying. That's like if Ghost of Tsushima, instead of using Jin, they use a white dude. People would be like, that doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense to me. It's stupid. I know exactly why they're doing it. I see straight through it. It's annoying. It's pandering. It doesn't do anything for me but piss me off.
There you go.
Thank you for the accompanying ASMR.
Yeah, sorry, I'm starving right now.
I am too. I should probably get going.
Well, we're just going to mostly read the headlines for the rest of these. So it's going to start to pick up. But senior writer for Assassin's Creed Shadows declared, there's more than enough games out there to do where you can play as white men. Let's do better. PlayStation 5 subreddit permanently banned a user for being disappointed that Assassin's Creed Shadows did not feature an Asian male main character. Asmongold box at Assassin's Creed Shadows $130 Ultimate Edition price point that includes Day 1 DLC. Which the point here is that why do you have DLC for Day 1? Why isn't that just included in the game? And $130 is ridiculous.
Well, don't forget, Day 1 DLC is, you can also interpret that as you pay to play it the first day, because it's like play 3 days early, but it's like that's when it actually releases. Everyone that pays the normal price plays it 3 days late.
Mm-hmm. Ubisoft stock plummets 15% after Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer debut, and company failed to meet forecasted sales figures. Let's put this here. Every major YouTube upload of Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer holds negative like to dislike ratio. Official Ubisoft version at 600,000 dislikes and counting. Don't ever let them convince you you're a minority. Japanese reactions to Assassin's Creed Shadows surprisingly supportive, says Sankaku Complex. Sengoku era Japan is probably one of the most retreaded parts of the country's history, and its many retellings seem to have made Japanese reactions surprisingly supportive towards Assassin's Creed Shadows, featuring a black samurai and Kunoichi as protagonists. Some of the reactions translated, with some against, but a surprising amount of people accepting the addition, though many seem to be misinterpreting the backlash against the title as ignorance of Yasuke's historical existence. Yasuke has been used in fiction so much I thought he was more famous, but apparently not. Came as a slave to Japan during Sengoku era. Nobunaga trades for him, finding his black skin fascinating. Named a samurai and a possible candidate for owning a castle. Goes to Nobunaga's side during the Honnoji incident. Akechi Mitsuhide spares him. Goes missing afterwards. You can't tell me that doesn't stir your imagination. Of course he would be a protagonist. Again, so just... it does seem like an ample opportunity because so little is known about him that it's the perfect opportunity for your fictional game to insert him. You know what I mean? Like, you get to write his story and you basically have a blank slate because so fucking little is known about him, you know?
How does the Assassin's Creed thing work? Because it's like, aren't all these people part of some sort of like Assassin's Creed or whatever? So it's like specifically Yasuke happened to be one of the people who are part of it, or am I just not? I don't know Assassin's Creed.
I have never played a single Assassin's Creed game. I watched my brother-in-law play it before my wife and I were married for a little bit, and the whole concept of the future aspect of it, where you like like remote into the person from the past is so fucking retarded.
Be transracial?
Yeah, that would be hilarious. It's like, oh, that would be the funniest fucking plot twist. The guy remoting in is a Japanese guy from modern day.
That's not plot twist. Like immediately in the games, you're in like the future, usually within the first however many minutes, and they're like, "This is our mission" and stuff, and then you
but don't you think that would be fucking hilarious? That the guy in the future is a Japanese guy. Like, there's your Asian male protagonist. It's the guy controlling the black guy.
The guy inside of the mecha.
Yeah.
The pilot of the black man.
So they go on to say, like, the Sengoku Assassin's Creed has those on about political correctness buzzing, but Yasuke was an actual person, so it can't be helped. Not to mention how he got the attention of Nobunaga, who was overwhelmingly powerful at the time. Going from being a slave to someone by his side, you can't get a history that's better jumping off point than that. So I get why they chose him. I agree. I totally understand the appeal of having the character whose history is not written, so you get to write it. As a good way of using him as a character. But because we're in current year, it's really fucking annoying to have it beat over your head and everything, and it's only going to get worse from here, as we'll see. Not to mention he conveniently vanished from history at the Honoji incident. Western people, Japanese people must be mad about the new AZ protagonist of Black Samurai. Whoa, it's Yasuke, it's so cool. Anyway, so it's just a bunch more of this, right? Bunch more of this. Then Sankaku Complex also wrote Assassin's Creed Shadows Japanese positive sentiment reversed. The past few days have seen a reversal of sorts in Japanese sentiment towards Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Shadows. The Japanese dissatisfaction with the lack of research by the development team, as well as more people finding out about Famitsu's edited interview. I don't know about that. In particular, even some of the establishing shots of the Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer show an astonishing lack of research, which angered the Japanese, who felt that despite the series' main claims to fame being the accuracy of the architecture and lifestyle, so much so that they used Assassin's Creed as the blueprint for when they decided they were going to rebuild Notre Dame. Because Assassin's Creed reconstructed Notre Dame to such a meticulous amount of detail that they were able to use the game itself as the blueprint for the reconstruction.
Damn. That's why it's so annoying that it's like 1 foot in and 1 foot out of being historically accurate.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure there were probably like rafters and stuff that are in the game that probably weren't there because they're part of like, you know, game mechanics and stuff. There probably isn't actually like a bale of hay at the bottom.
They rebuild it with yellow paint on the ledges.
Oh, that'd be good. Oh shit. Who felt that despite the series' main claims to fame being accuracy of the architectural and lifestyle of the past people, less attention to correct details was being paid, but out of a casually racist perspective. Okay. The above image was one of the most criticized. With square tatami mats and a follower of Nobunaga sitting on the same elevated area as Nobunaga himself, some accused Ubisoft of deriving inspiration from Chinese architecture as well, rather than Japanese architecture. Of course, the original version of Famitsu's edited interview, where the part of the interview where developers discussed how they chose Yasuke while looking for their samurai, was edited out. Also made the rounds, informing the Japanese crowd about how the political agendas influenced the chosen setting of the game. Yeah, so I guess in the Famitsu article, they discussed looking for a samurai and settling on Yasuke instead of, you know, Musashi Miyamoto or just like generally any other famous historical Japanese person. Although I will say, I don't know off the top of my head the samurai, the famous like Ronin and samurai who existed in the time period, because Japan's history is so fucking long that it's easy to think of, oh yeah, in the samurai, there was like this guy and that guy and this guy, but those guys could be like hundreds of years removed from each other because of how long the history of Japan actually is, right? CD Projekt Red senior lead weapon artist apologizes for noting criticism about Assassin's Creed Shadows is valid. So he said, yeah, this is bullshit. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm not racist. Assassin's Creed Shadows makes franchise history with most disliked trailer of all time. Shit, I should have stuck that over here. Ubisoft hints at LGBT romance options for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Says Yasuke and Naoe will, quote, attract and be attracted to different types of people. Ubisoft appears to confirm Assassin's Creed Shadows protagonists Yasuke and Naoe are LGBTQ+. And Assassin's Creed Shadows, Ubisoft hires LGBTQ+ activists as consultant who wants to challenge moral standards around transgenerational sex. Let's just read this one. Ubisoft hired LGBTQ activist Sachi Schmidhori, great name, as a consultant for Assassin's Creed Shadows. As revealed in an inside look at the creation of the game given to IGN, Sachi Schmidhori comments on the game alongside associate narrative director Brooke Davies. IGN details that Schmidhori is working with Ubisoft on Assassin's Creed Shadows, but does not provide any further details as to what her involvement is. She does specifically comment on how Naoe follows in the tradition of previous Japanese stories, saying fighting beautiful women is a recurrent figure in Japanese literary creations. The sun goddess Amaterasu, she can turn into a ferocious fighter, and also the tale
character.
What?
A historical character.
The sun goddess, yeah. She can turn into a ferocious fighter, and also the tale of the Heike features Tomoe, who is a female warrior, and she is described as a beautiful woman who is as strong as 1,000 male samurai. Naoe, is kind of following the footsteps of her, she added. As for Yasuke, Yasuke has been featured in many creative writings, fan fictions, and media so far. There's like a long list of novels, TV series. Really? I can think of maybe 4? And that's even a stretch. TV series, dramas, and have been inspired by him. Yeah, I think people in Japan are really, really embracing him as a character. And we really like to, see him representing the samurai spirit. Outside of her work with Ubisoft Assassin's Creed Shadows, Schmidhori is an associate professor at Dartmouth University Art and Science Department. Her biography at Dartmouth confirms that she's an activist. Quote, I am interested in investigating how gender, sexuality, corporeality, and power are represented and negotiated in pre-17th century Japanese narratives and illustrations. My first book, Tales of Idolized Boys, Male Love in Medieval Japanese Narratives, is on medieval Chigo Monogatari, Buddhist acolyte tales, which often depict romantic relationships between Buddhist priests and adolescent boys. Wow. These tales challenge a host of normative and moral standards we, academics especially, internalize, including such ideas as sexual orientation. So transgenerational sex literally is pedo stuff. Is what
she's a Shotokan.
Yeah. So when I first read it, I'm like, are they trying to say transgenerational sex? And I'm like, no, transgenerational sex, yeah, and sexual agency. My current project is on the literary representations of milk kinships in pre-17th Japanese tales, including the tale of Ochikubo, the tale of Genji, and the tales of the Heike.
She'd love Boku no Pico.
It's probably cited in her work, right?
Yeah.
Of note, the official description from the publisher of Tales of Idolized Boys, Male Love, and Medieval Japanese Narratives, Universities of Hawaii Press, reveals Schmidhori calls for a shift in the hermeneutic strategies applied to Chigo and Chigo Monogatari, and puts forth both a nuanced historicization, that's right, you pronounce it, of social constructs such as gender, sexuality, age, and agency, and a mode of reading propelled by curiosity and introspection. Earlier in the description, it states Sachi Schmidt Hori begins by delineating various dimensions of Chigo, the Chigo, title, personal names, gender, sexuality, class, religiosity, blah, blah, blah. To show the complexity of this cultural construct, the Chigo is a triply liminal figure who is neither male nor female, child nor adult, human nor deity. A modern reception history of the Chigo Monogatari follows, revealing, not surprisingly, that the tales have often been interpreted through cultural paradigms rooted in historical moments and worldviews far removed from the original. From the 1950s to 1980s, research on Chigo was hindered by widespread homophobic prejudice. More recently, aversion to the age gap in historical master-acolyte relationships has prevented scholars from analyzing the religious and political messages underlying the genre. Dear fucking God. Okay, good. We're almost done. Ubisoft previously employed radical woke consultant Sweet Baby Inc. for their Assassin's Creed Valhalla game. An alleged internal document shared to social media by Jeremy Hambley of The Quartering also detailed how committed Ubisoft was as a company to woke ideology. The document declared, "We are proud to represent the diversity and inclusion that exists in society as part of our everyday work. Representation is part of our DNA and will remain that way regardless of external pressure or influences." It concluded, "Ubisoft firmly stands for diversity and inclusion in our workspace and games, blah, blah, blah. There's no room for hate in gaming." Okay, wow. Great. Let me show you now Kyle's tweet.
They had diversity. It's fucking... you went to all kinds of places in Assassin's Creed. You couldn't get any more diverse.
Yeah. Sweet Baby Inc.'s Kim Belair in the photo behind dyed hair developer at Ubisoft, who's soon launching an Assassin's Creed set in Japan, starring a black man for some bizarre reason. Yeah. So again, they hired Sweet Baby Inc., Kim Belair's company, for Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Is that the game right before this one?
No, they did have Mirage.
Yeah,
Leonardo.
Mirage.
Yeah, so I imagine
an
she's been
extended
working.
DLC. It's a glorified DLC, but yes, they had Mirage. But I'd say Valhalla was their last big one.
Yeah. So we'll just go ahead and skip this. Ubisoft finally gives Assassin's Creed fans the game they've always wanted, but is it too little too late? Ubisoft uses Babel Media to help their online image. We employ a team of native guerrillas to infiltrate forums and message boards. Isn't that something? Yeah, we show up and we shame people who speak badly about your product and try to shift public opinion by shaming people who disagree with you. Why does modern gaming Ubisoft hate so much their female characters? Oh! All right. There's a couple more. I just want to wrap them up. Where'd they go? Okay, there. Okay. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need that. Don't need that. I'll take that one. Don't need that. Need that. Okay. Okay, let's talk about this. Don't need that. Keep that one. You could look at that in a second. Don't need that. Don't need that.
Okay, it's almost like 6 a.m.
Yeah,
bouncing.
we're basically done.
Basically.
I mean, I'll be
I see
real.
a lot of tabs there.
I'll be real. I stopped playing Assassin's Creed after they went into the RPG phase. Like, I played Origins, which featured an Egyptian man, oddly enough.
Mm-hmm.
But after that, I didn't care for Assassin's Creed because their RPG, the way into the RPG that they did, I didn't like it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I got them. Let's just pull these in to right here. And then we got our last little bit. Okay. So I guess this was the Famitsu article. Assassin's Creed Shadows developer confessed that their intention of finding a non-Japanese character to fit the Japanese period. The article is 100% real and came from a now deleted paragraph from Famitsu. Even the Japanese website paid by Ubisoft is doing damage control. Quote, we were first looking for our samurai, someone who could be our non-Japanese eyes. For Yasuke, we were first looking for our samurai, someone who could be our non-Japanese eyes. This is because we thought from the beginning the story of the Portuguese arrival would be a very good way to tell the crisis in Japan. The team liked the character Yasuke, and we thought we could expect to use him to discover Japan. There you go. I don't know who this is, but it fits very well. If you ever wondered if Ubisoft's Yasuke was going to be a DEI insert, this latest blog post appears to want to make a romancing option and make him bisexual. They also assert that Yasuke was a real-life samurai, which has never stayed in historical record. At this point, I believe Ubisoft is trying to play a PR game to boost sales. They see what gamers are saying and are riffing off of it to generate talk. Their responses have been too smooth. This isn't a company in panic. This is a strategy. There's also this, which I thought was fucking hilarious. This is a picture of Yasuke. This is the reason we know he exists. Because he was the guy who holds the fucking umbrella over Nobunaga. This Chojin looking zesty. This Chojin looking moist. He's got sugar in his saya, which is the Japanese word for a scabbard. He's light on his tabi. He's a little bit cherry. He fights for the other shogun. He plays at the other end of the kabuki theater. This Chojin good with the shamisen. This Chojin good with kimono sewing. This Chojin gonna compose yo kanji in a haiku, and that shit gonna sound good. This Chojin lifts hakamas. This Chojin on the down low. This Chojin be a sake trader. This Chojin plants bonsai uphill. This Chojin packs mochi. He's a friend of Doroti. He feels the love that dare not speak its name. He loves to dance. He's of the Oda clan. He indulges in the foreign vice. He has an antipathic sexual instinct. He's fluent in poetry. He comes naked from the onsen. He's on the wrong cart. He carries the sword of his samurai. He's temperamental. He's one of them, if you catch my drift. Okay, so let's see. Is that?
I was eating ice cream, and I want you to know I almost spit it out after that first line.
So Neon from Clownfish says, Ubisoft literally cannot afford for Assassin's Creed Shadows to fail. The company has taken a massive financial hit, and a lot is riding on this title. However, in trying to protect it from the chuds, they might have just guaranteed its underperformance at launch. Good job.
Yeah.
Kyle says, gay butt sex confirmed for Assassin's Creed Shadows. The production manager deleted a tweet, excited for you to see soft romantic side. You know, vulnerable. Like Xbox said when they were mad about curvy women with exaggerated bodies. Haha, mandatory gay, Yasuke. Yasuke! And then I saw this.
Is Rekka still here? What is
can
he
I get the baby?
Is he still here? He's not, is he? Rekka, are you still here?
I'm here. Where's... I can never... I keep losing.
I don't think he is, unfortunately.
Oh, he's true, man. Okay.
But
yeah, he is here.
I'd love to know what he thinks.
Of Yasuke?
Yeah.
Let's get that baby on screen real quick. We can do the tiny baby. Even though this this clearly doesn't...
yeah, we already have a baby on screen. What do you mean?
There's a 2023 historical samurai film by Takeshi Kitano. I thought, okay, so it's not Takashi Miike. Takeshi Kitano is an actor, though. He's not a director. It's called Kubi, The film centers around the life of Oda Nobunaga, and Yasuke is in the film too. Looking at the trailer, it looks like this whole LGBTQ icon thing might be accurate. I can't show you the next image unless the baby's on screen. Can we confirm that the baby's on screen?
It's in the corner.
I need the big baby for this next one. Cool. Okay. Here. Yeah.
Oh.
That's misaligned.
Yeah. So there you go. There's our Assassin's Creed Shadows coverage. It was only slightly, very half-assed. But if you fund the Patreon, there would be a lot more getting this shit done early and knowing exactly what I'm going to talk about when I'm trying to jokingly slam Random 11 about Vivian from that one game. All right, so we got one more. We got one more thing in games news, and then we can speed run the rest of the stuff. My rhythm game beat map used to simulate plap session, whatever the fuck that means. So I got a video. Let's just read this first part. A custom my rhythm game beat map made waves this week when a person with their own arcade machine modded it to perform some suspicious looking actions that required the use of a third arm. I have that video right here. Tell me if you would play this game. That's the noise.
That was so bad.
Okay.
I had to leave.
No, he left right beforehand. Okay. Posted by Twitter user Yukia and coming from an unknown origin, the custom beat map has long holds that force both hands to stick to the top buttons, meaning that the third bottom button will need to be pressed by some sort of hard pressure instead. Theoretically, any video or image could be placed at the back of the beat map itself. So it seems like when you normally play these games with the beat maps, like you push the different things, right? You're supposed to occasionally you have to hold them. So the guy designed it so that you hold down these and you thrust with another appendage to actually do the rest of the game.
Oh, we lost Vietnam.
Yeah.
No.
Meanwhile, the man in the video gives his all at trying to fully master the beat map, presumably pushing his bottom half to the button to the beat, ending with an explosive finish. I literally only sent this vid off my chart to one private group chat 2 weeks ago. How the fuck did it spread this far? The beat map was created by another Twitter user named LopVop YouTube, who clearly intended it to only be an in-joke at first. All right, let's look at our release news stuff. You're going to be very thrilled at me. Yeah, let's cut those last two for now. All right. Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex 2045, The Last Human, is getting an LE Blu-ray in Japan. It comes with English subtitles.
Is this the compilation of the second half of 2045?
I think it is. This is the Kushnov one, yeah. Also, there's a Macross Plus Blu-ray coming from Anime Limited, or from Big West, right? And Anime Limited, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wrong.
But not said Big West.
No, I guess it's just Big West. Oh no, Anime Limited is right here. Cool. Yeah. Although Footnum was saying that these things are fucking enormous, and you should
Remember
not.
the Evangelion one?
What's up?
Remember the Evangelion one?
Yeah, the giant one that you could murder a person with.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the fact that it's coming to Blu-ray is, just hold out hope. It'll be in the U.S. market soon. All right. So on the Discotheque subreddit, somebody had pointed out that they had picked up some gems recently, They had picked up City Hunter 91, City Hunter 2 Part 1, and City Hunter 2 Part 2. And in the comments, Justin Savakis had answered a question and said, yeah, complete City Hunter 2, meaning what they did with City Hunter 1 was City Hunter 1 Part 1, City Hunter 1 Part 2, and then they released City Hunter 1 all together. They said, yeah, the complete City Hunter 2 is not going to happen. The repackage of City Hunter 1 was a failed experiment.
Because everybody bought the individual ones and no
Yeah, because you fucking released those first, dumbass. All right, here's our Right Stuff news. Is there anything new?
So the Yamada-kun one, top right, and also the or top left, and then the Dragon Ball Super Steelbook.
Just those two, right?
Yeah, just those two. Cool.
Too many Yamada-kuns.
Yeah, right.
So this is Aniplex? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed the Aniplex price.
Can you tell by the price tag?
No, I was looking at the box.
You're getting ripped off. All right, and then there's also this, which I think
want Demon Slayer.
This is a re-release.
A re-release.
A re-release of a limited edition. Whoa! What? You can't. That's impossible.
No.
It's against the rule.
I'm pretty like the old one was under the Funimation label, wasn't it? Or was it under the?
Are you fucking serious?
It's just a bad.
They did. They actually did.
Did what?
They reprinted them with Crunchyroll's icon instead of
just
Funimation.
like the other Dragon Ball Z level.
I mean, this isn't worth it, is it? Because yeah, Dragon Ball Super sucks, and like
Dragon Ball Super is trash. Fuck them. We're moving on. Okay.
That's it.
If you guys would like to support me, you can shop at Stealthweed.
Do you have any more plans to put any more in the store?
Absolutely. There's so much I'd like to do. You know what would really help me to do that is if the Patreon eventually got enough funding to not only knock out our expenses, but make us profitable so that I could focus my time on that instead of my day job. And then I could develop a Coke habit like Nick or Kata, and everything could be peachy. All right. There's also the OCA podcast store. I need time. I need to get that Pornhub shirt up here. I have it on the back end. The only reason it's not on here is because I accidentally have two different Pornhub shirts on it. And I just got to figure out which one is which so I can make the correct one live. So there you go. Also, Practical Zelda Tears of the Kingdom merch is here to be Hyrule helpful in your daily life.
Shame Randy's not here.
Yeah, I did put it in there for him. It's kind of cool. I thought this was neat. If you needed a purse that had a little butt plug on this. No.
A bonfire.
Anyway, moving on. Armored Trooper Votom's anime gets a fashionable twist from super groupies. Yeah, so okay.
Cool.
So they've got this famous, like iconic, like 3 camera system that they invented and iPhone stole. So that begs the question: do I get to film up a girl's skirt by just putting my wrist underneath? And then is that what that's for?
It does look pretty cool.
Yeah. Anyway. All right. This is cool. It's the Naruto Crocs collection, though.
No.
Yay. Why?
Because
All right.
Crocs are cool, apparently.
All right. How long is this?
Shit.
Okay. I'm
I see the sun.
gonna break this down to you.
See the
Hima
sun.
Kojima, the Japanese island with one traffic light that only turns green once a year. Yeah. So I'm just gonna break it down for you. In this small island, they don't have any traffic lights at all. Not one. Now, I know that everybody's heard of like small towns where they don't even have a traffic light and everything. So what they decided to do.
My town doesn't have a traffic light.
Really? So what they decided to do was install a traffic light. And the entire reason for the traffic light the reason is that these stoplights were never intended to serve any sort of traffic control. They were installed in 1994 at the request of the Himaka Traffic Safety Association to help teach the island's children how to follow the signals just in case they move out to a big city someday. Just on the off chance you're going to go someplace with lots of traffic signals. Let's just make sure you know how to do it. And we're going to have to put a real one there, even though, like, you know, Goku's traffic safety brigade from the OG Dragon Ball had, like, all that shit covered on what you should do.
Yeah, that is actually hilarious. Like, they just take their kids out to the fucking middle of the island.
Just to teach them. It gets even funnier, though, because it's like prior to the traffic lights, a smaller prop was used to teach kids, but they always felt a disconnect between it and the real thing. Now, for one day in May, the lights are set to turn green so the kids can practice using them properly and safely. So for one fucking day, the entire island brings their kids to show the fucking
they'll remember the one instance.
See, kids, this is a traffic light.
Once a year. I barely remember what I did last week. I'm not gonna fucking remember how to.
Oh shit! I missed green light day. Timmy won't be prepared.
I guess I'm not leaving. Like,
I'm sorry. Shinichi won't be prepared. All right. A Kanagawa woman has been arrested for calling the police 1,200 times in 8 days, saying "Merry Christmas, die." I think she's confusing Christmas with Easter. Harassing phone calls are a problem all around the world. But over the years, Japan has seen some particularly staggering cases of them. Repeated calls totaling in the thousands have occurred in time frames that make you wonder when the offenders find time to eat and sleep. Even more peculiar is that a usual target of these relentless callers are the police themselves. The latest such incident led to the arrest of a 55-year-old woman in Kanagawa Prefecture on suspicion of obstructing business. According to the police, the woman called roughly 1,200 times over an 8-day span from the 20th to the 27th of December. Fucking hell! No wonder the Merry Christmas died. Mosh mosh, Merry Christmas! Each call was reportedly full of an abusive shouts to the effect of "Why are you even here?" and "Merry Christmas, die!" It should be noted that in Japanese, shouting "die" at someone tends to have more of a "fuck you" nuance. Merry Christmas, fuck you, than an actual threat of fatal violence. It's always good to keep the holidays in your heart. Oh, okay. Upon her arrest, the woman was unsurprisingly uncooperative, simply telling the police that she didn't remember anything. On the contrary, readers of the news will remember what she said for a long time to come. According to online comments, "Merry Christmas, die." Ha! I love it. I'm totally going to use that on Twitter. Perfect choice of words. It's both cheerful and rude. She should have stopped at 1,100 times.
She should have went to 9,001.
She sounds like a real tsundere. If only she could use that power for good. Why does it take the police so long to arrest someone after getting 1,200 calls in 8 days? There is no clear answer to that last question, but according to Very Best Law Firm, fucking no.
That sounds like a scam.
This article was worth it just for that sentence. According to very best law firm, real good, very nice, which wrote extensively about the ins and outs of nuisance calls on their website, it seems mostly a matter of motivation. Once the police make an arrest, they have 23 days to build a case to submit to the public prosecutor. In that time, they have to establish that the woman significantly obstructed their business and acted maliciously rather than being affected by mental instability. And even if they do that, prosecutors are said to defer cases about 57% of the time if the suspect shows remorse or pays compensation, rendering the entire investigation somewhat meaningless. So, in the first day of 150 calls, the police have to ask themselves if it's really worth following up on, especially since they themselves are the victim rather than private citizens. It might save a lot of time to just let her get it out of her system, and if she doesn't, the more days she calls, the stronger their obstruction of business case becomes, making the investigation more worthwhile anyway. In the meantime, the police usually have more pressing matters to attend to, like whatever they're doing here. Okay. However, if these types of abusive call blitzes become more prominent, which they appear to be, the police and prosecutors might take more aggressive tactics to deal with it in the future. So remember to take your frustrations out in less intrusive ways like voodoo or smelling a cat. Wow. Okay. So I think I'm going to go for it. I think we're just going to go for it. Boy, 15, suffers charred penis after electrocuting his genitals while climbing on a train for a Russian social media stunt.
Good.
That kid is hung if that blur needs to go that far. Like, that's got to be like the pocket or whatever. That can't be his charred junk, right? Like, that thing is freaking out there. Is that a video? Oh, fuck yes. The half-hearted, agonizing pain yell he's doing. Oh my god. Whoa! Uncensored, huh? It got charred all the way off, apparently. Yikes. A teenage boy is in a serious condition in a hospital after climbing on a train and electrocuting himself in the genitals. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Does the term electrocuting not imply death by electric shock, hence electric execution?
I'm too tired to work.
I mean, his penis is for sure dead, so...
I don't know. You don't think you can come back from this? It looked like it zapped him into another galaxy. The 15-year-old fell off
in another world without my penis.
He fell off of the rails in agony before being pulled onto the platform. The boy was making a social media video when his stunt went wrong in Elektrogly, 30 miles east of Moscow. Is that Russian for electric penis? It is now. As he clambered on the engine, his groin touched the pantograph connecting the train to overhead live wire, giving him a severe electric shock. Instead of a spectacular stunt on camera and tons of likes, he received an injury that he will remember for the rest of his life if the doctors save him. It is electrocution. The boy was making a social media video that went wrong. The footage shows him receiving first aid from paramedics at the station before being taken to the hospital. Reports say his penis was badly burned. Oh. The electric shock hit the teenager in the groin and, as eyewitnesses write, literally burned the reckless driver's genitals. He was seen with a bloodied face, writhing in agony on the platform, the front of his trousers singed. Footage shows him receiving first aid from paramedics at the station before being taken to a hospital. Reports say his penis was badly burned. He was heard saying it hurts. Yeah. His face and right arm and hand were bandaged before he was taken away by an ambulance. The boy is now in intensive care and in serious condition. NTV television channel reported the current passed through his groin, after which the teenager fell off the train's roof. In a serious condition with a charred penis, he was taken to a hospital. Nobody cares about the fact that he fell and landed on his head or anything. It's like the penis is what matters. All right. Are you ready for perhaps the most SpongeBobiest of articles?
Let's get on with it and get to it.
4 men gang raped, killed, and ate a protected monitor lizard.
Okay.
I understand one person deciding they needed to rape, murder, and eat a reptile. But how do you convince 3 friends to do it with you? Forest officials in India, of course, are investigating 4 men who gang raped, killed, cooked, and ate a monitor lizard in one of India's most protected forest reserves. It was the only monitor lizard in the park. Seriously. Did you just pump it full of all of your jizz and then cook with it in it? That was part of the thing?
Oh, God. I didn't need that imagery.
They probably cooked half of it with all the friction they were providing.
Do you think it struggled? The incident took place on March 29th at the Sayadri Tiger Reserve. All right, now I understand. It wasn't about sexual gratification. It was about the most badass thing you've ever done. Sneaking into the tiger reserve to rape something. In the western Indian state of Maharashtra.
It's all about sending a message.
Yeah, look, if you don't want to be next tiger, no, literally, it was just, the 4 guys just fell in, and as the tiger started to investigate, they just decided, quick, gang rape the nearest thing.
Stare down.
Make them so disgusted they leave us alone. Oh, God. The forest camera traps meant for tracking tigers caught the accused men trespassing the reserve's Chandoli National Park. Forest officials arrested the men between the 1st of April and the 5th and found photos and videos on their phones of them gang raping a monitor lizard and then killing and eating it. I have never seen a crime like this before, Division Forest Officer Vishal Mali told Vice World News. These men are in their 20s and 30s, and they appear to have done it for fun. There was no religious or black magic agenda. You don't know that. The men were identified as Sandeep Pawar, Mangeesh Kamatkar, Akshay Kamatkar. Oh, brothers. Bro, so there's incest too. Whoa. And Ramesh Gag. All locals. They are charged under India's Wildlife Protection Act 1972. A local court granted them bail last week. What? Who are all these fuckers? Forest officials stand with the accused in yellow, red, blue, and extreme right. Yellow, red, blue. Wait, yellow, red, blue, and extreme right? One of these guys got away. Yikes. They don't even have blood all over their clothes. They must have been gentle. Anyway, India's monitor lizards are endangered, and they are protected. They are a protected species by law. Violators may be punished with a 7-year jail term. A report by wildlife advocacy group recorded 82 cases of sexual abuse against animals in India between 2010 and 2020.
That seems low.
That's what is that, 8 a year? 8.2 a year. This was out of a total of 500,000 cases of animal-related crimes that include torture and killing. So they just didn't
catch them all.
Yeah. See, in this case, the men consumed it and they saw them cook and eat it. But in some cases, like, the animals just disappear. It's like, excuse me. Most recent cases of sexual abuse against animals include a man raping and killing a pregnant goat in southern India and a 60-year-old man raping a female stray dog last year. Okay. Oh, inside the sad and disgusting black market trade in monitored lizard penis. Wow. That's what we're holding, huh? While the suspects are out on bail, Molly said the photos and videos of the incident have been sent to a forensic lab to build evidence for the case. Like, what the fuck? You show literally anything to a jury that they filmed, and you win. Like, I don't.
Why did they let them go? Like, they're gone, man.
It's like,
they're probably.
I don't know. That was a pretty sexy lizard. I think we should let him off the hook. Like, oh God. Forest officials are also seeking legal advice on charging the accused under a law that criminalizes unnatural sex between humans and animals. Not only is this cruel, but there is a risk of zoonotic diseases from this kind of case. There are concerns of men carrying STDs and other infections from the act. Yeah, fucking reptilian AIDS. Like,
move over COVID-19.
Yeah. The Sayadri Tiger Preserve, which is spread across over 1,166 square kilometers, is governed by the Indian government and encompasses 3 national parks. The Chandoli National Park is spread across over 300 square kilometers and has wildlife ranging from tigers and panthers to reptiles such as monitor lizards and geckos. There is no official census of animals in the park, but Molly said it has 30 animals per square feet. India's monitor lizard population is steadily declining because of poaching. Eating monitor lizard meat is common across Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Africa. Reports of the reptiles being hunted for their meat are common in India, even though it's illegal. In 2016, an Indian forest official was arrested after serving monitor lizard meat at a party. Monitor lizards are also hunted to make traditional medicine. Oh, like erectile dysfunction medicine? Maybe they just couldn't handle it. Like they were getting a contact high. Molly said that manually surveilling over 1,000 square kilometers of reserve area is challenging for forest guards. Yeah, like also the fact that no human in their right mind should think, damn, we need to go out there and save all these animals from getting raped. Like, Jesus. There are plans of deploying a new special protection force. We will get a team of 100 people who will guard the premises more efficiently, he said. Holy shit. Wow.
I just thought of a shirt.
Yeah.
Don't rape lizards with the Maka and Jamie lizards.
Mm. Let's not. Wow.
Yeah, it's just we take the original art that we made, right? And then we have the
we just have the extra text. I understand, right? We're currently it says don't fuck M&Ms, right?
Right.
Or whatever. I want his head and balls, right? Like,
we
I get
take that art and then we place the famous 5 black gentlemen and 1 white girl over the lizards.
Mm.
And instead of, what was it, 4 or 5 black guys?
It was 4. It was 4 Indians.
Yeah, we have 4 Indians.
Yeah. I like this idea better, but I also don't want to make it. Like, anyway, so boys, thank you for sticking with me. I'm sure you're tired. Fortunately, as Americans, we have tomorrow off, right?
We have today off.
Yes, we have the rest of this day to sleep. Anyway, let's get some chats here. Lol, literally brownie points. How many tabs per second is my new PC? It's taken everything I've thrown at it so far. Oh, damn. Random 11. Fucker. Yeah, man. Come on. You're so right, man. I'm not an expert on samurai, but in One Piece, they call the retainers of Odin samurai. So, I don't know. I think the concept is that the gay porn and trap porn are 2 different things, right? Like the retainers might be recognized among the samurai, but the concept of a samurai and what your brain pictures when you think of a samurai is not the same thing as the retainer. They should have named the Templars the Hand instead of the Order. Afro Samurai was cool. AC wouldn't be so bad. Oh, Assassin's Creed wouldn't be so bad. But they set anticipation and demand for a Japanese set Assassin's Creed game. This isn't people are expecting us, they don't like it. I wish. It's probably going to be fucking Zeno Robinson. Watch. The Adventures of Yasuke, the black gay samurai. Same as OnlyFans model calling people coomers and they sell their pictures. Oh. Anyway, I'm not doing it. I'm going to go the other way with these. Nkona says, enjoy the decline of Western civilization. I am. She's into Shota Yaoi. Those are expensive. Good morning / evening, Mega Mug. Thank you. Santa, yeah. I also got the Gamera Trilogy Steelbook that had the ADV dubs. I'm over the moon with it. I watched the first movie with my mom. She just looked at me uninterested with me pointing out who's who. Whoa. A reptile dysfunction. No! That is the shirt. Wow, that's great. You have a sharp wit at 3 a.m., Cool 2T. Oh, sorry to hear that, Mega Mug. Anyway, let us end this nonsense. What do we do? Do we watch the Blast 'Em Up trailer again?
I'd say do just a cold close and just end it. Mid-sentence.